Hello and hello and hello and hello. Is sound check fine? Yes, it is. Good. I'm back. Man, what is it with me? I stream 4 times a week, and in the last 2 weeks it was always once without one stream. I've been last 3 weeks actually. I'm bad at keeping up four streams a week. Or like the weather's at fault, but still. Why is my mobile internet, or which I stream, terrible while it's raining? How does that even work? I guess the waves get interrupted by water? Become inconsistent at least? Oh, whatever. Back to Higurashi. Last time? Well, first, I have to switch back to the old music. First, we are going. Um, we are continuing chapter 6, where I've at probably the last 20 minutes of the chapter, where we are in the storehouse at the shrine, where it's pretty clear that it's some fucked up tools. Well, they say it's for humans. Maybe it's for animal sacrifices? Well, be humans. And things are spooky. While Mio, I think it's Mio, is contributing to the spookiness. Had to stop in the middle of this because it was already going on for like 2 hours. It's always the last chapter I do that ends up taking a million years. Oh well, I'm gonna try to keep go long this time to make up for last weekend and for missing a stream, but we'll see. What I'm about to tell you is a secret, alright? Told you Shion-chan because you're an understanding person. The other will just not want to hear it. If anything go if things go wrong, I could be ganged up on and punished. Shion flashed a devilish smile as if reveling in the immortality of it. Mabarakun, you keep it a secret too, okay? If this gets out, I could suffer Oshiosamu's curse, be made into a sacrifice. Why are there no lip flaps? There we go. If it's the curse, then I wonder what kind of death it'll be this year. If it's a sacrifice, then will I be thrown into the Onigafuchi swamp while still alive? It is tonight, the night of Hiroshima-sama's curse. Takano-san said, bringing her face right up close to ours. As if to say that if she had the choice, she'd rather suffer the curse. That was what she seems to be implying. Takano-san took a fairly worn notebook out of her paper bag, then began flipping through the pages. There were all sorts of references as newspaper clippings attached to them, and it had all manner of things written inside them. The letters were very small and bunched together, so I couldn't tell at a glance what it was about. What I'd really like to do is search through the National Library for newspaper from this era, but here it is. A photocopy of a page from some book was slid into the notebook, and it too was written in small, tight lettering. Like the other pages, I couldn't tell what it was just by glancing at it. Okay, is it a bot? Let me see. Hey, streamer, impressed by creating content, that's why I dropped a follow. Don't you stream deserve way more viewers? Yep, that's someone advertising helping you grow by probably bots. No thanks. Not actually saying bots, it's contact a person so he contacts large creators to help small content growers. I am going to say probably not ban, but we'll see. Probably is an automatic message. Oh well. This is story what happened. This is story what actually happened. It was around the end of the Meiji era. They discovered an unknown mangled corpse, the victim of a murder in Onigafuchi village. An old newspaper clipping attached to the page spoke of something that was no mere rumor or fairy tale. We don't have most police documents from the time anymore. It's all based on oral traditions and memories. See, it's not very clear, but it looks like a cutout of the newspaper from Meiji era. Never before has there been a corpse treated with such cruelty and inhumanity. Could it be the work of a demon? Being a copy of a copy, it was very hard to make out. It was more than enough to make me feel strangely tense. Near the end of the Meiji era, in old Onigafuchi village, a mangled corpse was discovered. The identity of the corpse was unknown. It wasn't even in the state where it could be identified in the first place. It was a missing head, each limb was separated from the body. Skin had been peeled off the entire body, there were markings of the implied terrible torture in every place imaginable. Not only that, but the belly button had been cut open by a sharp knife, with the entrails completely dragged out. The police immediately began an investigation. Since they couldn't even determine the identity of the victim, much less the criminal, finding answers was extremely difficult. Do you understand what it must have been like? I couldn't imagine such a strange sight, even if I tried. This was the first time I was ever thankful for my lack of imagination. The victim was skinned while still alive, underwent all kinds of torture, and was killed brutally. The author also thinks that even after death, the remains were divided and desecrated even further, the epitome of inhumanity. I'm of the opinion that the entire process was performed while the person was still alive. What do you think, my Barakun? He spoke in a way that intended to make me imagine even more vicious things. As my brain was already far over capacity, however, there was no way I could imagine anything more brutal. Then, when I broke my gaze from Takano-san, those strangely shaped weird tools were all around us. Wonder if you could faithfully reproduce the mutilated corpse discovered at the end of the Meiji era, with the tools found in this place. I want to destroy it. Deny it. I don't want to admit that something so terrible could have happened at all. Even so, they were so strange, so terrifying, these tools, and as if they had seen through my attempt to escape from them, they did nothing but ridicule me silently. So, that creepy incident, what was it in the end? The author says regarding Onigafuchi village, it's a regretful custom that survived into recent post-Meiji days, and that perhaps they lasted until around the beginning of the Showa period. The corpse at a glance appeared to have been brutally killed after a period of torture. In actuality, however, it was the pitiful sacrificial remains of the man-eater's terrifying feast. The corpse was just leftovers. It was so fantastic, so strange that I didn't feel real. Was this an extension of the legend too? It happened in the Meiji era though, which is just too recent to be called a legend. Also, there's a newspaper clipping right here to suggest it. Okay, but even if they really happened, was a really long time ago? It was a long time ago, right? I mean, the Meiji era ended 100 years ago. That's all. Only 100 years ago. Besides, it kept happening even after the beginning of the Showa period, like what with the uproar around the post-war canned flesh incident. I apologize. The story was taboo, wasn't it? Takano-san immediately stopped talking as if worried about Shion. Shion briefly looked somewhat angry, but that expression was soon disappeared. Huh? Takano-san, what did you say? Canned flesh? Just then there was a huge creaking noise. Everyone whipped around to look. The Sumitake-san opened the door slightly. Ha 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 ha. Did I startle you? Ojuo-san, could you not resist seeing inside? It's a splendid treasure trove of torture devices. I'll pass on that. Ha ha ha. I'm bad with that sort of thing by nature. Takano-san held her stomach up and had to muffle his laughter, as if she wanted to make a comment about his masculinity. In any case, the dance ceremony are over and everyone's going to the stream. The festival will be over within minutes. Oh, that's no good. Bararakun is just such a good listener, I couldn't help telling stories. I'd really rather you not mention me in the first place. Jiro-san, could you wait out front? I want to take a few pictures. There are actually a ton of tools I'd like to bring home, but we obviously can't do that. Takura-san took a camera out of her paper bag and began to snap photographs. She looked like she was having fun, like she was on a scavenger hunt. Huh? Keiichi-kun, are you leaving too? I've seen enough. Shion, you're good too, right? Let's get out of here. I want some fresh air. I agree. Let's leave. Did feel a bit hesitant at leaving Takuna-san by herself in the darkness. When I thought about it though, I realized that whatever kinds of evil spirits and ghosts lurked in the darkness, none of them could hold a candle to how scary she was. True. Even if the phantasms were to appear, she'd be overjoyed and flash her camera at it. Seemed like Shion shared my somewhat rude mental images. We exchanged glances and smiled painfully. We left Takura-san there, bathed in her strobe of camera flashes, and decided to go leave the ritual storehouse. Everyone in the festival seemed to have gone to the stream, so their voices were very distant. Voices of the bugs, on the other hand, were clear, lending an empty feeling of isolation to the place. How was it? Interesting? Tomitake-san gave us a somewhat mischievous grin. You should have been able to tell by looking at how pale our faces were. I should have kept watch outside with you, Tomitake-san. Tomitake-san laughed so delightfully that it wiped away our dark feelings. How did you fare, Shion-chan? Were you scared? I was prepared for it, so I wasn't too afraid, but seeing the real thing was powerful. Shion spoke like she wasn't scared at all. She really had been quite afraid, but seeing as how I was in a way worse state than her, I don't have much room to talk. As Tomitake-san grinned candidly, my mind exhausted and locked up by nervousness began to calm itself. Was Takano-san an adult about this little expedition? You know how she seemed like a child sometimes. I was worried she'd be way too excited. Both Shion and I laughed and left that as our answer. Hopefully she was only looking at things. I'm worried she'll sneak something out of there, or mess with the ritual implement too much and break it or something. Right, that's quite possible. She's alone in there right now. She might pilfer something small and easily concealed, hiding it in her pocket. Haha, yeah. I could see that. Shion said what I was thinking. You're sure she didn't break anything? I could clearly hear some noises like someone jumping up and down, getting pretty nervous. I'm sorry. Ran out of film. Jiro-san, if you have any more, could I use some? Takano-san suddenly appeared while we were talking about her, taking everyone by surprise. Tomitake-san smoothly grinned and responded as if nothing had happened. He's pretty mature. I'm all out of spare film. Sorry about that. Jeez. You won't win any Pulitzer prizes by not stocking enough film for any occasion, you know. Suppose that's it then. Tomitake-san scratched his head apologetically. Without film, we're done here. Takano-san seems to have given up because of that too. We checked carefully to make sure we hadn't left anything inside, then closed the door and turned the heavy padlock we'd left beside it. Takano-san, he didn't sneak anything out, right? How rude. I'm trying not to be that childish. Kerclank. Tomitake-san set the padlock back the way it was before. From a cursory glance, it didn't look like thieves had snuck in at all. Okay, let's get over to the stream ourselves. If we don't at least set some cotton afloat, there won't be any point in coming to the festival. Tomitake-san spoke brightly, urging us all on, setting cotton afloat down the stream. Shake my head a few times, drawing away my dismal thoughts as to the double meaning. Takano-san looked a little down, kept turning back to glance at ritual storehouse.
もうこれっきりにしてくれよ。
Let's just leave it at that, alright?
十分に知的好奇心は満たせただろう。
Oof. Let's just leave it at that, alright? You saw enough to state your curiosity, didn't you?
まさか
Oh, not at all.
むしろ新しい興味を
Everything I
惹かれるような
found
発見
only
ばかりよ。
renewed my interests.
これま
All
での
those stories
仮説
and
が一気に
legends suddenly
現実にな
hold
これで
water.
今後の調べ
After
方
all,
が
I'm
だん
going
だ
to
ん変わ
have
っ
to
てくるん
change
だ
the
から
way I look at all this. Wow, she's truly indomitable. Her curiosity really is something else. Still interested in all of this. True and true. Okay, no music scared me for a second. We descended the stone stairs and all the people crowded into the stream came into view. Near the bottom of the stairs, we could clearly see the people receiving cotton that had been cut for them, then wishing upon the cotton and setting it afloat down the stream. The festival was already over.
まずったな。
Damn,
綿流しの一
I
番いい
missed my
ところ
chance
を
to
撮影
photograph
し
the
損
best
ね
part
た
of
よ。
Watanagashi.
あら
Oh,
ま
but
だ
it's
遅
not
く
too
に
late.
私が言って
I'm
流
going
す
to
ん
go
だから
set some afloat.
私を撮っては
Perhaps you
くだ
could
さ
take
らない
pictures
の
of
か
me?
しら
Takano-san, with an impish expression, brought her head to Tomitake's shoulder. Despite his age, he looked embarrassed. I felt an honest respect for Tomitake-san, man to man, for dating such a handful of a woman.
じゃあね
Goodbye then.
バイバラくん
Abara-kun,
しおんちゃんも
Shio-chan.
僕たちは今からで
We're
も
going
騒
down to
ぎ
the
君
stream.
たちも一緒に来
Would
る
you
かい？
like to come with us?
まさか
No,
お
no.
二人の邪魔
I
なんて
couldn't
で
get
き
in
る
your
ど
way.
うぞごゆっく
Please
り
take your time. Shion waved her hand to them with an expression just as impish as Takura-san's. Tomitake-san on his part seemed to want us to come, but whatever. Shion gave a big stretch and sat down on the stone steps.
疲れちゃいまし
I'm
た
pretty worn out.
同感だな。
Same
俺
here.
も疲れた。
I'm exhausted too.
ケイちゃんは渡
Kei-chan, this is your first
初めてなんで
Watanagashi,
す
isn't it?
私なんか気にしな
You
いで
go.
い
Don't
て
mind me.
私は疲れちゃったん
I'm
で
tired, so
人混みは
don't
ちょっ
like
と
to
パス
stay.
しておき
So I'd
ま
like to
す
stay away from the crowd. Yeah, if we were to go now, we'd barely slip into the end of the cotton drifting ceremony.
お姉たちが
My
ケイち
sister
ゃん
and
の
your
こと
friend,
を
other
探
friends
してる
might
か
be
もし
looking
れ
for
ま
you
せんから
too.
行ってきてください
Go on.
あ、そうだ。
Oh yeah, that's
君は
right.
私と別れたま
They've
ま。
been
それ
by
聞いた
themselves
から
ever since we got
探してる
separated.
と悪い。
I'd feel bad if they were looking for me. Then Shion suddenly got a playful look on her face that put her index finger to her lips as if telling me to keep this a secret.
お姉ってすっ
My
ごく
sister's the
深
type
いん
that
です
gets really jealous.
私がケイちゃんを
If
独
she
占
knew I
し
was
てたこ
hogging
と
you
が
this
バレ
whole
ると
time,
い
she'd
ろ
never
いろ
let
うる
me
さいんで
hear the
今
end
夜
of
の
it.
ことは秘
So
密
please
にし
keep
ておい
tonight
て
a
ください
secret,
ね
okay? Keep tonight a secret. And say things that are so embarrassing.
そういう意味だけじゃないです
Not only because of that
今
either.
夜
Consider what
私
we were
たちが
doing
したこ
tonight.
とを思えば
We really need to
秘
keep
密
it a
にするのが
secret.
当然です
Okay, you're really making this sound off. If someone is listening in, it's gonna be so weird.
今夜起こるかもしれないお社さんの語
Oshima's
り
Ushio-sama's curse might happen
私たち
tonight,
4人が
and
最
we
有
are
力候補
four
なん
would
で
be
す
the
からね
prime candidates. The losing thread of tension became taut again. Shinhara burst out laughing.
じゃあ
Alright,
私は
I'm
お
going
姉
to
に
get
出く
out
わ
of
す
here
前に
before I run into my
今日は
sister.
本当に疲れ
I
てる
really
から
am tired, so
お姉と
I
やり
don't
合う
have
だ
the
けの
endurance
体
to
力
put
は
up
ない
with
で
her
すし
anyway.
シオンって。
Can't tell if you get along with her or not.
よくわからん。
仲いい
We
ですよ
get along. Though, as she said that, her vague expression explained that there is a lot of oddities in the relationship between
俺は
twins.
一人っ子だから。
I'm an only child, so I don't really get
せ
it.
いぜい仲良く
Make
しろ
sure
よ
you get along with her, okay?
はい
Right?
余計
Thank you
な
for
おせっか
kindly
い
for your
だけ
meddling.
それじゃあ私は
Okay, I'm gonna go.
ケイちゃんも急いで行った方がいい
You
です
should
よ
hurry up if you want to make it,
本当
Kei-chan.
に渡流しが終わっちゃ
Tanagashi
いま
really
す
is about to end. Shion stood up and brushed the dust off her backside. After watching her do so, I returned my eyes to the final ceremony of the Watanagashi festival below.
でも本当に
Seriously though,
あの音は何だ
what
った
does
ん
that
ですか
sound
ね
anyway?
不愉快というか
It was kind of unpleasant and
気味
creepy.
が悪いというか
Huh?
何の音だって
What sound?
音ですよ
The
バ
sound.
タンバタン
You know, the banging
うる
noise.
さかったじゃないで
It
す
was
か
really loud, wasn't it? I was giving her a blank expression, so Shion stared hard at me. Stared hard at her
ご
too.
めん、シオン。
Sorry,
走
Shion.
らないで、最
Could
初
you give
か
me
ら
a
説明して
the
何
short
がうる
version?
さかったって
What was making noise?
ケイちゃん
Wait,
気に
Kei-chan.
ならなかったん
It
です
didn't bother you? When all said and done, it was like we were speaking two different
シオン
languages. Shion,
談抜きで
explain it to me
初
without
めか
jokes
ら
from the
説明
beginning,
し
will
た
you?
音がどうしたって
What's this about the
ケイ
noise?
ちゃんこそ冗談
Kei-chan,
抜き
you
で
could joke around
本
too.
当の本当に
Really honestly, it
気
didn't
に
bother
なら
you?
なかったんですか？
Neither of us were giving any ground. Both of us were staring at each other in disbelief. We were answering questions with no sign of an actual conversation in sight. Baffled, I held in the urge to shout at her and ask politely one more
もう
time.
一度聞く
I'm
から
going to
な
ask one more time,
質
okay?
問は俺からだ
Ask the questions. She nodded
じゃあ
silently.
聞くぞ
Okay, here it
音が
goes.
したって
You said there was a sound.
何のことだ
What are you talking about?
ドタンバタン
The banging sound.
なんだかどこか
It was
遠
like
くの
a
板
kid
の
was
間で
jumping up and down on the floorboards somewhere far away.
本当に気にならなか
It
ったん
really
で
didn't
す
bother
気
you?
にならないもん
There was
何
nothing to be bothered by.
そんな音を
When
い
did
つ
you
聞
hear
いた
this?
俺は何も聞いて
I
ない
never heard anything.
ちょっとケイちゃん
Wait, Kei-chan, are you
それ
serious?
本気で言って
Shun
るん
as
で
if
すか？
she didn't understand my plain and simple answer, pressed me further, her expression serious. Tomitake also heard it. And I don't think Mio heard it. I have no clue what she's talking about, but if it has Shion acting so like this, whatever it was, it gives me the creeps and sent chill down my spine.
さっき
Because while we
最
were
後の
looking
中で
around the
高野
inside
さん
of
と
the
一緒に見て回ってる
ritual
最
storehouse
中
with
高野さ
Takano-san,
んが昔
all the
話を
time she
始
started
め
her
た
story
頃
stepping,
か
it
ら少し
was
ずつ
little by
だん
little,
だんと
louder and
ちょ
louder,
くちょくと
off and on. Heard a banging sound like a child jumping on distant
嘘
floorboards.
だろ
That can't be.
最後の最後
Don't
で怖
start
がらせるの
trying
は
to
なし
scare
だ
me
ぜ
after
お
all
い
that. Didn't hear anything at all. In fact, it was utterly silent in there that my own heartbeat was almost deafening.
ケイちゃんこそ
Please don't try to scare
怖
me
がら
either,
せなんだ
Kei-chan. It
か
was like
高
something
野
was
さんの
making
怖い
noise
話に合わせ
in
て音
time
を
with
立てて
Takano's
るよ
scary
うで
stories. I was totally creeped out the
私
whole
ず
time.
っと薄気味悪かった
The
ん
chill
で
rose
す
from
か
my spine to the back of my hand. My blood turned cold as it crawled up my own body. When it reached my head, my mind
ケイ
froze
ちゃんも
over.
高野さ
You
ん
and
も
Takano-san weren't paying
全
any
然
attention to it
耳
at
を
all, so I
貸さない
pretended
風
not
だ
to
った
hear
の
it
で
either,
聞
but
こえましたよね
you heard it,
何
right?
度かは
Happened a bunch
す
of
ごく
times and
大
it
き
was
な
really
音でした
loud.
から
Since I was begging me to I heard it. I had no doubt, however, that my own eyes suggested something entirely different. Gotta be kidding me, look. In that storehouse, we were surrounded by brutal ritual tools that looked like they were from another planet, listening to terrifying old stories. The whole time she had been hearing a sound that we couldn't hear by herself. Should that make Shion, who heard it, tremble, or should it make me, who didn't hear it, tremble? I don't know what answered. I didn't know the answer to that at the time. For now, Shion seemed to have made a decision before I did. Ah,
なんだよ突
what are you
然
laughing about?
引っかかりまし
I
たね
really got you, Kei-chan.
嘘ですよ
I was fibbing the whole time.
はあ
What? Shion laughed, saying how easily scared I was, and clapped me on the back. The smile seemed somewhat artificial, actually made me feel worse. Then, after leaving me with 2 or 3 generic diplomatic goodbye phrases, she left, almost as she was running away. All I could do was look after her, my mouth agape. At the end of the day, I didn't have a clue what was going on. Shion laughed it off, and she then said she had been lying, but she couldn't possibly have been lying. Of course not. And now that I think about it, Umitake-san said the same thing, didn't he?
なんだかドタンバ
You
タン
clearly
と
up
飛
and
び跳
noise
ねる
like
ような
jumping
音
up and
僕は
down.
不安で不
Getting
安で
pretty nervous. To Umitake-san's most neutral party present at the time, he said that he'd heard something. Then that noise was real? The banging sounds, sounding as though a child was jumping down, up and down in some kind of floorboards far away. Fushima-sama's curse, which happens every year, might happen again tonight. The most plausible victim candidates were Takano-san, Tomitake-san, Shion, and me. Ugh. The bustling of people sounded further away than I would have liked, and the sound of the insects sounded too close to for comfort. I'm near so much human warmth, and yet I can't even go back there again. That's the ominous idea that sprouted my mind. Then all of a sudden I was pounced on from behind, causing my heart to lurch.
ケイチ
Keiichi, we found you! It was Rika-chan. When I turned around, Mion and Rena were there too. We finally found you!
あとは佐藤
Now we just need to find Satoko.
今年は
Everyone got split up this year.
来年から
We should make sure we have somewhere to meet up afterwards next year. How?
そうだね
You're right.
やっぱりお祭り
It's a
は
festival,
みんな
so
と
we
一
should
緒だね
all be together. I listened to Mion's happy declaration with a little bit of guilt. Keiichi, did you root for me while I was dancing?
あ
Ah, yeah.
ちゃんと見てたぜ
Saw it all.
最後までちゃん
Did a
と頑張
great
ってた
job all the way
ミ
through.
スもなかったし
No mistakes either.
うん
Yeah, that's right, Rika-chan. That didn't count as a mistake. Then Sapasa realized I made a mistake of my own. Mion slapped a hand onto my shoulder a little roughly. Raw sweat broke out of my whole body. Did you do it too, Kei-chan? Did you get some cotton and send it down the stream? I haven't yet, right? Is what I could feel her saying. Without the courage to tell any more lies, I laughed as she shook my head.
あれ
Huh?
そうなの
You haven't,
ケイチ君
Keiichi-kun?
早く行かな
You
い
should
と
go
終わ
now
っちゃ
or
う
it'll be
よ
over.
終わっちゃうよ
Be
ご
over.
ごめん
Sorry.
初めてのお
This
祭
is
り
my
だから
first Watanagashi,
よ
so
くルールが
don't
わから
really
なくて
understand the rules and stuff.
そうだったね
That's right.
ごめん
I'm sorry. Mion took my hand and we started walking down the stone steps.
ねえケイちゃん
Hey,
なん
Kei-chan.
だよ
What? Uh-oh.
シオンには会わなか
Did
っ
you
た
see Shion? Matt skipped another beat. Maybe Mion couldn't sense my surprise through my
い
hand.
や
No,
でも
well,
うん
I sort of
姿
think I
を
saw
見て
her.
もミオン
You
と
two
そ
look
っく
so
りだから
like though, so it might have been
ミオン
you.
だったのかもしれないし
そんなに間違い
You
ない
wouldn't
で
have
しょ
gotten that wrong.
服装だって違
We
うん
were
だ
in
から
different clothes. Oh, that's right.
そうだよな
Mion's momentary silence was like a death grip upon me.
しょうがないな
I just can't do
シオンは
anything about that,
ま
Shion.
ああいつのことだから
Well,
放っ
it's
て
her
おい
we're
ても
talking
大丈夫
about,
か
so we
な
can't just leave her be. Mion's expression returned to her former usual smile. We continued down the stone steps, her firmly pulling my head along. Higurashi when they cry. This chapter is still going on, isn't it? Oh, it actually ended. Wow. So 25 minutes, approximately. That's how much more there was. What are the new tips? Scrapbook 4. Watanagashi. The rite of Watanagashi is performed during a village festival every June, even now, but reading back its origins turns up a seriously sanguine ceremony. Originally, Watanagashi would happen at certain intervals. After receiving Oshio-sama's trust, they chose a sacrifice. An entire village would kidnap, demon away, the person, ceremonially dissect and devour them in a feast. The rules that determine the intervals are shrouded in mystery. This is because the ceremony occurs extremely irregularly. There's a theory that it was determined based on astrological fortune-telling, but it isn't too convincing. The residents of the ancient Onigafuchi village firmly believed that they were half man, half demon transcendents, that they were more valuable than humans were, and they forced people within and without to accept that. Perhaps the act of kidnapping and eating people was done to prove that they were high up on the food chain. This is just a hypothesis, but maybe the rite of Watanagashi was a political event for the purpose of being an outlet for, or outright diverting the attention of, the villagers of the isolated Onigafuchi village. In any case of any of their complaints or dissatisfactions grew serious. That was the main reason these ceremonies were held. Then it's easy to explain how erratic they were. Higurashi when they cry. The scrapbook's reading out probably is just for me, alright? Seems pretty clear going by what was written in it previously. The alleged importance of the implements. I can't find anything that gives a concrete description on what the ritual implements were like. There were, however, real and more definitely existed are multiple different kinds. One source states that the implements used in Watanagashi rite alone numbered 200. The obvious question that is, why do required such a myriad of them? The rite of Watanagashi was to kidnap people to the demoning away, dissect them, and eat them. Believe that the tools were for dissection and restraining, but 200 of them is far too many. Generally, tools evolve in such a way as to reach a solution for a certain problem. Once you reach that an ultimate goal that is attained at a certain level of efficiency, the tool's evolution normally stops there. Regardless, why would they have created so many different kinds? One of the cultural elements responsible for diversification over time is that of entertainment. Tool used for entertainment would evolve over time and branch out. On a normal tools, reaching the ultimate goal would be more of a dead end. In search for the next goal, they would split into many different subtypes. So then perhaps it is not a stretch to suggest that those 200 plus implements had some entertainment value. This is just hypothesis, of course, but maybe the human dissection process was viewed as a type of entertainment. The three families of old would develop one new implement, the section tool, after another, and each was varied, novel, and attracted spectators to keep them from growing bored. It is not unimaginable. All of them have to be enshrined within that storehouse. This isn't much longer until the night of Watanagashi. Though its original intent has been lost, will reveal the secrets of the traditional ceremonial night within the ritual storehouse. I can't restrain my excitement. Watanagashi cannot come soon enough. It's definitely Mia. Higurashi when they cry. I have to say, I have to. Uh-oh, after the festival. Late that night, tension in the police office was strained. Silence, many of the staff members' eyes shifted back and forth between the clock and the telephones, counting the seconds in that stifled atmosphere. Kumagai-kun burst in with a young guy trailing behind him. Oishi-san, I've got the autopsy result. The court physician just got here. I'm ready to go, sir. I'll head straight to the burned body's location. Yeah! It's not good. Kumacha, things have gotten a bit complicated. There appear to have been a very difficult time determining who the victim is. Could they have been dismembered? Nope. Cooked to a nice light brown. He spoke in a supportive tone, but the meaning behind the words was heavy. The staff gave a collective sigh. All the way, head to toe? Completely blackened, it seems. Probably smells terrible too. What a shame it is to be Gifu-san. Put with no possessions, then discarded outside the prefecture. At worst, it would have been taking a week for the body to be identified. The fact that they'd sniffed it out tonight was huge. Komiya-san and a few others are performing a thorough night raid on the dentist in Okonomiya. All we can do is hope a tooth matches some medical records. Sorry, could someone go buy me 2 or so boxes of strong cigarettes? The young guy answered in affirmative and darted out of the hallway. He did an excellent job finding it this year. Could be that the people who disappeared the past years were scattered outside the prefecture like this too? Then why not bury them or sink them into the Sea of Japan or Lake Biwa or somewhere like that? Why though? Has the pattern so far been one person dies and another disappears? Kuma-chan, the corpse was inside an old drum, unrestrained and cooked. They probably burned them after strangling them. They knew it would be found. So that means from the beginning they didn't want a person to disappear this year. Not so much as they didn't. Not so much that they just aren't related. The person didn't disappear. In fact, who it did, it seems to have wanted to make a show of it. You mean it could be a warning? He folded his arms and then heaved a long and heavy sigh. That might have been the case had it happened in town. If they had messed up, taking the victim far away and bringing them alive wouldn't have been noticed. If they meant it as a warning, they should have done it close to Hinamizawa. They wanted to emphasize that the fact that they killed the victim, but instead of doing it somewhere for dramatic effect, they did it outside the prefecture. Did they want to emphasize it or hide it? Boy, I do wonder what Oshio-sama is up to this year. A telephone ring cut through the heavy silence. A staff member nearby snatched up the receiver. Oishi-san, it's Komiyama. They have it. The dental clinic in Okonomiya fixed the wisdom tooth 3 years ago. Wisdom. Uh-oh. What about records? Complete with x-rays. Well, I feel bad for waking up the dentist before dawn. Kuma-chan, get out there and soon as you get records for Komiya-san. Will do. Oh, it's the chief. Thank you for coming out at this hour. Oh-san, my apologies for my lateness. What's the situation? Well, it's just getting good, you see. We're all fired up. Wow. Uh-oh, wisdom tooth. I don't remember. Is wisdom tooth one you lose? No, it's not. Wisdom tooth is the one you have till the end of life, right? Chapter 7 and never saved for 6? I technically did, but technically not. Job me. Let's continue. I let out a great big yawn. The like morning had arrived just as I got to sleep. As Mom set up breakfast, she gave me a pained smile. What's the matter, Keiichi? What time did you go to sleep last night? Well, I wanted to go to sleep at midnight, but I had some trouble with that. You were probably all woke up from the festival. No, that's not it. Crunch, crunch. Crunch hard down the pickled radish to hide my embarrassment. After all, what happened yesterday in our discussion about the sound Shion heard. The banging noise like a child far away, jumping up and down on the wooden floor. The story wouldn't get out of my head, so I had trouble sleeping. It was a long night, and I kept jumping at the slightest sound of faraway tree branches, which should have been either unhearable or too insignificant to notice. When I woke up to the morning sunlight and birds chirping, it made me feel pretty ashamed about it, but felt far from refreshed this morning. Keiichi-kun, good morning! Finally, a fountain of positivity. We need it. Ah, Keiichi-kun, your eyes are all red. Why is that? Why? Oh, hey, good morning. I didn't get much sleep last night, so I'm sleep deprived today. Ugh. That festival yesterday was a lot of fun. When I excitement took a long time to go to sleep. So it took a long time to go to sleep too. To sleep. In that case, your excitement seems to be still wide awake. They should have this kind of festival more often. So we can have lots of fun together. How? Yeah. When I talked about the festival yesterday, I remember everything I had nearly forgotten from last night. The inside of the ritual storehouse had been so utterly different from the relaxed, bright, everyday life of Hinamizawa. All those stories that Takano-san told me too. The mysterious incidents that occurred on the day of Watanagashi festival every year. The strange incidents where one person would die and one would disappear. The old stories of Hinamizawa flickered like a candle behind them. The numerous and horrifying traditions of Onigafuchi village. The villages with blood in them. The terrible cannibalistic feats. The poor sacrificed kidnaps from human villages of Onigafuchi. The quell the rage of Oyashiro-sama, the ritual involving living sacrifices. There were also many, many others. There were so many stories that just remembering them put me in a foul mood. Most of them weren't fiction either, they were true. We didn't need to fear them just because they were real though, since it all happened so long ago. Such a very long time ago. Where's Mi-chan? She's late. Huh? Before I realized it, we had arrived at a place where we'd usually meet with Mion. Probably because it was so lost in thought. Oh no. Is it Mion? Instead of Shion? Ooh. You agree that if she isn't here by now, we just go ahead, right? Should we? Mion being late wasn't too rare of an occurrence, but today she was unusually late. A few of the ominous tales from the night before came back to life in my mind again. Who would die this year? Who would disappear? Couldn't have been Mion. What should we do, Keiichi-kun? If we don't get going, we'll be late. She'll be here. Didn't call to tell us that she'd be staying home today, right? Let's just wait 5 more minutes, okay?
Nah.
Brenna looked at her watch and seemed a little worried, but she nodded with a satisfied smile. We had to wait 5 minutes. We'd have to run as fast as we could to school or we'd be late. As soon as I thought that, we spotted Mion running towards us out of breath. Mi-chan, you're late. You waited? You should have just gone ahead. Mion was breathing heavily and her face was all red. The house was right down the road, wasn't it? It wasn't far enough away for her to end up like this, was it? Mi-chan, are you not feeling well? Huh? Not that she mentioned it. Rena pushed Mion's bangs away and put her head to her forehead. Rena, your hand is pretty cold. Mi-chan, you're a little warm. No big deal. Give it half a day and I'll be fit as a fiddle. You really okay? You don't have to push yourself, you know. What's this? Kei-chan, you worried about me? That's nice of you. The answer wasn't like Mion at all. She must have had it pretty bad. Oh! Last time, just around the festival, I said Keiichi was getting delirious. Is Mion? From like a possible sickness. Is it Mion this time? Interesting. I just think you shouldn't push yourself so hard. We can tell the teacher you have to take the day off. Oh, fine, I'm fine. Took some medicine. I think it's already working. Mion forced an energetic expression onto her face and flexed her biceps at us. Okay then, let's go. Don't overdo it, but of course there's the time. What? We need to run or we won't make it. This morning sure is thrilling. Maybe it's just what I needed to shake off the slowness. Let's run. Hey wait, you're sick. Don't go overboard. Mion began to run vigorously anyway. Mi-chan is older than us, right? She knows her own body better than anyone. Decided to leave it at that and assume she was fine. Great, then we should get going too. Began to run after Mion. The school looked the same as always. The hours passed listlessly and my lack of sleep took its toll. If there was a sport where people competed by sleeping, I would be the world champion right now. The trick to overcoming this dangerous situation was hold your pencil upside down. Why, do you ask? So you don't draw strange patterns all over your notes while you're half asleep. If you were holding your pencil upside down, that wouldn't happen, would it? Bump, bump, bump. Bump, bump, bump. Something that felt like an eraser hit me in the head 6 times. Ow, what was that for such a go? I haven't done a single thing. Who else would play a prank like this? Oh, it's chalk, not an eraser. Eh? Uh-oh. Behind me, like a female outlaw, might hold razors with a teacher's shadow, holding 3 pieces of chalk in each hand. Rumble, rumble. Abara-kun, go and wash your face. Right. Gladly. That alone was enough to wake me up, but I flew out of the hallway as if shoved by pressure exuded by the teacher's sheer power. If I was going to wash my face anyway, then I should rather use the sinks out front rather than once in the dark restroom. Thinking about that, I left the hallway and went to the entrance. The sun was strong. So strong you wouldn't think it was June. Turned the faucet with a lifeless bubbling noise. Lukewarm water came up pouring out. But let it run for a few moments. Wouldn't it get cold? I looked at it absentmindedly for a little while. I knew you'd choose these things, Kei-chan. Once out front just feel better, don't they? Mion? Oh, no cutting class now. Stuck my hands into water and found it had gotten so cold that it seemed strange it had ever been warm. Scooped it up and splashed it across my face. Once I was done, I moved out of the way and Mion did the same. Mion, how is your cold doing? Sleepy because of the medicine, not from the lack of sleep, right? Huh? Actually, it's a secret, but after the festival yesterday, I got wrapped up in a party my relatives were having. And well, I had a bit. A bit? She made a gesture like she was tilting a cup into her mouth. Means you didn't have a cold or anything. And you had to go over? How old are you? Give me a break. I really don't feel well, you know? Suppose she's feeling lousy either way. So you treat colds and hangovers in completely different ways. Was worried or nothing. And I guess that's just like you, Mion. Mion scratched her head and a little embarrassed. Didn't seem to be feeling well. But now that I knew it was a hangover, I don't need to worry too much. It would go away with time after all. But my head is really is pounding, so teacher told me I should go home early. You cheater. So are you going home now, Mion? Now that I look at it, Mion had her bag with her. She must have been on her way home. Yep, feel bad about it though. I'll get some rest at home, like a good girl. Sorry I can't make it to the club. Would you take over as leader today, Kei-chan? I don't know if that will happen. We have the unspoken rules where we don't do the club unless everyone is there, don't we? We never did it when you had to go to your part-time job, did we? Mion laughed wryly, saying we don't need to worry about her. No matter how much fun we have, though, I think that feeling guilty about friends we can't share, can't share in. Sorry. Though I think that feeling guilty about friends who can't share in it is the sign of a really fantastic friendship. In that sense, the club Mion has created is a wonderful thing. Is this Mion? Or is it Shion? I'm saying because it feels like Mion would have already known about the club. Maybe I'm looking into it too far. Suppose we're talking too much. But don't go back to class soon. I could get in trouble. Okay, later. Going back. Be careful on your way home. Don't wobble into a sewer or brook, got it? I left it at that, turned around, and started heading back to the classroom. Oh, and one more thing, Kei-chan. Mion stopped me and I turned my head to listen. What's up? This may sound weird, but don't think too hard about it. Well, that depends on what it is. Uh-oh. Last night, near the end of the festival, did you see Tomitake-san or Takano-san anywhere? Only 10 stop. You know Tomitake-san and Takano-san, right? Remember, Kei-chan, when the four of you were talking during the setup of the day? If I could, I wanted to forget about sneaking into the storehouse that night as soon as possible. So hearing the names of the people I was with at the time got to me. Besides that thought, why was Mion asking me a question like that? I ended up staring at her, unable to answer immediately. Was she asking to see if I had seen them or not? Or was she asking the question knowing that I had? I couldn't tell. Well, maybe? I might have seen them around, I don't know. My vague response was clearly not to Mion's liking. What answer was she expecting from me? There was no way for me to know. I see. Then one more question. On the same night, did you see Shion? A heart leapt into my throat again. The tiny needles buried underneath Mion's word pricked into me. Didn't you ask me that yesterday? I think I told you that wasn't true if I had or not. Did you? I guess I just thought I'd get a different answer if I asked you again. Suddenly noticed Mion's eyes. Something indescribable. Takano-san and Takano-san. Shion too. She was asking me about them. There was no doubt about it. Last night the four of us snuck into the ritual storehouse. She knew everything. So what? She doesn't know everything. There's not really a curse anyway. That's right. Even Shion Takano-san said yesterday during the festival that there was no curse. And that rather than a curse, it was the doing of the villagers. My blood curdled. Honestly, I think I would have just said, oh yeah, I saw them a little while before you guys arrived. For me. We greeted ourselves, they said they were going to do the Watanagashi, and they left. They probably asked me where my friends were or something like that. Mion was, almost without a doubt, aware that we snuck into the storehouse. It's nothing strange. Screwed up bad flipping on the light switch last night. Mion had been searching for me. It was simple to imagine that she had seen the momentary light come to find out what was going on.
本当に会ってないんだね。
Did you really not see her?
どうして
Why are you
会ったかどう
centered
か
on
を
knowing if I did
そ
or
んなに
not?
気にするんだよ。
大したことじゃない
Not
の。
important.
富武さんと高
Just
野さ
that
ん
there are
と
some
悪く
people
言ってる人
who
た
are
ちがいる。
speaking poorly of Tomitake-san, Takano-san, Shion, and you, Kei-chan.
何が悪いんだか
I
はよ
didn't
く
really
聞い
hear
てないんだけど
what they
ね
were saying though. Unpleasantly sweating dripped down my arms. The sound of hanging from my fingertips was so annoyingly loud.
私、
Don't believe
ケ
that
イ
you
ち
were
ゃんが
doing
悪いこ
something
と
bad.
でも
Just
ちょ
wanted
っと
to
だ
ask
け
for
聞い
a
てみたか
bit
ったから
about
聞
it,
い
so I
て
did.
不愉快な思いを
Sorry
さ
for
せて
making you
ごめんね
uncomfortable, okay? Found myself unable to reply. My reaction must have made it obvious what the truth was, and yet I couldn't explain myself.
ケイちゃんは
Kei-chan
富武さ
went
ん
with
とも高野さん
Tomitako-san,
ともそしてシオ
Tomitake-san,
ンとも一緒
Takano-san,
に
or
そうだよ
Shion,
ね
right? Yeah.
あ
I finally wrung out an answer between rapid breaths, Mion's expression, and softened a little.
よかった
That's good.
私言っとくね
I'll have to tell
ケ
them.
イちゃんは
You
何
weren't
にも
involved
悪
in
いこと
anything
しな
bad,
いみん
Kei-chan.
なにちゃんと
So I'll
言っ
make
と
sure
く
to
け
tell them, everyone. Yeah, please do. Tell them I wasn't doing anything bad. And to everyone, make sure. Everyone. Everyone, who is
じゃあ
everyone?
ね
Hey,
明
later.
日は元気になってる
I'll
から
be better tomorrow. Bye bye. Wait, Mion. What do you mean by everyone? Just then, freezing cold had touched my back of the neck.
ほら
Hey,
遅いです
you
よ
late,
顔
Mabara-kun?
を洗うだけ
How
な
long
の
does
に
it take for you to
時
wash
間
your
がかかり
face?
すぎです
Was the teacher. Was taking so long she came to get me.
すみませ
Ah,
ん
I'm sorry.
ついミオン
Was
と
just
喋り
speaking to
を
Mion. Turned around to see Mion had crossed through the schoolyard without me realizing it, now standing at the gate.
さ
Gone back to his
早く
studies.
早く
Looking now. Teacher was being insistent. Returned to the entrance. Looked back one more time and Mion was nowhere in sight. Keiichi, you haven't seen well all day. It's clearly because he had far too much fun yesterday.
迷子になって
I don't want to
目
be
を真っ
told
赤
that
に
by
させて
anyone
半
who
泣き
got
してたやつ
lost.
に言われたく
Your
ねえ
face was all red and you were nearly crying. Ah, Satoko-chan was so cute last night. Oh, my friends did their best to try and cheer me up, but it didn't lighten my mood. Was it far worse than I thought? Had I really done something that terrible last night? Those thoughts remained with me for the rest of the day.
じゃあね
Bye, Keiichi-kun. I'll see you tomorrow. By the time I realized that, it was in front of my house.
みー
Mi-chan had a cold, right? Could you have a cold too, Keiichi-kun? Could you? Huh?
どう
I'm
せこう見
fine.
えても
May look
風邪で
scrawny,
休
but
ん
I've
だことは
never
ないん
missed
だ
school
ぜ
because of a cold.
でも
Both you and Mi-chan don't look so good today,
気
though.
にしてくれてありが
Thanks
と
for
う
worrying about me.
大丈夫
I'm fine. Idiots can catch
バカは風邪ひかないん
colds,
だぜ
remember? Rhea smiled and waved to me and left. Oh. With my shoulders bobbing up and down from breathing heavy, I entered the house. As soon as I got back in, Mom called out to me.
何
What?
ケイチ
Keiichi,
悪いんだけど
I'm sorry, but could you go to the library and turn a
返して
few
きてく
books for
れない
me?
え
Huh?
Man,
I don't feel
お
like
父さ
it.
んもお母さんも
Dad and I have to
ごめん
wait
ね
inside the
ちょっ
house
と
for a
電話
phone
待ち
call
をした
right
と
now,
ころで
so we
家は
can't
返
leave.
却期限も
I
今
need
日
to
でです
return them today. Could you please do
お願い
it?
ね
Sheesh. You didn't have to do with Dad's job. No point in arguing if they bring it up.
仕方ないな
I guess so, but
でも俺
not know where the
図書館は
library
どこ
is.
あら
Oh,
知
you
らない
don't?
沖宮の
It's a
駅
little
前
bit
を
past
ちょっと
Okomiya
進んで
Station. Just then, the phone rang. My parents' face immediately turned grim. Mom snatched up the receiver.
もしもし
Hello?
前原です
Abara speaking. I'm sorry?
はいお
Yes,
願い
he's
しま
right
す
here. She then thrust the receiver at
ケ
my
イチに
face.
電話よ
So you, Keiichi.
早めに終わら
Don't
せ
take
て
too
ね
long, okay? Tried to ask who it was from, but asking the person on the phone directly would be
Moshi moshi.
faster. Hello?
その先
Alright.
の妹の方です
Oh, Shion's fine! Woo! Or is it Mion pretending to be Shion? Ah, this Sonozaki. Well, the younger
こん
one.
にちは
Hello.
今はお時間
Do you have time to talk right now? Shion. The older sister had a hangover today, but the younger made no reference to
シオン
it.
か
Shion?
ミオンと同じで
Why'd you be
今日は
sleeping in
徹夜
today
明
with
け
a
で寝込ん
hangover,
でるん
same
じゃ
as
ないか
Mion? What?
それじゃあお
Mion
ね
had a hangover? That's so like her. She laughed warmly, but Mom glared at me, silently telling me to
ちょ
finish
っと
up.
ごめんな
Oops, sorry.
ちょっと親
My
と
parents
電
are
話
waiting
待
for
ちを
an
してるんで
important call, so I
そんなに
can't
長
talk
々
for
何
too
の
long.
用
What do you need?
お話ししたいこと
There's something I
が
want to talk about, but if you can't talk long, I guess that's that. You sound a little disappointed. What would Shion want to talk about? I was
じゃ
interested.
あさ
How about
会
we
って
meet in
話をして
person?
ついでに
If you
図
could
書
show
館
me
に
the
も案内して
library
もらえるとあり
is
がたい
too, that would be
図
great.
書館って
You mean the public library in the
駅前別
station?
にいいですよ
Yeah, that's
バ
fine.
イトのついでってことで
I go past there on my way to work
じ
anyway.
ゃあ
Okay,
いつも
then,
ミ
do
オ
you
ン
know
と
where
待
I
ち合わせて
usually
る
meet
場
up
所
with Mion?
園崎家のコン
At
ビ
the
ニが入る
intersection
と
where
こ
the
ろ
small path to Sonsaki House splits. Oh, okay, Kei-chan. Did I not tell you? Don't live at the main house. I live in Okamiya. If we could meet at the ticket machines at Okamiya Station, that would be great. Main house? You know Okamiya? Now that you mention it, it always seemed like Sonozaki's sisters weren't communicating. They live in different houses. Also, now that it mentions it, Rena said that she'd never met the younger sister, despite going to the play
じ
sometimes.
ゃあ駅に
Let's
集
meet
合
at the station then.
すぐに行くよ
I'll go there right away.
Ja.
Bye. Set the receiver down, and Mom immediately thrust a large pile of books into my face. 6 volumes of her long-form mystery novels. Mom had her own hobbies. Thank you,
お
Keiichi.
夕飯までには帰
Be
る
back by nightfall.
い
Who is this? Butler?
じゃあ行ってくれよ
Okay, I'm going. Mystery novels. I guess. What's it called? Mystery novels are on Rikishi's mind even back here, huh? Climbed the stairs to my bedroom. Shion had been waiting for me already, so meeting up was a smooth
ミオ
process.
ンと違って
Wow, Mio never
シオン
keeps
はマジ
appointments.
地
I
道
mean,
に
honestly.
おねを標
Making
準
my
にされ
sister
ると
the standard for everything will get you in trouble. Hmm? Shion seemed a little unsteady too. She was drinking with Mion last night, wasn't
お
she?
前も夕べは寝
You
て
didn't
ない
get
の
any sleep last night either, did you?
隠しても無駄だぞ
Don't try to hide
で
it.
学校を
You
早退した
definitely
り
went
したい
home
ない
from school early.
残念でした
Oh, too bad.
私はそもそ
I've
も
been at
今
home
日は
all
ずる
day in
休
the
みして
first
きただし
place.
おね
Smarter
よ
than
り
Mion
容
after
量いい
all.
ですから
Hey, I don't think you can call playing hooky smarter.
じゃあ先に
You
用
should
事を
finish
片
your
付けま
errands
す
first.
時間もそんなに
We
ない
don't
で
have
す
much
から
time.
図書館へ行くんですよね
We're going to the library, right?
ああ頼むよ
Yeah, thanks.
お袋の借りてる
My
本
man
の
had
返
to
却
return
期限
some
が
books by
図書
today.
館は遠いのか
Is the library far?
すぐ近くですよ
It's not really. It's close by. Ashi said that we spoiled the signboard for the library almost immediately. If it was this easy to find, then I guess I didn't need Shion to show me where it was after all. Rode around the bend, and the building was right there. Shishibone Public Library. Lived in the country, so I hadn't expected too much. It was pretty big. The first floor was actually a government office, so the library was only on the second floor, but it still looked large enough to fit a decent collection of books. We passed through the automatic doors and was greeted by a cool breeze of the air curtain. Cicadas had been loud outside, but it was quiet inside the library. The air conditioning inside was keeping the temperature at the ideal level for the books, which had the mildewy smell unique to old
どこ
paper.
の図書館も
Yes,
似たよ
even
うなもんだな
every library is the same. There was one difference, it was that the people studying for tests weren't taking up all the seats. I was one of the people, but now that seemed a distant
すみ
memory.
ません
Hello, I
返却に来ま
have
した
books I'd like to return. The librarian went through the process of checking them in, then returned my mom's library card. Shion was going around the bookshelves with a deeply interested look on her face. She wasn't the type who went to libraries very
悪いな
often.
お待たせ
Sorry for the
終わっ
wait.
たよ
I'm all done.
図書館って
Libraries
す
sure
ご
are
くいい
nice
と
and
こ
cool,
ろ
aren't
で
they?
す私
I want to work in a
将来
library
は
one
図書
day.
地味というか現
Don't
実と
know
いう
whether
か
to call that
姉と比
boring
べ
or
ると
dependable.
随分と
A
ささや
pretty
かな
small
希
dream
望だ
compared to his sister. Mion would definitely want to be a hard-working employee for an international trading company, some crazy job involved her running all around the world. Compared to that, what Shion said was pretty heartwarming.
まあ
Well,
互いの持ち
we
味
need
を
to
大
keep
切
our
にしたいで
differences
すよ
dear
ね
to us. One moment. Sorry about that. I was handing my baby niece to hold her for a minute or two. Well, a few minutes, I guess. While somebody else was doing something else. Had to use their both of their hands. Anyway, back to the game. Well, we need to keep our differences dear to us. We're not compies, we're two different people called Shion and Mion.
双子は双子なりに
Queens have a lot to think about, huh?
でも楽しそうだ
Still,
な
it sounds like fun.
俺には兄弟はい
I
ない
don't
か
have
ら
any brothers, so
うちには
there's
俺以外
just
は
me and my
俺しかい
parents
な
at my
い窮
house.
屈なもんだよ
It can get a little uncomfortable.
私だってそうで
It's the
す
same for me.
お姉とは
I
一緒
don't
に
live
住ん
with
で
my
るわけじゃない
with
で
Mion
すか
after
ら
all. Alright, she said something like that, didn't she? Why though? This is living apart is unusual. Well, we were getting tired of talking while we were walking. We ended up going to the lounge area, which was vacant, and continued having the conversation.
お姉は
Yes,
本家
Mion lives at the main
私
house,
は
and I live
奥
in
の宮の家
Okonomiya.
に住んで
本家ってなんだ
What do you mean by the main house? You make it sound like you're nobility.
本家は本
It's
家
just the
で
main
す
house.
園崎家の
The
本
Sasaki
家
family's main
お姉
house.
は跡取りだから
Mion's the successor, so she lives with Nana, and
い
apparently
ろいろと
there's a
同志
lot
と
of
して
things
の
as
修行をさせ
preparation
られ
to
てる
head
み
of
たい
the
です
family. Mion, the head of the family? Kind of fit her personality, but kind of didn't too.
ケイちゃんは引っ越してき
Kei-chan,
たば
you
かり
moved
でし
here,
て
right?
自分で言うのもなんで
This
す
will
けど
sound like I'm
園崎
boasting,
家っ
but
て
we of the
おいらじゃ
Sasaki
結
family
構
kind
名
of
士なんですよ
personages around here. Huh?
本当かよ
Seriously? The word personage didn't really match the extremely sociable air that Mion and Shion gave off. From what Shion explained, the Sonozaki family goes way back to the beginning of Hinamizawa. After the war, they had a bunch of successful ventures and extended their influence to a
その
wide
時からで
area.
すね親族
The
全体
Sonozaki
で
house
助け合う土壌が
is a
あるんです
foundation under which the entire family
今の
cooperates.
当主のバッチャが
But the
築き上
current
げ
family
たんで
head,
すけどね
Grandma was the one who built it. The entire family would provide backup to help one relative with a business venture. They were like a huge living company. This let them avoid tax-related problems and help relatives' ventures succeed, one after another, using large amounts of money.
沖宮の街を歩く
If
こ
you
と
ever go to a walk through
看板とかを
Okonomiya,
意識
pay
してみ
attention to
て
the
ください
signboards and stuff.
園崎の親族
There's a
が
lot
経営
of
してい
shops
る
that
お
are
店っ
managed
て
by members of
とても多いん
Sonozaki
ですよ
family.
言われてみ
Now
れ
that you
ば
mention it,
例のおもちゃ屋も
a toy store looked
親
like
類
it'd
の
been
人
managed
が
by
経営してるみたい
relatives
だ
as
そうい
well.
えば
That mean
エ
your
ンジェル
relatives
モート
operate
も
Angel
親
Mode
類の人
too?
が経営してるんじゃないのか
Even what few shops I was familiar with they were involved with the Sonozaki family was definitely surprising.
特に
The
金融
family is
不動産
particularly
関係
strong
が
in the
強い
finance
です
and
ね。
real
あ
estate.
と商
Even
工
a
会議
lot
所
of
の
members
役
of the
員も
Chamber of
何
Commerce
割か
and
は
industry
園崎
either
氏と
have
か
the
そ
last
の
name
親類について
Sonozaki
ます。
or are their
沖宮
relatives.
一帯を票田に
There are Sonozakis
市
at the
議
city
会議員
council
と
and
県議
prefecture
会議員
assembled
にも
too,
園崎がいま
since
す
they
し、
have the Okonomiya area giving them strong electoral
ちょっ
support.
と待て。
Wait a
なんだ
minute.
かすごい話
This
に
is
なっ
all
てきたぞ。
escalating pretty quickly. Her relatives operate in shops downtown Okamiya and especially strong influence in finance and real estate. On top of that, a lot of those in the Chamber of Commerce and Industry are relatives. There are even people elected to local
ひょっ
offices.
として
So
そ
then,
の崎家って
Sonozaki family
こ
is
の辺
pretty
り一帯じ
famous in
ゃ
this area?
すごいんじゃ。
ねえ
Yes,
すごいんで
it's
す
crazy.
うん
All of a sudden, a cigarette smoking overweight old man interrupted our conversation. Wait, I know this guy.
どうも
Hello.
こんにち
Good
は
afternoon.
今日はデート
Are
です
you on a date today?
羨ましいですね
What would be do to be young again?
そうだと思ったら
If you
邪魔
thought
しないで
we were
ほし
on
か
a
った
date,
です
then
ね。
why are you bothering us?
Oishi-san.
Oishi-san? That was it. It was Oishi-san, a police officer. I thought it was a person who came to my rescue when I got involved with those delinquents before. Now that I thought about it, Mion didn't seem to like him very much.
いえいえ
No,
すみ
no,
ません
I apologize.
知ってる声が
I
聞こえ
heard a
てきた
familiar
ので
voice I
つい
came over to
つい
see. Oishi-san laughed coarsely, not showing any signs of giving up. As Shion watched him do so, I didn't feel the same sense of malice from him as I had from Mion.
前原さん
Maibara-san, right?
あなたもタフな
You're
人
one
ですね
tough guy.
園崎姉妹
Two-timing the Sonozaki sisters, are you?
いや、そんな。
No, I
二
not
股だ
two-timing anyone. Didn't allow to look at Shion and plead for help. She grinned and maintained her silence. Her gaze wandered. She looked at the clock.
ご
Ah,
めん
I'm
なさ
sorry,
い。
Kei-chan.
私もう
I
バイ
really
ト
need
の
to
時
get
間なんで
to
す。
my job.
な
Oh,
そうなん
did you?
だ。
Wait, didn't Shion have something to talk about today? Now this weird man is here, though. Yep,
また
I'll
今
see you
度
later.
バイトが
Oh,
終
you'll
わった
call
ら
after
電
I'm
話し
done.
な夜なら電話大丈夫ですよ
It'll
ね
be okay to call you at night, right?
あ
Yeah,
あ、大丈夫だと思う。
probably okay.
じゃあ今夜電話します
Then
の
I'll
で
talk to
そ
you
の
later
時
today,
じゃ
tonight. Bye. Shion left so fast, she was practically running. Oishi-san was waving at me with a grin. I felt like I'd been left here as bait so she could get away. Maybe she was lying about having to go to work.
園崎のご令嬢
You're
と
quite a
これだ
big
け
shot,
親しく
being
で
so
きる
close to both to the
前原
Sonozaki
私
daughters.
も
Maybe I
口
should
の利き
rethink
方
how
を
I talk
改
to
め
you
た
too.
方がいい
No.
かもしれません
Oishi-san put a coin into a vending machine as though he said something a bit
アイスティーで
appalling.
いいですか
Is ice tea okay with
ミ
you?
ルクは入れます
Do you want milk in it?
え
Huh?
あ、いや、
Oh no, I.
じゃあ入れますよ
I'll put in some in then, alright?
はいどうぞ
Here you go. He handed me a cup of tea, filled it brim with ice as I looked on absent-mindedly. Don't think I'm obligated to have a guy like this buy me a drink, but he did get it for me, so I'll thank him. Was Oishi-san just killing time? We don't know each other well, but he's still engaging in conversation about all sorts of dumb things. When I thought back to how I talked with Shion, this seemed like a total disaster.
前原さん
Abara-san,
園
how
崎さんの
much do you know
こと
about the
どれくらいご存知
Sonozaki-san?
さっき聞いた以上の
Other
こと
than
は
what
何
I
も。
heard just now, nothing. Until then, I hadn't known anything about Mion or Shion other than the fact that they were interesting. I really did only just learn that they were daughters of some prestigious family.
園崎家
The
はこの地
Sonozakis
域
are a
一帯を
Yakuza
牛耳
group
っ
with
て
the
いる
entire region under their
いや
thumb.
ちなみに彼女のお父さんは
Plus, her father is a
関
high-ranking
東でも
executive in the
有名な
XX
ヤク
Yakuza
ザの大幹部
Association.
さんです
I'm sorry? Yakuza? That is not the kind of impression I had.
ご存知でした
Did you know that?
え
What?
大幹部って。
An executive?
シオンさんのご
Have
自
you ever
宅
heard
をご
about
存知ないん
where
です
Shion-san lives?
高い塀に有刺鉄
The very picture of a gang boss's house, protected by high walls, barbed wire fence, and security cameras. If you have the chance, you should go and visit her. She mentioned Mion being a successor, but to a Yakuza group? No, 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 no. Not at all, not at all. Boring old Yakuza group isn't the only thing Mion-san will inherit. She inherited Sonozaki family itself. I'll leave it to you to mull over what exactly that means. Oishi-san had spoken lightly about all this from start to finish, but what he was saying wasn't light in the least. It was abrupt and unbelievable.
ミオンさんがその気にな
Mion-san
る
wanted to, she could
お
kill
前の真
someone
ん
in the
中で
middle of a
引き
street
戻しを
and
したっ
still
て
cover it up.
証人は現れ
Not
ない
only
だろ
would
うし
witnesses not show
警
up,
察にだって
but
圧
she'd
力をかけられ
pressure
るし
on the police too.
ミオは
Mion
人
would never
殺しな
kill
んかしない
someone.
ぞ
She wouldn't, she
し
wouldn't.
ま
Just
せん
speaking
しません
hypothetically.
大石
Your
さん
name
です
it
名前
is Oishi-san, right?
ええそうです
Yes, that's right.
大石さん
Then
ミオン
Oishi-san,
の家が何
whatever
だろうと
family Mion comes from, it doesn't change the fact that she's the best friend I could ever have, and I'm proud of that.
それをあ
I
ま
don't
りけなす
appreciate
ような
people
言い方は
speaking ill of her.
好きになれないですね
I let my quiet anger show through my gaze as I stared at him. Of course, I could never seem to tell what he's thinking, so I don't know if I had any effect.
ではザック・バラン
Now let me be frank.
そのミオンさん
If Mion was the suspect of a handful of incidents, what would you think? Suspect? Incidents? You can't just say terrible stuff like that on a whim.
何かの誤解に決ま
Then
っ
it
て
would
る
be
じ
a
ゃないですか
misunderstanding, of course.
ミオンは無茶な
Mion
ことを言い
may
出した
say
とか
some dangerous
そんな
things,
悪いこ
but
とす
she's
るよう
not
な
the
や
kind
つじゃ
of
ない
person who would do something so
前
awful.
原さん
My brother-san, keep your voice down. We're in a
図書
library.
館ですから
Ori-san shushed me, but in the state of heightened excitement, as I was, I wouldn't be calmed so easily.
落ち着いてください
Please calm
さ
down.
っきも申し上げましたと
As I said before, Sonzaki
そ
family
の
holds
時
a
は
lot of
いい
power
意
in this
味でも悪
region,
い意味で
better
も
or worse.
ですからちょっ
If
と
anything
何かある
happens,
と
they would
すぐに
immediately
疑
be
いが
suspects.
そのあたりを
Appreciate it if you
ご理解い
understood
ただきたいの
that.
ですよ
I know that Oishi-san is trying to say. Oh, combining with what Shion told me before, the Sasaki family is huge and controls everything from Hinamizawa to Okonomiya. Mion, meanwhile, is its successor, who apparently holds strong influence over the entire family. Still, that's all. That's the only reason they're suspecting her. I'm just doing my job here.
ミオンさんを疑うためで
Not to
な
doubt Mion-san
ミオンさん
or
の疑いを
anything,
晴らす
but
た
to
めに
clear
捜査
up
をした
suspicions surrounding her.
そう
Please
お
think
考
of
え
it
い
like
ただ
that.
きたいのです
He could talk a dog out of a meat truck. He was the definition of a shrewd, unfair adult. At this point, I began to think that it was no coincidence I'd met
大
him.
石さん
Oishi-san, do you need something from me?
俺によ
ねえそう
Yes, I do.
前原圭
Keiichi, my brother-san. He answered in a absolute tone of
何かの
voice.
事件で
Mion's being suspected of something. You came here
その友人
from
の
a
俺に
friend
何
of
か
hers,
そういう
me.
ことですか
Is that it? It came to here.
いえいえ
No,
さん
that's not it.
私はそ
He
の
didn't
時
come to talk
ミオン
about
さん
a
の
friend of
友
Mion
人と
Sonzaki-san.
話をしに
He
来た
could
のでは
talk
な
to
く
make Keiichi
ご
Mabar-san.
自宅にお伺い
Probably
した
have
ら
bothered you
ご迷惑
had I
をおかけし
visited your
ました
house.
俺
To
に
me?
警察が
What the police want with
何を言う
me?
んですか
And realized this fake coincidental meeting had me as its target, my mood immediately turned foul.
そんなに
You don't need to be so tense. Calm down and just answer a few
そ
questions.
れって
Am I being questioned?
偶然知り合っ
Let's
た
call
お
it a
じさん
chat
と
with a
の
guy you
世
happen to
間
meet
話
to
だ
run
けでし
into.
ょ
Oshi-san freely suggested that I relax. That said, behind his eyes was a light which could only see sometimes, that was as sharp as a hawk. If I tried in vain to run away, he might actually take me in and bring me to an interrogation room or something. That was an undoubtedly unpleasant thought.
昨べは渡
Had
辺
a
市の
roaring
お祭
good
り
time at the Watanagashi festival last
楽しかっ
night,
たですね
didn't you?
はぐらかさないでく
Don't
だ
beat
さ
around
い
the bush,
今
please.
更世間話なん
I
てされて
can't
も
do small talk
昨
right
日
now.
渡辺
Last night during the festival,
富武二郎さんと
did you see
高野
Tomitake-san
美代
and
さん
Miyo
にお
Takano?
会いしませんでしたか
Good. I plainly feel myself giving a start.
写真はどこに行っちゃった
Where did I put those
あー
pictures?
あ
Oh,
ったあった
here they are. He opened a small notebook and removed 2 photographs. I didn't have to look.
さ
I, well,
どうでしょ
who
うあ
knows?
ったような
I
あ
might
ら
have
な
seen
か
them
ったよう
around, I
な
don't remember. I was asked the same question for the second time today. Gave the same answer for the second time too.
あれ
Your memories are blurry.
まさか
You couldn't have
アルコールが入
possibly
って
been
ると
drinking
こ
or
覚えてないなん
anything.
てのはなしにしてくださいよ
Here too, I got the same answer I had from Mion. I realized he wasn't taking my vague reply well. Why is he asking me the same thing as Mion? The dark feelings I had nearly forgotten due to my conversation with Shion came rushing back in a hurry. We snuck into the sacred ritual storehouse, a punishable act. It was on a tiny impulse, but with it may not come for much now. While it may not count for much now, I do feel sorry about it.
もう一度
I'll ask you again.
夕べのお
Did you
祭
see
り
Jiro Tomitake and Mio Tako-san at the festival last night? His tone was soft, but there was a dreadfulness in his voice. clearly different for the first time he asked. I'm scared. That's exactly how I felt.
繰り返し聞かれ
If
て
you
も
repeat the question, my answer won't
答えは
change.
さっきと同
I
じ
don't really
です
remember. That wasn't any better answer I could give him. I don't have the balls to say I didn't see them, or the courage to admit I
そ
had.
うですか。
I see.
改めて聞けば
Just thought that maybe I'd got a
さっ
different
きと
answer
は
if I asked
違
a
う
second
答えが
time.
返ってくるかな。
I'm too scared to look at Oishi-san in the
では
eyes.
質
I
問
changed the
します
question then.
ほら
Come on,
リ
Mabara-san.
ラックスリラッ
Relax,
クス
relax. Oishi-san grabbed my shoulder and squeezed them, as if trying to give me a massage. Mostly just hurt, though. Still, why would you ask him the same thing as Mion? He's asking the same thing, that the next question must be...
同じく夕
On
べの
the
祭り
same
の
night of the festival, did you see Shion
その時シ
Sonosaki-san?
オンさんに
Clatter,
お
clatter,
会いし
clatter.
ませんでした
I wondered what the sound was. When I looked down, saw that it was the unmelted ice in the cup I was gripping in my hands. Hands were trembling, rocking the ice back and forth. Realizing that I hastily put the remaining ice in my mouth and crunched down on it.
すみません
Sorry,
あったかもしれ
I
ない
may
で
have
すけ
seen
ど
her, but, well, you know, she looks just like
ミ
Mion.
オンと見間
Might
違え
have
て
just
るかも
mistaken the two.
そん
but
なわけ
that
ない
can't
でし
be. Oishi's giving Mibara the look of, dude, if you're gonna lie, at least try. Suddenly, Oishi-san grabbed both my shoulders and hunched down to give me a level stare. Must be what it's like to be a deer in the headlights. I want to look away, but I can't. This is the first time I've experienced such a piercing
ょミオン
stare.
さんもシオンさんも
Mion-san and Shion-san wear
全然
completely
違う
different
そ
clothing.
う簡単
You
に見
wouldn't
間違え
mistake
る
the
は
two
ずは
so
ありません
easily. I would think.
前原さん
Mibara-san. His voice was harsh. Harsh, the same as when Mion said it. I could feel my heart break quickening. When I realized he could feel it through my hands on my shoulder, I got even more scared. Why were Mion and Oishi-san both asking about last night? Was sneaking into the storehouse so bad? Ugh. I shouldn't have let Takura-san talk me into it. Takura-san casually said to check it out too, so even Shion, if she hadn't encouraged me. No, I understood. I was the one most at fault here. I shouldn't have let my curiosity get the better of me. I shouldn't have gone into the forbidden storehouse.
おいさん、
Oishi-san,
ホタルの光
I think that's our cue to get out of here. Young man wearing a suit came into the lounge. The way he held himself, knew immediately that he was Oishi-san's subordinate. Huh? Oh, so it is. Closing time already. I didn't realize it until he said something. The jingle announcement telling patrons the library had been closed started playing without me realizing. I was so irritated, so overwhelmed that I couldn't even hear it.
じゃあ前
Well then,
もうこ
Mabara-kun,
の時間なんで
we ran out of
私
time,
たちは
so allow me
失
to
礼
take my
との
leave.
話は
I'd like to talk
もっ
with
と
you
時
more
間のあ
about
る
this
時
at your
に
leisure
のんびりといた
when we
し
have
ましょう
more time. This isn't a joke. If I never saw him again, it would be too soon. Oishi-san folded his subordinates and left the lounge behind him. However, he spun back around.
そうそう
Alright, Mabara-san.
何ですか
What is it?
さっきさせてもらっ
The
た
two questions I
二
asked you
つど
before.
ちらの
Didn't
回答
remember
も
well enough to answer
よく
either
覚
of
え
them,
て
correct?
は
Right?
い
参考ま
Just so you
であ
know,
なた
you saw them
昨
all
日
yesterday.
4人で楽しそう
We
に
were
歩
walking
いてた
along, the four of you, holding quite a pleasant
石
time
段のと
to the stone steps.
私がこの
Saw you
中
with my
に
own eyes. Ugh. Held my breath, and my heart seemed like it was about to stop. What a detestable person. He knew he was testing me.
ではまた
Well, we'll meet again. Have a good year. Ah, yes. Oishi-san again. Oishi-san just saying, oh, by the way, get fucked. I know. Bye. I don't like Oishi-san as a person, but I'll be honest, he is pretty fun. Sat there like a rock unmoving until I could no longer hear the clacking sound of the footsteps. End of day, or we meeting up with Shion? Higurashi, when they cry. I was on my way back home. Plans with Higurashi accentuated the already lonely evening. More time had passed than I thought. The orange of the dusk sky was being chased down little by little by an indigo color approaching from the east. Started from the slow climb towards Hirasawa without even noticing I'd gotten off my bicycle and was pushing it uphill. Don't understand any of this. No one had told me to my face that I'd done something wrong. No, in fact, it might have been much easier on me that way. What happened yesterday really was just my curiosity. It really was no more than a quiet prank, no more than having the courage to cross at a red light as long as you did with other people. The storehouse for ritual implements, hollow grounds only accessible to the family of the priest. For sure, I'd seen terrifying things I'd never imagined would be there. Thinking on it now, though, it didn't matter what was stored away inside. Didn't make the wrong. Wait, it didn't make the wrong I had committed any more right. What the four of us did, Neon seemed to know about it. For some reason, the police were trying to learn about what the four of us did. Did we do something bad? Generally, trespassing is bad, but you know. Really, it didn't matter how wrong it was. I did something wrong. It was nothing more than that, and yet. I didn't accept it. I didn't apologize to Mion Oishi-san. All I did was shield myself with ambiguities. Bleh. Did something wrong yesterday. Set foot into a forbidden storehouse for a little bit of mischief. Forgot everything I saw in there. I won't ever do something like that again either. I'm sorry. If I apologize like that, would they forgive me? The suddenly cool air left no room for such sentiment. However, as it mercilessly chilled my feet, urging me to head home as soon as possible, in the end, the evening air was correct. If I trudge along with such an isolated road, regrets would pile on top of regrets, but nothing would change. Let's go home. I'll go home, go to my room, put on my favorite music or something, and go to bed. That might sound plain and boring. It's probably the strongest I've felt all day. Now that I've made my decision, there's no point in dawdling in a place like this. I sat back on my bike, pushed hard on the pedals, rapidly advanced forward, steadily gained speed. The wind was cutting and mercilessly cold, but actually felt good, as if they were softly punishing me. I didn't eat much dinner before excusing myself early and returning to my bedroom. My mom called me from downstairs. Keiichi, you have a call from Sozaki-san. Ozaki? Was it Mion? It was Shion. I just remembered. She'd had something she wanted to tell me today. Oishi-san had interrupted us, so she didn't get the chance. Shion had said she'd call me tonight.
もしもし、
Hello.
シオンか。
Is that you, Shion?
どうも。今日
Hello.
は災難でし
Ran
た
into a bit
ね。
of trouble today, didn't we? She said that so plainly that I got a bit annoyed. She was the one who left me there and ran.
そんなこと言わない
Don't
で
say
く
that.
ださい。ケイ
I
ちゃん
gave you a signal to run away
い
with
つ
me,
も
didn't I?
送ったじゃない。なのにケイちゃん
You just sat there looking dazed, Kei-chan. I wasn't dazed. All of a sudden, you left me there, and after that, I had to put up with your Ishigan for
そんな
ages.
の
Don't complain to
私に
me
向けられ
about
ても
it.
困ります。
Can't believe she passed it off like that. Now think about it. Oishi probably didn't see the main character with them there. Just bluffed, and the main character's face just went like, just was like, oh no, he knows. She looked just like Mion, and yet inside, she's this different. Got a little irritated at myself. I realized I was somewhere in my mind hoping for some reaction I would get from Mion, even though she's a different person. Sorry?
次からはシオンを置いて
Next
くぐ
time,
らいのつもり
run
で
away the first thing and leave you
で
there.
きればレディーファー
Hey,
ス
it's
トでお願い
ladies
し
first,
ます
ha 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 ha. Shion laughed refreshingly. When I heard her voice, I realized that she wasn't really that angry or anything. It was just as she said. The cause of my temper was because it was my own fault for not leaving immediately. I'll stop blaming it on others. Blaming it on others would be...
それより
Anyway, you had something to tell me, right? Oh yeah.
もしももう知ってる
I
な
mean,
ら
if you already know,
改
then
め
it's
て
not
言う
something
よう
that
に
bears
したわ
repeating.
知ってます
You
か
already know? She lowered her voice suddenly as if she were glancing around. No idea what I could already know.
悪いけど
Sorry, but I have no
何の
clue
こと
what you're
か
talking
ヒント
about.
くらい出せ
Please give me a
って
hint.
ことは
So that means
知らないみ
you
たい
don't
です
know.
ね
You seem to take my stupid sounding questions as evidence. However, her voice didn't sound disappointed or exasperated in the slightest.
実は
Actually,
昨日
it's
の
about
渡
last
長
night
市
during the
のお祭り
Watanagashi
の晩なん
festival.
ですけど
My entire body jolted as if I was assailed by a terrible feeling. Is Shion going to ask the same
もし
thing?
もし
Hello?
ケイちゃん
Kei-chan, are you listening?
あ
Yeah,
聞いてる
I am. What about last night?
私たち呼ん
The
で
four of us went in
入
there,
った
right?
じゃないですか
She didn't beat around the bush. Whether or not I wanted to admit it, that was the actual honest truth. Because couldn't act like it
それ
didn't
でそ
happen.
の後
And after that,
み
we
んなで
walked away together, then went on our
一番の
separate
辺りで
ways
私たち
near the stone
みんな
stairs,
は
right?
高野さんたちは
Tako-san
沢
and
に行って
Tomitake-san went to the stream.
ケイちゃん
You
はそ
stayed
の
there,
場に
Kei-chan.
私は親類の人
Went
たちの
over
と
to
こ
see
ろ
some
に
relatives. Yeah?
それがどうした
Why do you
お
ask?
互い
We won't make
質
any
問の
progress
返
if
し
we
合いに
keep
なって
asking
る
each
と
other
らしいかない
questions.
んで
So let me ask the
い
question
いですか
first. Okay?
ゆうべ
You mean,
富
did
武
I
さ
see
んと高野さん
Tomitake-san?
に会いませんでしたか
Takano-san last night? Huh?
あ
Oh
あ
yes.
の後
Did you see
あ
the
の
two of
二
them
人
after
に会い
that?
ましたか
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't surprised. This is the third time I've been asked the same question today. Why? Why? What the hell was going on?
どうしてだよ
Why?
だから
Why are you
どうして
asking me
それを
that?
ほらほら
No,
質問
Kei-chan.
は私から
Answer the
の答え
question.
てください
Please answer me.
シオンはあた
Did
シオン
you
が先に
Shion?
答えたら俺も
No,
答える
you answer first, I'll answer. My shabby response betrayed those how scared I was and small I felt now. For everything that had happened today. She didn't say anything for a few moments. Just I was beginning to think, to really put my foot in my mouth, but the response she finally answered me. Of course I didn't see
一緒
them.
にいた親
My
類た
relatives
ちを
were
連れ
with
てき
me
ま
and they could vouch for
俺
that.
だって会ってない
I didn't see them
証明って
either.
言うなら
People can vouch for
ミ
me
オン
too,
とか
like
レ
me
ナ
and
と
Rena
か
and no
み
one
んながして
else.
くれる
Now that we knew our answers matched, she let out a sigh that sounded more relieved than
正
anything
直
else.
に答えてく
Thanks
だ
for
さい
answering me
じ
honestly.
ゃ
Okay then,
あ
I'll
言い
tell
ま
you.
すねゆうべ
Apparently last night,
高野さんと
Tomitake-san
富武さんが死んだんだって
Takano and Tomitake-san died.
ごめんシオン
I'm sorry, Shion.
今なんて言った
What was that you just said?
ゆうべ
Apparently last
高
night,
野さんと富武さ
Takano-san
んが
and
死んだんだ
Tomitake-san
高
died.
野さんは焼死され
Takano-san was found burned to
富武
death.
さんは
Tomitake-san was, well,
自
it
殺
looked
み
like
たいな感
suicide.
じで今朝知ったんです
I found out this morning.
お父さんが
Heard my
親
dad
類の
talking
人か
to
ら
a
電話
relative
で
on the
話して
phone
ると
about
聞い
it.
て
Last night, police on its way back for the festival, security duty had discovered Tomitake-san lying in the middle of the road heading towards Okonomiya. Had clawed out his throat and died. Same death. Interesting.
なんだよ
What? He clawed out his own throat?
あの明るそうな
That bright
富
chief
武
of
さんが
Tomitake-san
自殺
committed
何
suicide?
か間違い
That
だ
can't
ろ
possibly be right.
警察がちゃん
The
と
police
検
done an
証して
autopsy.
自分の爪
He
で
did it with his own fingernails. He scratched at his throat so hard he ruptured his blood vessels and bled out. He died in a pool of his own blood, that's why they said.
そんなバカな自
Never heard
殺
such an insane
自
suicide.
分の喉を
You can't just
かき
scratch
破る
open
ん
your
だ
own throat like that.
おかしすぎ
Because I was
る
yelling too loudly, so low the force was putting into my voice. You know what? My parents are here, so I switched to the cordless phone and ran up to my own room. And now Shion will stand behind him in the hallway for hours without anyone noticing.
大声出してごめん
Sorry for yelling.
で
So,
高野さんも
was
自殺な
Takano-san
のか
was the suicide too?
高野さんは
In her case, it was a little
自殺か
unclear.
どうかちょっと
Takano-san's body was found in the mountains of Gifu Prefecture. Employees at a rest stop nearby reported to police last night that they could see flames in the mountains. The firefighters dispatched there were the first ones to find her. An autopsy concluded that it was the burned corpse of half-naked female. They initially considered the body beyond recognition. Directly after, there was a request for a dental comparison for the XX Prefecture Police Station Okonomiya. The results concluded that it was Mio Takano. The cause of death wasn't confirmed, but it was highly likely to have been a homicide. And she was in her undergarments and her clothes were nowhere in the area. Hey, maybe it was a very kinky... No, I'm not making a joke. You know what? No. Let's not make a joke about that, okay? Doesn't make what kind of sexual joke I make. It's in poor taste, me. Don't take the low-hanging fruit off. She was in the undergarments, okay? Just don't.
灯油管が転がって
The old dam had fallen over, so it was possible she burned herself to death. It couldn't possibly have been suicide. If you're going to die, then there are plenty of easier ways, aren't there? It can't be suicide. That's what I think. It's unthinkable that Tomitaka-san would kill herself too. After the two of us rattled on at each other, there was a silence as if we paused to catch our breaths. As we calmed ourselves, right then I understood what Shion's story actually meant. I think it will end up being Oshiro-sama's curse. We all did more than enough to deserve it after all. Deserve? You gotta be kidding. It's not like Shion wanted to sit with me, just went along with her. Tried to say that, but fell silent. Nothing would come from blaming others. Didn't matter how much everyone encouraged me, I could have put my foot down. Lost on my own half-assed sense of adventure, agreed to go in with them. Yes, it was my fault and no one else's. Shion, last night, when we snuck into the ritual storehouse, did you predict things would turn out like this? Of course not. I mean, I thought it was pretty risky, but never even dreamed something like this could happen. Shion's words were probably her true feelings. She knew she could get in trouble if we were caught. But that was the thrill of their little adventure. It was the same for me. Besides that, Kei-chan, think about it for a moment. Ooh, song. Didn't Yoshio-sama's curse turn out a little strange this year? It was already plenty strange seeing as how Tomitaka-san and Takano-san died like that. Given all that, what could possibly be stranger? I mean, they found two corpses. Remember what it said? Every year, one person would die and one person would disappear. This year is the first time where two people have been found dead. Is it implying that Shion and the main character will get demoned away? That may be true, but that's not a huge deal, is it? It is, Kei-chan. Think about it harder. Listen. Two people died because of Oshio-sama's curse. In order to quell Oshio-sama's anger, two people would need to be sacrificed. Is that how it works? So what? Utaka-san and Takano-san died, so now two people are going to go missing this year? I don't understand why, but when I said that out, I felt my spine freeze. I don't think anyone's been confirmed missing yet. I think that those two people have yet to disappear. Shion, like me, was obviously getting the same feeling crawling down her back. Two people have yet to disappear? She didn't answer. I couldn't say more than that either. A chill crept into my clothes and tried to wrap around a fist around my heart. Cold hands feeling about on my chest. Bah! I butchered that sentence. Neither of us could say anything. Taka-san opened the lock and he died. Takano-san exposed the ritual storehouse and she died. Two more people were to be sacrificed. And there would be none other than the ones who entered with them. None other than us. No. This has got to be a joke. I wanted so much for her to pass this off as a joke even now. That fart was such an incredibly difficult and selfish request. Tomitaka-san and Takano-san had died in a common way, like a car accident. I could tell myself it was a coincidence. Said he clawed out his own throat. She burned to death, drowned in oil in the mountains. The two deaths were so out of the ordinary that I couldn't possibly dismiss it as mere coincidence. It was as if, in exchange for sneaking into the ritual storehouse, there must be someone punishing us, some sort of cruel will working behind the scenes. Even so, I still don't want to accept the terrifying truth. If I did, then I would have to acknowledge that a horrible crisis was growing near for Shion and I. That's why I argued against it. I argued knowing I was running away. In the first place, it's not even a newspaper, is it? Such a monstrous incident would be all over the newspaper and television. Magazine writers would be flood the village, too. I think it will make for an interesting story. Of course it's going to get reported by the media. That's how it was in the past, too. The incidents occurred for the third year in a row. There was some third-rate magazines that sniffed out the story, ran issues full of gossip columns about Hinamizawa. Fearing that the region would develop a negative stigma, they negotiated with the prefecture and the police. Since last year, it became a big conspiracy where no information about the incident was allowed to be leaked to the
孫ちゃん
media.
とかあと
Here, the elders and the top brass from the Sonozaki family put all the pressure they could on the
じゃあ
police.
つまり
Then you mean that their deaths are going to be dealt with in total
そういうこと
secrecy?
です
That's how it is. Of course, the police are investigating it.
捜
There's
査ということなので
that's being performed
捜
in
査活
secret
動
too.
にはかなりの
Though,
制限が
though,
加えられてい
so
る
here the investigation itself is very restricted in what it can and can't
これ
do.
は事実上の
You could
捜査妨
essentially
害と言え
say
るでしょ
they're interfering with a police investigation. The story was unbelievable. People died and yet they don't publicize it and deal with it with everything in
もっと
secret.
噛み砕いて言う
If we break it down
渡
further,
辺の夜に
it means
誰
that
が
no
死んで
matter
も
who dies on the night of
公には
Watanagashi,
な
it
ら
won't
ない
go
と
public.
そんなバ
That's
カ
the
な
biggest
話
pile
あ
of
ってたまる
bullshit
か
I've ever heard. Hey, San-chan. Before I said how the villagers would be the ones carrying out Oshio-sama's curse, that's what I meant. At some point, a tradition was created here in Hinamizawa, where every year you're allowed to kill someone the night of Watanagashi and under the guise of it being Oshio-sama's
いつ
curse,
の間にか作り上げられてい
under the
る
guise of it being Oshio-sama's curse. When someone dies on the night of Watanagashi, it turns into the curse of Oshio-sama. The curse turns into the serial murder incidents. In order to avoid exacerbating the negative stigma surrounding Hinamizawa, those incidents are dealt with in secret. That's insane. Dead and missing people turn up every year. However bad stigma gets, the police have to draw the line somewhere, don't they?
毎年の事件が
You could say the incidents happening every year is mysterious. The police can get the job done when they need
何し
to.
ろ
After all,
毎年の
the
事件
incidents
が個
always
別
get
に
resolved
解決する
individually.
連続事件という
Doesn't
ことに
end
な
up
ら
being
ない
a string of incidents, you
た
know?
またま毎年
Just so happens that
渡辺の場に起こることが起こる
something unfortunate happens on the night of Watanagashi every
そ
year.
れだけのことに
That's all it turns into. Most of the criminals responsible for the original dismemberment were arrested. The one last one managed to get away, but the events were totally exposed and elucidated, so it was in essence resolved. The damn supported couple who died in the accident on the second year. That was accidental death, plain and simple. They made a lot of investigations into it, possibly, or into the possibility of it having been a homicide, but they didn't turn up anything. In the end, it ended as an accident. It was resolved. The third year, the priest fell ill and passed away. There were doctors present in the hospital or at his deathbed, and they had all the trustworthy medical certificates. They even did an autopsy, concluded that it wasn't a homicide. It was resolved too. The fourth year, the sister-in-law of the damn supported couple was murdered. The criminal was an abnormal man with a history of regular psychostimulant usage. He confessed that he thought Oshio-sama's curse was so interesting he wanted to try it out. The criminal died of an accident while being imprisoned. This was incident that was essentially resolved as well. That's right. None of the incidents had any relations to one another, and each was independently resolved.
なのになぜか
So then,
毎
why
年
does an
渡辺の
unfortunate
場に
coincidence
不幸な
occur
偶
every
然
year
が
on the
起こ
night
る
of
連
Watanagashi?
続事件にしたくても連続にならないんです
You could try and say it's a string of related incidents, but they're not
それ
related.
でも毎年
Every year, someone always dies and someone always
誰か
disappears.
が消えてい
The
た
story Takano-san told me on the day before during the setup. Now that the curse really had occurred this year, couldn't just laugh it off. Then does that mean it'll come for us too?
毎年
Just like if one person dies and one disappears every year. Are you saying we'll be taken with Tomitake-san and Takano-san and
消え
erased
させ
too?
られるっていうのかよ
My lips had at some point become completely dry, and just saying that was difficult. Shion didn't respond. Her silence, however, was the clearest form of confirmation she could give me.
俺たちそれ
We-
は
I
確か
mean,
に入っちゃいけないところだ
shoo
ったか
and
もしれ
someone
ない
shouldn't
が
have.
見ただけだぜ
But we're just looking, right?
何かを盗んだり
We didn't steal
持ち出
anything
した
or
り
take anything out.
見たことを
We
誰
didn't
かに
tell
喋ったわ
anyone
けじゃないんだぜ
that we looked, right? I was already regretting having committed such a wrong. Even so, was it really so bad that Tomitake-san and Takano-san deserved such cruel deaths?
第一
Besides, I didn't even
俺
care
はあん
about
なの見
anything
て
I
も
saw in there.
高野さんが見て
Takano-san was the
一
one
人で
getting
大喜び
so
してた
happy
だ
over
け
it,
だよ
wasn't she?
悪いのは高野
Takano-san
さん
was
だ
the
け
one
だ
at
よ
fault.
俺は全然
I
関
didn't
係
have
ない
anything
ぜ
to do with this.
興味もないし
I'm
関
not
係ないし
interested. I'm not
あの中に
involved.
あったも
I
のなん
don't
て
give a shit
知った
about
こ
what
と
was
じゃ
in
ない
there. I knew saying so wouldn't solve anything. I could feel myself my cold self in an innermost depths of my heart disgusted at pointlessly howling. However, my emotions had broken through the dam, and I couldn't stop them anymore. I didn't have any interest in any of this from the start, damn it. All I wanted to do was watch Rika-chan's performance. You were the one who pulled me away from there, weren't you, Shion? I don't give a rat's ass whether those two people were trying to steal something or trying to meet up with secretly or whatever. That's right, you're the one who made me go in there in the first place, Shion. We're all Kei-chan. You need to see what's inside, and you convinced me and pulled me inside. Why the hell did you do that? I didn't have anything to do with this. What will you do? What are you going to do, damn it? How are you going to respect responsibility for this? Huh? Hey, are you listen? Ah. Click. Without any warning, the phone cut off, the soft sound of the receiver being slammed down. Jun was just terrified as I was. So just said something real self-centered things. Riled up emotions disappeared as if they didn't exist. The first place surges waves of deep regret at having run my mouth so irresponsibly. I could try to call Shion's name beyond the disconnected phone, but it was too late. What have I done? Shion was only trying to tell me as much as she could about this thing about that's descending upon us. As for me, I could only whine like a child about it. I went to call her back, but remembered she lived in Okonomiya. Didn't know what her phone number was. I had declared at Neon that I hadn't seen Shion last night. I couldn't call Shion and ask her what Shion's phone number was. I was too scared. I couldn't even call her back. I was stricken with a hopeless regret. Returned the receiver to its stand, and I simply prayed that Shion would call me back again. Please, Shion, calm down and call me again. Ring, 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 ring. Please don't. Hello, this is my bar. Set up the receiver as I thought it wouldn't go through if I didn't grab it at the exact moment.
前原さんのお宅でしょうか。
Is this the Mabara
夜
residence?
分遅く
Excuse me
に
for the late call.
君吉と申し
I'm Kimiyoshi.
ご主人様
Is
でい
this
ら
the
っし
head
ゃ
of
い
the
ますか。
household? The voice of a girl who clearly wasn't Shion. All my hopes rushed out of me. No, it isn't. You need my dad, I'll call him. Went to put the receiver back down, but the call stopped me hurriedly. Oh no, if it's busy, that's fine. This may be a strange question, but is my old man paying you a visit? No, nobody's here at the moment. I see.
夜分遅くに
Again,
申
apologies
し
for
訳あ
calling
り
you
ま
out
せんでした。
so late at night.
失礼いたします。
Goodbye. Back. Don't know who that was, but what if Shion tried to call me, was on the phone, hot and bubbling with egoistic anger? Hey, wait. Give it a break, Keiichi Mibara. These are the selfish emotions that made Shion mad at me, weren't they? The more I thought about it, the more I thought that Shion had given up hope in a short time since we had our conversation and didn't want to call anymore. Call myself Keiichi Mibara. If Shion does call again, the first thing, apologize in a calm voice. If you do that, then Shion should understand. However, no matter how long I waited, the phone didn't ring again that night. Well, you fucked that up, but understandably why. I understand why he would have a breakdown at that point. Scrapbook, more scrapbook notes. Who is this person? Kimoyoshi, whatever it's called. Wonder if they'll come up. Oh. Bot! Trying to sell me botting at Stream Booze again. It's always the same website. Few new tips. Scrapbook 4, 6, 7, and late night phone call. Significance of Watanagashi. Watanagashi's festival are hunting for sacrifices and feasting on them. While the festival itself is remarkable, it has come to be considered a form of entertainment as well. Perhaps it was because of the disparity between being both an egregious act and a form of entertainment that the perpetrators began to believe themselves transcendent. However, I found some very interesting literature that appears to raise questions about that explanation. As with most old traditions, it is not easily swallowed, but it does mention a few things that spark my interest. According to the literature, Even the residents of Onigafuchi village felt fear. Whoops. Felt fear towards the ritual. Women and children would grow pale and tremble, and those of weak constitution would vomit. It said that the feast, the section, was an obligatory viewing. This extremely curious tale. Till now, I thought that the residents of Onigafuchi village were fascinated by the Watanagashi ritual. They looked down on those vulgar barbaric humans and cut them open like fish. By eating them, they reaffirmed their own holiness. At least that's what I thought. However, if what the villagers gained from this ritual was not fascination, but fear, then that would suggest the ritual meant something entirely different. That's the possibility that the executions were meant as warnings, encouraging the villagers to strictly follow religious precepts created by those with power for their own convenience. Onigafuchi village had been effectively ruled by three old families called the Three Families. Without investigating the three families, I probably wouldn't get any closer to the truth of Onigafuchi village. Interesting. Guess those are more notes from Mio. What's the next one? The three families. The three families refer to the three old families who effectively came to rule Onigafuchi village. To break it down, there was the Kimoyoshi family, the Furuta family, the Sonozaki family, and each of them still exists today. Uh-oh, Kimoyoshi is the family that just called us. Interesting. They don't have much control as they did in the remote past. They still hold considerable influence today. The three families are considered by legend to be those in whom the blood of the swamp demons runs the thickest. Kimoyoshi family? Kimoyoshi family appears to have held the greatest power as the head of the three families, but doesn't have that kind of leadership today. Current mayor of the village, Keiichiro Kimoyoshi, is from this family. The fact that the members of the Kimoyoshi family are elected as mayors every generation is thought to be a remnant of the old system. Of course, as no rival candidates appear, doesn't change the fact that the Kimoyoshi family holds the mayoral office even though the popular elections in the post-war era. Furuta family. The center of the village's faith, since ancient time, the Furuta clan has guarded the soul shrine dedicated to Oyoshiro-sama. They are worshipped as the only people to represent the voice of Oyoshiro-sama for a long time. The village branched off after the war and lost most of its power. It now consists of only the main house. The family, as well as the president, consists of only one daughter, Rika Furude. The lineage may end in this generation. There is apparently an old tradition of honoring females of the Furude family, so the only daughter, Rika, is subject to much respect among the elderly of the village. Sonozaki family. They said the family had a certain police-like role protecting the religious precepts of Onigafuchi village. Of the three families, the relatively weak position can be seen from me putting them here last. Of course, today the Sonozaki family is flourishing, and the state of affairs among the three families is completely reversed. Even now, one could say that they are in control of Hinamizawa. The three families referring with each other is similar to the old way. The current head of the Sonozaki family, Oryo, essentially decides all the goings-on of the village by herself. Interesting. Next up, late night phone call. Excuse me for the late call. I'm Kimoyoshi. Is this the head of the household? Yes? No, not at all. Thank you very much for that. Yes, well, you see, I do apologize for calling you at this hour. I was wondering if our old man was visiting you at the moment. You got that right? Yes. Once again, very sorry for calling so late. Goodbye. Click. So, no good? I'm not sure what to do. He may be passionate about it, but he always at least gives us a call. He called everyone he plays with place go with, didn't you? Ring.
はい。
Hello, this is Kimiyoshi.
園崎です。
This is Sonozaki. How did it go?
村長さんは見つか
Have
り
you found the mayor?
ああ。
Ah, Mion-chan. I called everyone I could think
片っ
of,
端から
but
電
I
話を
came
か
up
けて
with
も
nothing.
見つからないんだ。
We can't find him.
参ったな。
What do I
ど
do?
こで油を
Where
売って
could he
る
be
のかな。
idling about?
でも心
With
当
a
たり
warden, with a
いろい
bunch
ろ
of
と問い
people
合わ
who
せま
might
した
have
けど
had an idea, but nobody did.
ばっちゃんにも相談
Asked
したん
Nana
ですが
about it, and she
青
said
年団
we
を
should
招
go
集
to
し
the
て
men of the
探し
village
回
together
った
to
方
search for him.
こんな
At this
時間に
hour? I mean,
それに
it's not like he's definitely gone missing.
渡長市
Watanagashi
の直後
just happened. He
少し
thinks we
慎
should
重
be a
に
little
扱
more
った方がそれ
cautious.
でも見つからない
If we still can't find
現
him,
状
then
警
we'll
察に
notify
通
the
報
police
しましょ
tomorrow
う
morning.
見つかる見つから
Whether
な
or
い
not we find him, though,
痛
we
く
should
ない腹
refrain
を
from
探
making
らな
any
い方が
false
いいです
accusations.
おりょうさんが
Oryu-san said that? Yes. You don't
直
trust
接
her
声を
without,
聞かせ
without
て
hearing
信
her
用できない
voice.
なら
You put her
電話
on
的
you
に
on for you. No, that's fine. I understand.
青年団を集
We'll
め
get
て
the,
探しましょう
the men together and search.
それで見つ
If
か
we
らな
still
ければ
can't find him,
翌朝
then
に
we will
警
notify
察
the
に
police
通
in the
報
morning.
青年団の連
She'll
絡
leave it to you
よろしくお願い
to organize the men. I'll be here as well, as Nana's
私も
representative.
あありがとう
Thank you.
すぐに
I'll get
みんなを
everyone
集め
together
ます
immediately.
では
Thanks. I'll talk to you later. Interesting. Higurashi when they cry. So the mayor disappeared. Mayor, 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 mayor. I'm sorry. The word mayor has been ruined in my brain. I was worried that my internet just cut out. Just a moment. I did save, right? End of chapter 8. We're now on 9. How many chapters are there in Watanagashi? Let me just check, just so I can plan. Well, all right. Maybe that's a minor spoiler, but helps me plan what's coming up. So I'll probably finish this chapter. So 9. And I'll try getting at least halfway through 10. That way tomorrow I can hopefully finish. There was no way I'd be able to sleep. When she hung up the phone like that, I realized for the first time what kind of situation I was in, as well as who the only ally who supports me was. I waited with bated breath for Shion to calm down and call me back. What would I do if the phone rang while I was sound asleep? No matter how long I waited, however, it never rang. Exhausted whenever my mind started to wander, I would jolt awake as I thought I heard the phone ring. In the end, I brought the cordless phone with me into my futon, went to sleep with it in my arms. Though I still didn't amount to anything. Morning came, and by that time, I was pretty sure she wasn't calling me. That was when a fierce drowsiness assailed me. Damn it. There's no time for sleep, Keiichi. Slap myself in the face a few times. Then I went to the washroom and washed my face, which is something I don't usually do. Wasn't enough either, so I even brushed my teeth. After that, I was finally wide awake. When Mom saw how strange I was acting, her eyes went wide. What's wrong, Keiichi? Are you going somewhere today? Yeah, to school. Keiichi-kun, you don't look so good today. Do you have a cold? I'm not sick. I just didn't get much sleep. But if I space out and start talking nonsense, just humor me. I wonder what kind of nonsense you'll say. I wonder. Now I'm looking forward to it. How? I felt utterly shattered, and I still hadn't picked myself up this morning. And for precisely that reason, Rena's honest smile was a sight for sore eyes.
よ
Yo,
ケイちゃんにレナ
what's up, Kei-chan? Rena,
おはよ
good morning.
あれれ
What?
みーちゃん
Michan,
も
you
なん
look
だ
like you
か
didn't
不
get
足な
much
感
sleep
じだよ
either.
だよ
Mion had gone home early yesterday with a hangover, but she didn't look too good this morning either. The usual cheerfulness was completely buried in shadow.
うん寝
Yeah,
たの3時ぐ
I
らい
went
だ
to
から
bed
ね
at like 3.
眠い
I'm a little tired.
3時
3?
昨日の
Right
着
after
いた
yesterday?
おいおい
Hey, hey,
夜更かしに
can't keep
限度
staying
っても
up
のがあるぞ
late.
大方漫画の
You
単行
probably
本
read
が
the
面
first
白くな
volume
っちゃ
of
って
manga, thought it
一
was
巻から
interesting,
読破してし
read
ま
the
ったんだ
entire series, didn't
う
you?
ん
I
俺にも体
understand.
験があ
I've
る
done that before. I joked, trying to shake off my sleepiness, as I was trying to be considerate. However, neither Mion nor Rena smiled. In fact, they didn't even pay attention. Rena's expression immediately darkened.
あれ
What?
ひょっと
Was
し
it?
て村長さん
Oh,
の
wait,
こと
is it about the
まだ
mayor?
見つかって
He
な
still
いの
hasn't been found?
お
No.
いちょっと
Hey,
待って
wait a
くれ
minute.
村長さんが見つ
What
か
are
っ
you
てないっ
talking
て
about? You can't
何
find
の
a
話だ
mayor? Even the classroom, which was normally bursting with bright, joking voices, seemed filled with a different sort of murmur today.
おはようございます
Good morning, Keiichi-san.
聞きました
Have you not
なんだ
heard?
か大変な
Looks
こ
like
と
something
になり
terrible
まし
has
たね
happened.
俺はその村長
Not
さん
really
たち
know
を
this
よ
mayor
く知らないんだが
person. He's an
じ
old
じい
guy, right?
ボケて徘徊してる
Wouldn't
だ
he
けじゃな
just
い
be
のか
wandering around senile?
村長さん
The
は
mayor
ボ
is
ケで
certainly
な
not
くてもっと
senile.
習字も教え
He's
る
a
し
sprightly
剣
man
道
who
も
can
教え
teach
る
both
博学な
calligraphy
方
and
でござい
swordsmanship.
ますの僕と同じ
He
で
probably got lost
きっ
somewhere
と
like
ど
me.
こかで迷子なので
I lost Rika. Oh, I wanna take you home with me. Getting lost is only cute because children like Rika can do it. A worn out old man getting lost isn't more in the slightest. My mind was entertaining dumb thoughts like that. As my mom was entertaining dumb thoughts like that, our teacher arrived. Everyone rushed to their seats.
皆さ
Good
んおは
morning,
ようございます
everyone. Good morning. The class greeting was normal, but the atmosphere in the room was heavy.
すでに
So if you may have already
昨
heard,
日の夜
but last night, despite
村
the
長さんが
late
夜
hour,
遅
the
くに
mayor
なっ
never
て
came
皆さんの
home.
中で
Is there
昨日
anyone
村
here who
長
saw
さ
the
んを見
mayor
た人はいま
yesterday?
すか
One or two hands went up in silence. They told her about having seen him. None of them seemed to have been vital information, however, everyone began whispering among
もしも
themselves.
村長さんを見
Everyone
か
who's
け
seen
た
the
人
mayor,
は
please
他
tell
の
an
人
adult
に
about it,
それでは
alright?
授業を始め
Now
ます
then, let's begin class. After that, the same old lesson began. Tea? Or are we just leaving? The rumor, once quieted, blossomed in flowers again at lunchtime. I could hear a few different conversations. They were mostly related to the mayor's disappearance. Summing them all up, I came out with this. Yesterday evening, the mayor went to the meeting to the Shime's assembly hall. The meeting ended after the sun had fully set and everybody left. Elder's house was a fair bit away from central Hinamizawa. It was already late and Hinamizawa doesn't have a lot of lights outside. Nobody saw the mayor after the meeting. However, because he would have been hungry, he wouldn't have taken any side trips. He would have gone straight home. However, no matter how long his family waited, he never returned. Some thought that it might have been an accident. They left no stone unturned. They searched for the irrigation channels, to the water wells, and even the rice paddies, but they couldn't find him. Of course, there was a limit to how far they could search in the middle of the night. The police were going to wait for daylight, then have the young men of the town help search. If after all of that they still didn't find him, they were apparently even going to look in the mountains. Even now, at this moment, the adults were probably all searching for him. The more they searched in vain, the more time passed. The only thing that came to mind was the curse. The rumor of Onikakushi, of the demoning away. Had he become the year's sacrifice to Oyoshia-sama's curse, which had recently been occurring every year? Scary possibility which everybody thought about, but nobody could say aloud, was slowly but surely spreading throughout the village. Was he demoned away and offered as a sacrifice to quell Oyoshia-sama's anger? Classmates whispering to each other that the curse didn't happen this year, but there shouldn't have been any sacrifices. On the other hand, I knew. The curse did happen this year. There were 2 people that died. May sound strange, but I hadn't exactly thought an elder would be the one to go missing. The reason was clear. Shion and I should have been in a higher priority than him. Though 4 of us were thieves that broke the taboo and set foot into the sacred ritual storehouse. I don't know. Maybe assuming it's actually Oroshiro or something like that. I don't think so. Again, Tomitaka's the one who broke the lock. Mio's the one who enthusiastically photographed everything and kind of touched things. You 2 were just kind of along for the ride. Still taboo, but more of a misdemeanor, so to say. So maybe you are being left off easy, in theory. Or more likely, it's human corporates. When they caught Mio, they saw the images from the storehouse. Obviously assumed, well, Tomitaka's got her the film and stuff like that. They went after them too. And now they're deciding for, the last 2 people. Or the mayor for failing to, I don't know, keep it safe. I'm not sure who the other person would be. Tomitaka has suffered mysterious deaths. Then it should have been my and Shion's turn next.
今度こそ
This time it should
俺
have
か
been
シオン
Shion
の
and
番
me,
な
eh?
のに
I laughed painfully to myself. I yelled at Shion over the phone that I didn't want to end up such a terrifying situation, but now that someone other than me had disappeared, I could only think that I should have been the first to go. Onigafuchi, the bottomless swamp, said to have been the place where they drowned sacrifices long ago. Just as it ran through my thoughts, the villagers must have also considered the swamp. Maybe the police divers were plumbing its depths even now. They probably couldn't find anyone. Not a single missing person had ever been found. They'd always suspected Onigafuchi, not once had they ever turned up a corpse from it. After all, it was a devilish bottomless swamp, which no one who sinks can ever return. I could hear someone telling their friends in the classroom.
そういえば
Now that you mention it,
サトシさ
Satoshi-san.
んが亡くなったの
He left around this time last
去
year,
年の
didn't he?
今頃だったね
Ah, Satoshi? I've heard that name before. He was right, he disappeared because of the last year's curse. Conversation was happening in the seat next to me, so I couldn't hear it
サトシさ
clearly.
んの時も
Didn't we search the whole village
こんな風に村
like
中で
this
探
for
したんじゃな
Satoshi-san
かった
too?
あれも見つからな
We
かっ
didn't
た
find him either.
あれって
Hmm.
結局どうな
What
った
did
ん
we
だっけ
decide
確
that
か
was? A demoning away,
鬼隠し
right?
うん
Yeah.
貯金を全
Heard
部
he
下ろ
would
して
draw all
家
his
出しちゃっ
savings
たん
and
だ
run
って
away from
警
home.
察の人が
Someone from the
名古屋
police
駅
said
で
there,
新幹線に
there
乗る
was
ところを
someone
見
who
た人
saw
がい
him
るとか
get
言
on
っ
the
てたも
bullet
ん
train at Nagoya Station. Run away, huh? It wasn't that interested in the reason, which seemed understandable in that case. Everyone else who disappeared had their own reasons too. Either they were still on the run because they were criminals, or they were corpses that couldn't be found. It's not like any of them suddenly disappeared into thin air for no reason. But they disappeared. Someone disappeared whether the curse took a life or by design. There may have been various understandable reasons, but they still disappeared. I actually was thinking that Satoshi literally just transferred. I guess maybe he didn't. From that point of view, it really might have been demoning away this time. The mayor's disappearance was the first in such incidents without a clear reason behind it. Of course, coming to the realization didn't help to resolve anything.
今日は
It looks like I
酒を間違
messed
え
up
ちゃったみた
the
いだね
seasoning today. Hehe, sorry. Normal Rena's lunch would have been devoured immediately, but today there was still a ton left. That wasn't because Rena's lunch didn't taste good or anything, though.
そんな
That
こと
isn't the
レナ
case.
さんのお
The
弁当は
lunch today is delicious as
どうもとっ
always.
ても美味でしたよ
Satoko dips her chopsticks into Rena's bento box, pulls bits of food out one after another. Yes, delicious indeed. Today in particular, in fact. Chomp, 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 chomp.
あ
Uh-huh.
れ
You know those are
これ
pumpkin
かぼちゃ
croquettes,
大
right?
丈夫
Are you okay? Yes.
レナさんのかぼちゃな
If
ら
it's your pumpkin,
とて
then
も
it's
美味しいですよ
delicious. Sadako disliked pumpkin. Regardless, she forced herself to smile and shoved more into her mouth. Everyone knew. Nobody's lunch tasted very good today. Sadako kept shoveling it down, repeatedly repeating her remark on how good it was.
そんなにうまいなら
If
俺
that
もいただかない
if
と
it's
な
that good, then I guess I gotta have some too. Sadako's gonna eat it all if we let her. It's just so good, so I wouldn't like it if
召し
Keiji-san
上がってほしいですわね
were to eat some as
たま
well.
には俺も
Well, sometimes I have to show my adult generosity, right? Okay, don't hold back on my
今日
account.
は俺の分
Eat enough for both of us today. Ah, she really had hated pumpkin, didn't she? That made it all the more touching to see Satako's own brand of generosity. Grabbed her head and started stroking it. Satako, in a somewhat exaggerated fashion, was bawling tears streaming down her
嘘
face.
だよ
No
そんな
way.
にうまいものを
You'll
言う
never
ほ
grow
ど
up if you
大人
give
にはなれ
such
ないよ
give away such good food. Right now, you eat
俺
too.
のは夕べ
I
の
only
お
have
かわり
leftover
の鶏だ
vegetable
が
stew. It
俺は
tastes great
一晩経って
after
から
having
うまいん
sat
だね
overnight.
大
Yeah,
根
the
が綺麗な
daikon
色に
radish
透き通
has
って
such
て
a
美
pretty
味しそう
color going through it. It looks delicious.
いただこう
Let's have some then. Renas reached out with the chopstick, and at last, the usual lunch atmosphere began to return. It was only at our desk, however. The dark tales of Oyoshio-sama's curse, which had occurred for 5 years in a row, didn't cease. The whole classroom remained stuck in a somber mood. Oshio-sama's curse had happened for 5 years straight. Everyone had wanted the previous year to be the last. What was Oshio-sama's curse anyway? They were going to build a dam in Hinamizawa. The people building it were bad, so they were crushed. I would admit that much. Still, the dam project was frozen years ago, wasn't it? So why was the curse stubbornly persisting? Hit myself on the cheeks to perk myself back up. Everyone was trying so hard to brighten the mood. I couldn't go straight back to thinking about the curse like that. I forced the grim story out of my head. Driving Orishio-sama's curse out of my thoughts was actually a good idea. The end, that meant I would also be driving away the most terrifying thought of all, that I could be the curse's next target.
しかし
Mion's taking a while, isn't she?
あいつのお手
How
洗い
long
って
does it usually
そんなに
take to
長い
wash your hands? Mion had said she was going to wash her hands and left. She hadn't come back yet.
多分
She's probably taking a little afternoon nap somewhere.
夕べは
I think she was pretty she was up pretty late last night looking for the mayor after all. Smiled wryly and let out a sigh. Today was no good. However much we tried to lighten the mood, things always came back to the mayor. It was just no good today. I had just transferred here recently, so the shock of the curse happening 5 years running was an unimaginably big one. Maybe I do need to appreciate that.
村長さんは
When
ね
Mi-chan was real little, the mayor would always spoil her.
いたずら盛りの
When
みー
she
ちゃん
was
も
going through the
すご
prankster
く
phase,
可愛がってくれた
he
の
loved her like his own
よく
daughter.
話
She
して
told me
た
that
な
one day, often. I see. Min was in shock too. Someone disappeared at all because of the curse was a really scary thing. If you sacrifice someone you knew though, then the shock must be 100 times worse. Satoko, as if she'd come to the same conclusion, bit her lip and looked
そうい
downward.
えばリ
Oh,
カちゃん
Rika-chan
も
is
それ
taking
な
a while
ひょっ
too.
として
Maybe they're
Rika-chan も
taking a
仲
nice
良くお昼
afternoon
寝か
nap together.
リカはそんなに
Rika
遅
wasn't
くま
out
で
that late.
リカがあくびをした
As
ら
soon as she
みんな
yawned,
で
everyone
して
gathered
おや
around
す
her
みな
and
さい
started
っておやす
saying
みな
good
さい
night,
ま
good
せ
night.
って
Now that she mentioned it, there were a lot of old people rubbing their prayer beads in fervent gratitude towards Rika-chan during the festival too. An image of the indulgent elderly came to mind. Had Rika-chan discovered a way to get herself to be pampered like
リカ
that?
ちゃんって
Is there a
何
reason
気
the
に
old people
年寄
treat
りが
Rika-chan like an
理想
idol?
の孫娘像
Is
って
she
やつな
their
のか
ideal image of the granddaughter of something?
そんなの
I don't know anything about that.
手で
But I want to see Rika-chan yawning.
きっとね
It's probably all like, oh, I want to take her home.
そんなに可愛い
I don't personally think that it's that cute. It's more like Gwa. And she opens her mouth really wide so you can see the back of her throat. Rika-chan giant yawn. Oh. Rena's handy at times like these. Finally managed a heartfelt laugh. Alright. I'm on day duty today, aren't I? I need to go water the flower garden. Garden is right outside the teacher's lounge too. They can immediately tell if you didn't do it right. I think Sadako-chan is cute. Not only Rika-chan. Yeah, a giant yawn. Can't breathe. Oh! I got a glimpse. It was so cute. Sadako-chan is cute too. I'm gonna take you home. Rena was strangling Sadako. I don't think that counts as yawning. You know Rena is... I can't say it loud. But she's notorious. A notorious censored. Isn't she? Sweat. Hearing Sadako make a weird noise like a chicken being strangled was kind of hilarious. I couldn't help but laugh. At some point, the classroom had erupted into laughter too. Maybe Rena was doing it on purpose. Even if she wasn't, the nonsense was a welcome sight. Anyway, let's go over to the flowers while I still have time. Following quietly, least I destroyed the room's newfound peace, I left the classroom. The watering can was hanging outside the kitchen. The building had originally been an all-male forestry service building. There was apparently nothing so thoughtful as a garden here before. When they decided to have a school share the space, they built one there as a modest gesture of appreciation. But well, the flower bed, it was a little longer than you expect. It went all around. It went all over the place. It was so big, one would need to refill the watering can 5 or 6 times to get it all done. I was doing this together with a kid who was also thankfully on day duty today. She was in the lowest grade though, and a full size smaller than even Rika-chan. Could make a kid who would struggle just to lift the full watering can help me with this. If you were placed on day duty with someone who liked that sort of thing, then they do it all for you. It'd be a cake. No point in blaming her. I give up. I'll just get started. Watering can in hand, just as I thought about leaving the building, the old man from the forestry office addressed me. Sonny, there's a vegetable garden behind the warehouse, right? It's all just about dried up. Water that too, would you? You mean the curry vegetable garden? The one with the potatoes and the carrots, the other things that are only ingredients for curry? It's definitely the personal garden of our curry-loving teacher, but making students responsible for its upkeep is getting them involved in her personal affairs. I wouldn't say that to her face though, so I gave up and decided to carry out my day duties. The sunlight out front was strong. The great chorus of cicadas was strongly underlining how nothing was different today than yesterday. I passed by the classroom, and I don't know how it happened, but Rena and Satoko were in the middle of a huge melee. While I was gone, the kids had arranged all desks in a circle, forming a ring, while everyone was cheering them on. Yeah, that's how it should be. Once school ended, we needed to return to reality, where talks of the elders' disappearance would go again all over the place. I wanted everyone to forget about everything and have fun, just like yesterday, if only while they were at school. In that sense, Togo's whirling elbow and Rena's backwards flying spin kick made for a pleasant sight. Even if, as a result, they flipped over my desk. Ah, that's my pencil box! I'll just let it happen today. I set to work hastily watering everything, wanting nothing more than to be done with it as soon as possible. That should about do it. No sooner had I thought that than I remembered that I had to water the teacher's curry vegetable garden too. It's such a pain, but I have a feeling that it will come back to bite me if I don't. I gave up, filled the watering can again, and headed back behind the warehouse. This was a place students who didn't like to go. It was always damp here. You couldn't distract the possibility of slugs and pillbugs being around. When I came across her in a place like this, I was surprised. Whoa! Oh, Rika-chan's here. Don't scare me like that. Rika-chan was just standing there like a puppet, devoid of life. I was the only one who was started here. Rika-chan didn't even seem to react to my appearance. Rika-chan? Finally, she noticed me. Expression was clearly abnormal. There was red under her eyes, stained with tears and dirt. There were blades of grass stuck in her hair, too. Clothes looked as though she had fallen to the ground.
リカちゃん
Rika-chan,
ひょっとして
are you
怪我
hurt?
転んだとか
Did you fall?
違うの
No, that's not it. Rika-chan said in the brightest voice she could imagine as she rubbed her eyes. She didn't look anywhere near normal,
何が
though.
あったんだ
What happened?
まさか
You
倉庫の
weren't
屋根
sleeping
の
on
上
the
で昼寝とか
storehouse
して
roof and then
落ちた
fell
の
off
か
or anything, did you?
僕のことは
Don't worry about
いい
me.
それより
I
も
have something I want to ask you,
圭
Keiichi.
一に聞きたいことがあるのです
Uh-oh. Rika-chan walked over and clung to me. First, I thought she was playing a trick on me. Eventually, however, I realized it was so that I wouldn't run from the question I was about to ask. I shuddered.
俺に
What
なん
do
だ
you
よ
want from me? She looked straight into my eyes. Her upturned eyes bored right into me. It was as though they were trying to pull the answer out of my own eyes without actually asking me the question. It was scary, so I averted my eyes from her.
圭一
Keiichi,
お祭りの晩
did you
に
do something bad at the night of
何
the
か悪い
festival?
ことをしましたか
Body gave a jolt from its very core. Rika-chan, who was clinging to me, might have felt my shiver. A nervous tingle crawled up from my feet. After going up to my back, freezing my entire body, made its way into my brain.
圭一
Keiichi,
本当に
you
覚え
really
はあ
not
りません
remember?
か
My head began to throb. I don't understand anything. Mion asked me, Oishi-san asked me, Shion asked me, and now Rika-chan was asking me. We thought nobody knew about what we did last night, but in fact, everybody knew. They all knew. They came to ask me. Again and again until I admitted it. When I thought about it, it was pretty clear that the whole thing was out in the open. All didn't Tomitake-san and Takano-san deaths prove it?
圭一
Keiichi? How should I respond? We never should have entered the forbidden storehouse. But even though I regretted it so much, was she saying it wasn't enough? However, I had all but decided what I was going to say. I'm not exactly a good kid, you know. I've done lots of bad things, so I can't remember anything specific. Just as I had with the others, I evaded the question. Rika-chan stared up with me with innocent eyes. Her eyes were so painful that I had to look away. A few moments of mutual silence, Rika-chan released me.
変なこと
I'm sorry for asking you something
忘れ
strange.
てください
Please forget
な
about
の
it.
ですよ
She said, smiling her usual smile. Tap, 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 tap. She went off running as if nothing had happened. As she retreated in silence, I could feel her accusing me.
リカちゃん
Rika-chan? Didn't hear my voice, then I was going to give up. Or she heard it. One moment. Sorry again. This time it's my nephew. I was the only one who questions now. Till asking all of them would just be half-assed for admitting what I did.
なあ
Hey, Rika-chan.
リカちゃん
はいなの です。
What is it? Everyone knows anyway, then you should be able to at least ask this, right? Why is everyone asking me about the night of the festival? That evening, I had done something that wrong. Plenty sorry about it, and I only looked away. Didn't break anything or steal anything. Really. Till Tomitake-san and Takano-san, they died so miserably. If those two had come to such an end, with obviously no way it would only forgive me. Because cutely tilted her head in confusion, waiting for me to say something. If I were to admit what happened last night, though, she might suddenly do a 180 and flip, as if flipping a switch. That would make no sense. Rika-chan was the Shrine Maiden. There was the least likely to forgive me for breaking the taboo, wasn't she? On reflection, I wouldn't telling her be more terrifying than telling Mion or Oishi-san. Rika-chan could just give up and leave, couldn't she? She didn't. She only was quietly waiting for me to say it myself. Say it, Keiichi Maebara. If you really are sorry, then you should say so. Of course, it's normal to hesitate, given the crazy way Tomitake-san and Takano-san died. A pooping machine called Chaos was grinding up my brain. The juicing wrung out, turned into a big droplets of sweat, began to fall. There's gonna be a ring of the school bell, and he's not gonna say it.
ケイチ、
Keiichi. Rika-chan suddenly stayed up, trying to pat me on the head.
ケイチが何
I
を
don't really
悩んで
understand
い
what
る
you
の
worry
か
about, Keiichi.
僕
I
には
had
よくわ
nothing
から
to
ない
say
のです。
to that. I lowered my head a little so Rika-chan's palm could reach it. She patted me, kind of like she would a cat.
境内の裏を
Do you know about the big
少し行った
storehouse
と
a
ころに
little
大き
way
な
behind the
祭具殿
shrine
がありま
grounds?
すです。
Those the implements we use for rituals. Uh-oh. The breath instantly stopped. Rika-chan, though, wasn't acting in a cohesive coercive way at
お
all.
祭りの晩、
Apparently, on the
その祭
night
具
of the
殿に
mid
猫さんが
festival,
入り込んだ
a
の
cat
だそう
snuck
で
into the
す。
storehouse.
猫
Cat?
はい、
Yes,
猫さんです。
a cat.
にゃーにゃー
Meow
なのです。
meow. Rika-chan knew. She realized I was in fear. You could tell she was desperately trying to choose the right words so that she wouldn't scare me.
猫さんは
The cat always wanted to
前
explore
から
inside the
祭具
stairhouse,
殿の中
but
でも
I was
僕が
mean
意地
to
悪を
it
して
and never let it
中
go
を
inside.
なので
So
祭
at the
り
night
の
of the
よ
festival,
猫さんは我
the
慢
cat
でき
couldn't
なく
hold
なっ
itself
て
back any longer and
中
went
に入ってみ
inside.
ましたのです。
The cat was clearly supposed to be Takano-san. Or was it supposed to be me?
実は中には
Inside, there were lots of
猫
things
さん
that
が
scared the
怖がる
cat.
ものがたくさんあった
Rika-chan
の
made a
です。
cute gesture like a ghost was coming out to frighten
猫
me.
さんはびっ
The
く
cat
り
was
し
both
て
terrified and
一
amazed.
目散に
It
逃
ran
げ
away
出
as
して
fast as it could.
ガタガタ
Clattering,
ブルブ
clatter,
ル
shiver,
ニャ
shiver,
ーニャ
meow,
ーで
meow.
大
It was
変。
terrible.
そ
The
の猫
cat,
が
what are you saying it was?
誰だって言うんだ。
猫さんは
The cat is a cat.
ニャーニャー
Meow, meow. Rika-chan was avoiding saying it. Cat, though, was without a doubt me.
Rika-chan.
Rika-chan, please tell me.
その猫
Cat,
さんは
what should it do now?
これから
Maybe it
どう
was a
したらいい
desperate question to ask. I had a sort of admitted to being the cat.
猫さんは
The
猫
cat
さ
is
ん
just
で
a
すから
cat, so
ニ
it
ャー
can
ニャー
just
泣い
keep
てるだ
meowing
け
and
で
everything
大
will
丈夫
be
です。
fine.
大丈
Everything
夫
will be fine? That's stupid.
そんないい加減な。
ニャーニャー泣いてる
Shouldn't
だ
it
け
just
で
keep
はダ
meowing?
メなのですか？
Geez, Rika. Rika and I have put together an entire conversation using cat as a code word. Didn't say it direct, but I'd already admitted it. I didn't want to end up like those two. I didn't want to be a sacrifice like Shion said. That's what I thought, so stubbornly remained silent. Now that's enough.
泣いてるだけじゃ
It
ダメなんだ。
can't just keep meowing.
猫さんが
The dog saw the
いた
cat
ずら
making
心で
mischief
忍
and
び込ん
sneaking
犬
inside.
さん
The dog.
そうだ。
That's right.
犬さんなんだ。
That's the dog.
猫さんのところへ
Keeps coming for the cat
あ
and
る
trying
裏
to
までやっ
get
てきて
it to say it snuck
忍
inside.
び込んだだ。
After I said that, Rikatan's expression clouded over. She was trying to hide it, but she already noticed her eyes darkening.
リカちゃん、
Rika-chan. The silence was frightening, so I spurred her on. At that point, Rika-chan grinned.
大丈夫ですよ。
It's all right.
猫さんは
I'll protect the
僕
cat.
が守ってあげます。
Huh? Thought for a moment that I had misheard those voices, so dependable they were.
猫さんは
The cat is really scared, but it really isn't that
何
bad.
匹かの
I
犬
think
さ
all
ん
the dogs are just misunderstanding. Eh?
そん
It's
な
not
に
that bad?
大変なことじゃ。
猫さんの
The
心
cat
配
is
し
worried too
僕が
much.
きっと
I'll do something
何と
about
か
it for
してあ
sure.
げますですよ。
Rika-chan will do something about it. I don't know know left from right at the moment, so Rika-chan didn't look all that dependable.
ちょっと大変です
Might be
けど
hard, but I'll do my
頑張
best.
りますファイト
Go
オー
for
ラ
it!
です
Yay! She clenched her fist and stuck it into the air. Rika-chan said that the cat was just meowing. She said it to leave it to her. That really all it took to resolve the whole thing?
本当に
Will you really be alright,
リカちゃん
Rika-chan?
で
僕が頑張らない
If I don't do my best,
犬
then
さんも大
something
変
bad
な
could
こと
happen
に
to
なってしま
the
うかも
dogs
しれ
too.
ないのです
I had no idea what Rika-chan was talking about anymore. She had been talking to me under the assumption that I was aware of certain things. But first I understood her. Around the middle, though, I stopped understanding anything. However, one thing I did know was to not worry and leave it to her. Rika-chan was straightened up once again and patted me on the head and smiled. I was so moved by the reassuring feeling that I couldn't help but start to cry. I'm
猫
sorry.
さんも
The cat, it really was just a
本当に
little bit of
こんな
mischief.
ことになるなんて
Didn't think of any of this.
猫さんは臆
Too
病
much of a
すぎ
scaredy
てだか
cat.
ら見せたく
That's
な
why
か
it
ったのです
should have never seen the storehouse. She was right. It was far too shocking for someone to see based on a little bit of interest alone. That's why it made it so difficult to look at in the first place,
リ
wasn't
カ
it?
ちゃん
Rika-chan,
その猫さん
what
は
will happen to the cat?
忍び込んだ
Two of the
2
cats that
匹の
snuck
猫さん
in,
が
well, that night,
So-
they... Urtum-taka-san and Takano-san's death were being kept a secret. Rika-chan might not have known about it.
富武と高野
Urtum-taka
で
and
すか
Takano gave a start the sudden mention of the actual names, though it's weird to do that at this point.
忘れると良いので
You
す
should forget about them. My spine froze again.
忘
Forget?
れる
はいあの
Yes.
二人のことを
Won't
思
do
い
any
出
good
す
to
こと
remember
は
those
考
two,
え
Keiichi.
れば考
The
え
more
る
you think about it, the scarier it
こ
will
うだ
get.
から早く
You just forget about
忘
them
れ
as
た
soon as
方がいい
possible.
のです
She said something so enormously terrifying without letting the smile on her face waver at
ど
all.
こで聞いたか
I
わ
don't
かり
know
ませ
where
ん
you
が
heard about it
きれい
from,
さっぱ
but
り
you should forget
お風呂で
everything.
ゴシゴシす
Make
る
your
みた
mind
い
as
に
clean
忘
as
れちゃうと良い
scrub
のです
bathtub.
忘れ
Forget,
るって
but
言ったって
Rika-chan, you don't
あ
know?
の2人が
You know
どう
those
いう死に
two
方を
died.
どんな死に方
No
を
matter
して
how
も
they died, it has nothing to do with you,
それは
Keiichi.
圭一とは関係のないことなのです
Rika declared this in a flat voice. Nothing to do with me. So forget about it. The girl before me was innocent and lovable and even seemed trustworthy, but suddenly she took on another dimension. Don't get involved with their deaths. I'll help you, Keiichi. Those two contradictory statements twisted and distorted my image of the girl in front of me.
シオン
What
は
about Shion?
あいつはどうな
What
んだ
happened to her? Might have been dangerous to mention Shion's name, but couldn't stop myself from asking. Rika-chan sat through everything anyway. There's no way I'm going to fool her or keep anything from her at this point.
姉妹猫の
The younger,
妹ですか
the younger of the sister cats.
にゃーにゃー
Meow meow.
そうだ
Yeah, the little sister cat. Rika-chan appeared to think upon this for a moment. It was hard for me to endure even the momentary silence.
姉猫は怒って
Big
ます
sister cat is angry.
妹猫
The
が
little sister
悪い
cat
ことを
did
した
something
ので
bad, so she's really
あの
mad.
猫って
The big sister cat. Gonna be Mion. Recall being questioned by her yesterday.
圭一
Keiichi, the big sister cat is not in a good mood at all. Think we should leave her alone for a while. Not in a good mood. Those words sent a shiver through me. Mion was mad. Was mad that we entered the ritual storehouse. Let's stop having club for now. Huh?
なんでだよ
Why?
そっとしてあ
I
げて
think
ほ
we
し
should
い
leave
か
her
らなの
alone.
です
Rika-chan ended her sentence with such force that I couldn't say anything in response. Hey, Keiichi Mibara, don't disobey Rika-chan right now. She's the only person who said she'll help me right now. I'll leave things to her just as I said that. I mean, she even said that the cat should just keep meowing. We'll forget everything like she said. We'll leave everything to her. Forget everything about Takano-san and Tomitake-san, what I did that night. Just then we heard the bell far away, marking the end of the lunch break.
じゃあ
I guess we should go back to
校舎に戻ろうか
class.
圭一
Keiichi? As if she had noticed how miserable I was about to leave everything to her, fleeing the scene, Rika-chan called
勘
to
違
stop
いの
me.
犬さん
The
が
misunderstanding dog
猫さんに
comes
噛み
to
つこ
try
うと
and
したら
bite the
知ら
cat.
せてください
Please tell me, okay? The misunderstanding dog. She put it in such a cute sounding way. The true meaning behind those words were an eerie
勘
one.
違いの
Who
犬
is
さ
the
ん
misunderstanding dog?
なんだ
村長を噛んだ
Dog
犬
that
さ
bit the
んです
mayor.
どう
Don't know why it did that. If it was going to bite anyone, it should have been the trickster cat first. Flow of blood in my hand felt like it completely stopped for a moment. Rika-chan had admitted it. Sacrifice of a terrible calamity. She admitted that if they were to happen again, it would be Shion or I. This, I didn't know what was about the girl standing before me. My suspicion gave way to fear and nearly began to change into anger. Was she a savior who would protect me, or a stranger trying to capture and kill me for the sake of a horrible tradition? I had no idea what was true. I'm sorry. The cat is already scared, and I said something to scare it even more. Really sorry. Umineko-chan bowed so quickly it looked like her head had pulled downwards. Still, it was right, I was cowering. I could distinctly feel my body shaking violently. So when Rika-chan reached her hand and pat me on the head, I pulled away without thinking. I'm sorry. Rika-chan made a sad face, but I couldn't bring myself to put off my head again. Oof. That day, Rika-chan said she wasn't feeling up for club activities, so she suggested we don't bother. There's always votes when someone doesn't feel up to it. Rena and the others seemed really disappointed. The big sister cat is not in the mood. Remember Rika-chan's words and quietly stole a glance at Mion's expression. If I could forget the way she questioned me yesterday, though, the behavior was the same as always. Damn, that is an interesting scene with Rika. Damn. Really interesting. Squad keeps falling down. Yeah, that should be fine. Interesting. How involved is Rika? I doubt she's involved in the killings, but probably has enough insight to know that her saying not to go after a person is probably enough. I do wonder if the dogs are Shion or Mion, or if the dogs are the police. After dinner, without the energy to watch TV, I climbed into the futon in my bedroom and let my head be overtaken by gloomy thoughts. I told Rika-chan everything and everything. Anything and everything. It had seemed trustworthy at the time, but had that really been the right choice? The more I looked back on it, the less I understood what Rika-chan was saying. Not only did she know about Takano-san and Tomitake-san's death, but she spoke of them as they were a concerned party. After all, this time my futon began to tremble fiercely. Had I been lured by Rika-chan's sweet smile and told her things I shouldn't have? I shouldn't have continued to feign ignorance. I should have. I shouldn't have shown her such a weak side of me. Emotions are a mix of regret and fear, and color the darkness of the night with an additional layer of terror. Suddenly a knock. Might have yelped. That's a surprise to us. Eiichi, been calling your name for a while. Have a phone call. It's the Sonozaki-san. What's that? I reached for the caller's phone through the gap of my door. Sonozaki-san, which one? The older sister or the younger? I don't know. Ask her yourself. Took the receiver, buried myself in my futon again. I think Rika is trustworthy, so I think him being paranoid is for nothing. But I could be wrong. Hello? Mion? Or Shion? It's me. It's Shion. Good evening. Practically jumped out of my bed. It was Shion who I hoped so desperately would call me back last night. Shion, sorry about last night. I got all riled up. Heard what sounded like a deep sigh at the end, and you and me are in the same position, aren't we? I shouldn't have blamed you for everything like that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, so please cheer up. I called you because I'm in a better mood. If you're sorry, then I'll forgive you, so please stop apologizing. Ms. also sounded a little angry, but at the moment she said she'd forgive me. You're right, too. We're tied to the same fate. Making sure the other is alright is the only way to guarantee our safety. Yeah, I agree. We absolutely need to share whatever information we have, so we don't Don't die like Takuno and Tomitake-san. Gulp. Force myself to swallow the soul drop. Then, let's continue from where we left off. Listen to without getting angry this time, right? Yeah,
大丈夫だ
I'll be fine. First, seems sneaking into Ritual Storehouse was more of a taboo than we thought. Takuno-san to Mitaka-san's miserable ends, terrible terrible that you could call them a warning. They were more than enough to make me believe that. The culprits killed those two. Once responsible for sullying their storehouse, they'll come for us next. I know you want to deny that, but please accept it. It'll be too late to believe me after you disappear, okay?
分かって
I got
用
it.
心に越したことはない
Can never be too careful after all. I don't want to accept it either. To think that sneaking a peek at the Museum of Torture Devices deserves a death like that. Don't want to believe it. That's what a taboo is. For those who honor it, if one breaks the taboo, no matter how small or innocent the intentions were, they wouldn't be forgiven. Let's report everything we notice that seems strange. If you connect all the tiny pieces that we have, just maybe we'll find out who killed them, or maybe even the truth behind the incidents of the previous years. That's a good way to go with this. But find the key that'll resolve everything.
そうだな
You're right.
確かにそうだ
You're right about that. All I was doing was waiting in fear. Chion had already thought that far ahead. Given how trustworthy she felt, I became embarrassed over how passive I was being. Start since I suggested it. I feel like somebody has been watching me lately. What? Might have been my imagination, but I'll tell you anyway. I think it's just me, but if you feel like you're being watched too, Kei-chan, then maybe it's not just my imagination. Well, don't worry. At the very least, everything's been fine for me. I think. I spoke with Shion, though I thought back on today. Had no grounds to say that everything was fine. I see. And I suppose my imagination, but you be careful too, Kei-chan. Especially careful when you're by yourself in public. I mean, Okamiya so won't be alone very often, but you live in Himizawa. There'll be a lot of times when you'll be alone. Please be extra
そうだ
careful.
な
You're right.
気をつけ
Yeah, I'll
ろ
be careful. Also about my sister. She has been acting strange
俺
lately.
って
Sister, alright,
変わっ
Neon.
た様子
What do you mean by acting strangely? Well, yesterday, she came to me and asked me where I was on the night of Watanagashi. What? That's,
それは
she asked me
一昨
too.
日かな
The day before yesterday, I think.
Neon
Neon
に来た
asked me. I see. Told her I wasn't there. What did you
同
say?
じだよ
I did the same
ごま
thing.
かした
I just dodged the question. Both of us gave a quiet sigh of relief. Ever since the night of the festival, my sister had been acting strangely. You can't be too careful, so just be aware, okay? Neon was acting strangely. Aside from her asking me about the night of Watanagashi, she hadn't seemed too out of the ordinary, at least from my point of view. The twin sister, though, was saying she was acting weirdly. Maybe it was such a slight chance that a stranger like me wouldn't be able to
分かっ
notice.
た
Got
少
it.
し用心するよ
I'll start
帰
being
り道
careful.
は必ずレ
I
ナも
always
一緒だ
have
から
Rena with me
二人
or
きり
on
に
my
なる
way
こと
back
も
from
そうそう
school,
ないしな
so I don't end up alone with Leon very often. Please be careful. If there's anything that's bothering you, just tell
分かっ
me.
た
Alright. How about telling her about Oishi? What he was asking? Rika? No? Okay. Okay, then is there anything you want to tell me, Kei-chan? My turn. That's right, maybe I should report on Oishi-san asking me the same questions in the library. Oh, that time you were too slow to escape.
大石
Yeah.
さんに
Oishi-san asked me
かなり
pretty
あの晩
forcefully whether I was with
高野
Takano-san
さん
and
と一緒にいなかった
Tomitaka-san
か
the night, and whether I had
大石
seen
さん
you.
は
Oishi-san
俺たち
seemed
が
to have
4
seen
人
the
一
four
緒
of
に
us together.
警察にしてみれ
From the
ば
police point of view, that would make us the
彼女さんと
least,
仲良
the
かった
last
人間
people
と
who had seen
私
them.
たちに
I
興味を
suppose
持つ
given
のは
that, it's only natural they'd be
ある意味
interested in
こっちも
us.
ごまかしたけど
I read the question
かえって
too,
興味を持
but
たれたかもしれない
might have just made them more interested. There's no way I would have tricked the sly old fox, Oishi-san. My trouble countenance would have only made him more
なあ
certain.
シオン
Hey, Shion,
警察なら
they're the
言っちゃって
police.
もいい
Shouldn't
んじ
we
ゃない
tell
むし
them?
ろ俺たちの状
I
況を
mean,
思えば
considering our situation,
警察を
I
味
think
方に
having
つけ
them
る
on
の
our
は
side would be a
プラ
good
スだと
thing.
思うぞ
She didn't answer right away. For a few moments, all I could hear was her breathing as she thought
そ
about
ういえ
it.
ば大石
Now
さ
I
ん
think
は
about Oishi-san
ミオンに何らかの嫌疑がある
said there was
なんて
something
言ってたような
possibly
気
shady
が
about
する
Mion. At least I think that's what he said. Yeah,
確かにそう言って
he
た
definitely did.
昨日も話しま
As
し
I
た通
explained
り
yesterday, the Sonozaki
そ
family
の
holds
先
a
に
lot
は
of influence
大
over Hinoizawa.
石
Oishi-san
山
is
連
under the
続
impression
怪
that the
事件
whole
の
village,
園崎本家
Sonozaki
の中心になった
family
村ぐるみ
center
が
at
起
it,
こった
is
ことにな
responsible for the
る
recurring freak
その
deaths.
雑誌が中心
Whole
になっ
village
た
behind them,
村ぐるみの犯
Sonozaki
行
family at the center. Please don't get angry like you did yesterday. Just listen. I went home before I got too upset. During Hinamizawa Dam Wars, the priest who everyone was anticipating to lead the anti-dam movement acted as though he were unrelated, so the Sonozaki main house rose up to take charge. My sister told you about it, about all the battles that happened, right? Yeah. All of Hinamizawa got together and fought as one. Oops, they held... They held protests, brought it to court, and even appeared on TV. In reality, there are many things that happened that were far more extreme. On the surface, the Sonozaki main house was doing all sorts of illegal things to oppose it. They were acting legally. For example, they would sneak into the construction site in the middle of the night and steal equipment or break it to put sugar cubes in the gasoline tanks or the construction vehicles. Sugar and gasoline tanks? Why would they? You know, practically the representative guerrilla tactic was used by underground organizations France in World War II for one. You put sugar in an engine, gets burned out and breaks down. That's pretty bad though, isn't it? It was the structure of property and nothing less. It was the structural property and nothing less. When they beefed up at the guard at the construction facility, the family turned to attack important construction personnel who worked there. The government officials who had given permission for the construction, for example, received all kinds of threats. Not just people from the prefecture office either. Apparently, this reached so far as the Ministry of Construction. As far as I've heard, they even kidnapped a child once. Kidnapped? Yes. A child of an important person in the Ministry of Construction who was in charge of Hinamizawa Dam got spirited away. Then one day, all of a sudden, he was rescued in Takatsudo Mountains, which is upstream from Hinamizawa. Apparently, there were never any criminal accusations. People whispered that it had to be a threat to stop the dam construction from happening. Besides, there were stories about so many different threats that I couldn't possibly list them all. Wow, that's sort of bad, isn't it? Right in the middle of the whole thing, the first incident happened. That's when the dismemberment of the construction manager occurred. People whispered that the Sonozaki family had brought out the principal offender, but of course he fled and they still haven't found him. When she put it that way, the Sonozaki family definitely seemed suspicious. Moshi-san even seemed to think that the criminal was erased, so he wouldn't talk. Which is pretty reasonable of him. It's been enough to make me think. The Sonozaki main house is doing something really shady things behind the scenes, even though I'm related to them. Are you telling me to believe that? The Sonozaki main house where Mion lives has done all those bad things. Telling me to believe it? Even if you don't, Kei-chan, the villagers do. While they oppose the dam in upright and lawful ways, the Sonozaki house did the dirty work for them. Everyone believes that they fought at the front, they take the brunt of criticism, so they're respected as sort of heroes of darkness. I think I only really know one part of it. For example, really bad stuff like the kidnapping, I think only a handful of people even know about it, including Grandma. The Sonozaki family is secretive after all. Secretive, huh? A family so unforthcoming that even Shion, who's related to them, doesn't know everything about them. Sonozaki family. Unlike Shion, her older twin, Mion, was deeply involved with everything, and that was not a fun thought to entertain. My sister Do Young was the one who acted as a center of illegal resistance movement. Mion was. What do you mean? Well, our dad is a big-shot Yakuza. Even when he was little, my sister managed to subjugate a bunch of young street rats. When she played all sorts of tricks on them and just generally got in their way. Mion did that? Now she's a pretty laid back, so it might be hard to imagine. She did everything from property damage to threats, and even acts of violence. She was picked up for it countless times. Though, since she was a kid, they could get her released pretty easily. She learned that her age could be used as a weapon. May have been indiscreet, but I couldn't help but chuckle dryly. She may have been young, but she was certainly still Mion. Back then, she had already been known for her craftiness. It's nothing to laugh about. Please take this seriously. Ah, sorry, didn't mean to. Shion had gotten pretty angry at me. Well, her delinquency soon got her into a position of authority in the Sonozaki main house. It's not unthinkable that Oishi suspects them for the dismemberment incidents and the latter ones. For a few moments, I was dumbstruck at the tales of Mion's past. None of them matched the image of her I had. A younger Mion dirtying her hands with all sorts of crimes, doing the damn construction project hell. As the successor of the Sonozaki main family, she was always right at the center of the vortex of strange incidents occurring year after year. Was that really the Mion I knew? Maybe the one I know isn't the real Mion. I couldn't figure it out. I couldn't bring myself to accept the images of Mion I was hearing for another person. Well, back to the main subject. I was just wanted you to know my sister is someone worth being cautious around. Please be careful. I don't want to understand. Mion was a fantastic friend. She would never do something to me to back me into a corner like that. She did ask me pretty harshly about the night of the festival, but even that wasn't like she'd said it in a mean or any way or anything. Alright, I'll make sure to be careful. We're sisters related by blood. The Sonozaki family were basically of a different class. I want you to recognize how distant my position is from hers. Please. The more Shion tells me about Mion, the less I understand who Mion is. The Mion I know wasn't a dangerous person. She joked around, smiled a lot, and was full of passion. Now that I realized I held such a view towards her, Shion was telling me to change it. To be careful around the best friend ever. To doubt her. Idea was very sad and painful. Now about Oishi. If you think it's a good idea, then I think we should give him the information he needs. I think getting the police on our side will work in our favor. Thought so too, Shion. It's just, at the moment, like I explained, the police have their eyes on the Sonozaki family already. Oishi in particular completely believes that they're the masterminds behind the serial incidents. That includes me, of course. So I don't really want much to do with Oishi. I see. If Oishi's son found out that Sonozaki family's strife-filled history, that he probably wouldn't be very happy with Shion either. At least understand Mion's instinctive dislike for Oishi-san. It's probably out in the open at this point. Try not to give my name to him. If you agree to do that, I think there's a problem with you telling him anything. I get it. I won't mention your name. Police investigation ability should be quite a reliable weapon for us right now. Oishi tells you anything interesting, then let me know as well. Yeah, of course. We'll share information and investigate together. Who killed Takano Tomitake-san? Who was after us? Until we know, we need to defend ourselves. Anything else? Besides what Oishi-san told you? If anything has happened, no matter how minor, please tell me. But for my discussion with Oishi-san, Rika? Oh, should I tell her that I revealed everything to Rika-chan? Rika-chan was acting like she knew something I didn't. She told me to leave it to her, but what? Ah, that's right. When I was talking to her, I mentioned Shion's name too. Was that a mistake? Felt like Shion would get angry. Nothing else? Hey-chan? I'd remained quiet for a while, so Shion encouraged me to speak, unable to bear the silence. Struggling with what to say, Shion addressed me instead. Doesn't sound like it, so can I ask you something? Just heard this myself. Is it true that old man Kimiyoshi went missing? The old man Kimiyoshi? I got told me the name of the mayor. You mean the mayor? Wait, Shion, you haven't heard? I don't know anything. Just so I heard my dad talk about it on the phone again. I realized I shouldn't have said that. In Himizawa, the thing that had happened around this time, where Shio-sama's curse would occur, would all be covered up. Yeah. Actually, last night after the meeting, he didn't come home, so all of Himizawa was confused. They searched throughout the village, but if they found him, they haven't heard. The police should be searching for him as well. Why didn't you tell me something so important right away? She shouted angry at me, bringing all her emotion to bear. I'm sorry, I thought you already knew. I didn't want to hide anything. The CEO was silent. Did Shion get mad again and hang up? Hey, Shion, how? Hey, Chan. What should I do? Shion's tiny confused voice sounded like it belonged to a different person than the one yelling at me a few seconds ago. What's wrong? Tell me. You're not keeping secrets from each other, right? Shion hesitated for a moment, then she confessed. I'm sorry.
あの
I, well, didn't mean to hide it.
つもりはなちょっとその
It's just that, well, the conversation got turned around and...
俺たちは仲
We're
間
on
だ
the same side,
怒
right?
ったりしないから
I won't get mad, so
正
tell me
直に話
honestly.
せよ
Shion still hesitated for a few moments. Then, in a resigned voice, she continued. I, Old Man Kimiyoshi, I told him
君吉のおじ
everything.
いちゃんに
Shion seemed to think I would yell at her right after she said that, so I heard her catching her breath. Contrary to what she thought, I was a little relieved. Shion has done the same thing when I confessed everything to Rika-chan. So, in a gentler voice as I could, as not to set her off, I responded. Oben Kimiyoshi, you saw you feel comfortable confiding to
は
Shion?
い
Yes.
私のこと
He would, when he was little, he was really nice to me. Shion felt the same pain as the rest of us from the mayor's disappearance. She had a different kind of strength from Mion, and she continued, her voice sounded truly sad and pained. All I did was play
もう
tricks
意
on
地悪
him,
なことを
but
して
he
たの
would
に
always just
私
smile.
の言うことは何
He
でも
listened to everything I had to say.
本当に優
He was
しい人だ
such a
から
kind person.
落ち着けよ
Calm down,
別に死んでしまっ
Not
たわ
like
けじゃないだ
he's
ろ
dead, right?
そんな簡単に諦
Don't
める
lose
な
heart
よ
so easily. Shion didn't answer. Even though I said to myself I didn't think we'd find the missing mayor again. We probably wouldn't even figure out if he was alive or dead. Shion must have been thinking the same thing.
村長さんに
That night,
私
I told the mayor
最後で西野に
we snuck into Ritual Storehouse
それを見られ
and
て
that someone saw us and was out to get
村
us.
長さんは
Does that mayor know about
Takano-san たちが
Takano and Tomitake-san?
出
Yes,
ました
he knew about
二
it.
人が
Told him that they died when Shio-sama's curse, that I could be made a sacrifice to calm his anger. Just said it straight out. Right.
それで
What then?
君吉のおじいちゃん
Holman Kimiyoshi didn't get angry. He smiled. He told me that if I was properly sorry about it, there was no way I'd be deemed away. He was really smiling and told me to leave it to him. Ugh. Till Shion stopped sobbing, I was unable to find any words for her. Can you imagine what kind of person the mayor was? Know what Shion's situation with him was like. Words of comfort, however, mean so much to us that we're about to be crushed by anxiety. Today, Rika-chan taught me that too. Someone gave me such a sense of security were to disappear, then I could guess what kind of shock Shion was
私のせい
in.
です
It was my fault. Because I had revealed
せよ
everything.
シオン
Stop it, Shion.
シオンのせいじゃないよ
It's not your fault. No, my fault. I told him everything. Told old man Kimiyoshi found out about everything. He has to be killed. It was right after I told him after. Oh, disappeared the same night as I confessed. Told me everything was going to be alright. He found out. He became involved. I should have never told him. All of this should have just been our fault. Only the four of us. It was something I should have told to someone else. He got killed because I told him. He got killed because he knew. He got killed because I revealed it.
待てよ
Hey,
そ
stop.
んなやつなら
If they were doing that, they would have obviously have killed you before
お
killing
前
the
が順
mayor.
番が違うよ
The order is all
殺
wrong.
されるなら
You or I should have been killed first. Why the hell would someone else killed first? Well, it's in order. They must be planning to kill us last of. Huh? What? What?
思い殺さないで
They're not killing the first person who came to mind.
殺していって
They start by killing those who close to, and then they've caused us so much pain that they'll kill us. They must be what they're doing.
落ち着けって
Said calm
シオン
down.
は今
Shion, you're in
ショッ
shock.
クを受
You're
け村長
panicking.
の失踪は
The mayor's
シオン
disappearance
と
has
は関係
nothing
な
to
い
do
無
with
関係
you.
だ
It's unconnected. It's not related to Takano and Tomitake-san dying either. My words came out as a scream, as if they were shouting them at myself. No. It's connected. It just has to be. I told him, so he was killed. He was killed because he knew. Confessed to him, so he got killed. She repeated the same thing as before, as though she were in delirium. Despite my trying to console her, the phrase Shion, for some reason the shadow at my feet began to freeze. From that shadow, a cold arm reached out, so cold it seemed like it would freeze in my heart by touching and dry my ankle. The heat generated by my body, the arm was absorbing it. It was a horrible chill, freezing cold, numbingly frigid. He just noticed that he technically put Rika in the same position, so maybe Rika will die instead of him. There's an unavoidable chill of fear. Though I sympathized with Shion, I had been naive in thinking that something only she had to worry about. In my head, Shion's eerie words repeated again and again. He was killed because I told him. He was killed because he found out. I confessed everything. So he was killed. Those words echoed through my head like a monotone mantra, and finally those even repetitions took on a meaning. The quiet shaking that the audio had taken me turned into a violent shiver and shot up my spine.
リカちゃん
Rika-chan, it's Rika-chan. What did you just say now?
俺も
Well, the
実は
truth is I told her about
リカ
it.
ちゃんに
Told
今日
Rika-chan
リカちゃ
today.
んって
Rika-chan, you mean Rika-chan, ma?
神社のリ
The
カ
one
ちゃ
from
んの
Florida Shrine?
そうだよ
Yes,
俺も
Rika-chan. I
どう
felt I
しよ
was
うもな
scared
く
and
不安で
uneasy
リ
that
カ
I
ちゃん
did
に
it. Told
そうした
Rika-chan.
リ
Well,
カちゃんは
you
笑っ
did.
て
What did she say? The cat is wanting too much. I'll do something about it for sure. That's what Rika-chan said, and she smiled. Smiled just like a missing mayor who had encouraged Shion.
ごめんシオン
I'm sorry,
俺
Shion. I'm a bit worried about Rika-chan.
はい
Ah,
そんな
right.
に心配でした
If you're
ら
that
ぜひ
concerned,
電
then
話
don't
を
worry about
安
me.
否を確認して
Please
み
go
てくだ
find
さい
out whether she's safe.
あ
Yeah, I'll do
ま
that.
た明日も
I'll call you
この
again
くらいの
tomorrow
時
at
間
the
に
same
薬
time.
を持って
When I do,
私の安否確
you'll
認
know
す
if
る
I'm
そうです
still
わかっ
alright.
た待
I
って
got it. I'll be
じゃ
waiting.
あな
Okay,
そう
bye.
キ
Sorry,
ズ
I'm hanging up. Put down the receiver without waiting for Shion to say goodbye. Danger to Shion and myself was secondary at this point. A sixth sense was blaring alarms in my head. Don't like this feeling. It's really bad. Definitely bad. Damn it, please be safe. Rika-chan. Is he going to the shrine or is he calling her? Or is it next day? Next day? Interesting. Let's save. End of chapter 9. What was it again? There's probably 12. I'm gonna try to get through halfway through Terror. And hopefully tomorrow I'll be able to do rest of 10, 11, and 12. You all tips. Not all tips, whoops. You new tips. From Scrapbook 8. The Three Families in Modern Times. As previously described, the Three Families Council today is a mere shell of democracy. In reality, it is a dictatorship run by the Sonozaki family. Both the Kimoyoshi and the Furada families are far from the former glory. It doesn't seem all like they have maintained the ancient traditions. Only the Sonozaki family has retained the glory from the past, has inherited many colorful traditions of the age known as Onigafuchi village. The most recent verifiable example of Watanagashi that occurred at the end of the Meiji era seems to have been done under the orders of the Sonozaki family. Further, the Three Families' genealogical tree for the late Meiji era. After the start of the Meiji era, the Sonozaki family wanted to push for the development of Hanizawa village. They took a strong role in leadership. During the Dam Wars a few years ago, the Kimoyoshi family served as the chair of opposition alliance, but that was in name only. In actuality, the Sonozaki family reigned as the leader behind the scenes. The whisper that perhaps the Kimoyoshi family dictates acts of opposition that could be publicized, the Sonozaki family enacted those which could not. In Hinazawa, the whisper that the multitude of unsettling incidents reported during the dam protests, such as kidnapping the famous head of the Ministry of Construction's son, have been carried out by the Sonozakis. Additionally, they say that perhaps the Sonozaki family's secret maneuvering was responsible for the serial freak deaths incidents that have continuously occurred in recent years as well. Serial freak deaths incidents were without a doubt the second coming of the traditional Watanagashi. They must have been enacting the Watanagashi on the day of the original Watanagashi, which has fallen to the level of ordinary village festival, in order to remind the villagers of the holy laws of Onegifuchi village. It's safe to assert that exploring the Sonozaki family is the fastest route for the researching it today. If I can expose the contents of the Furuda Shrine's storehouse, I'd like to narrow my research target to the Sonozaki family next. Sozaki's house is strictly guarded by security cameras at the premises. Thankfully, I become acquainted with the sisters Mion, the next heir, Shion. I want this to be breakthrough I can connect to my next line of research. Higurashi when they cry. I think I'm gonna take a 5-minute break after the tips, and then we'll continue. The punishment isn't over. No, don't worry about it. You see, when you order the Oden here, for some reason it ends up at the annual invoice for a gas contract. So don't be shy and have another drink. The man red-faced waved his hands to say that he'd had enough. He speared into a brilliant neon lights in front of the station. Kuma-chan, you should be taking notes. The most modest people are the ones who live the longest. Nufufufu.
さっきの
Was
話
all that true? Well, I don't know about that. Whether or not it's true, I think it's just meaning in hearing someone that sounds so
そんなの
plausible.
が村長を狙
Would
う
something
動機
like
にな
that
り得るんすかね
be a motive to go after the mayor? Kuma-chan, that's what I'm always say. The motive only has to be enough for the person in question. You need to think about how different people value different things. Hey, bartender, give me another mug. Though we have been suppressing the information, Tobitake-san and Takano's steps were already known to Hinamizawa. All the rumors pointed to having incurred the wrath of Ushio-sama for setting foot inside the Forbidden Temple, the storehouse for ritual implements. According to the rumors, there were 2 other people who went in there with them. Shion Tsunazaki and Keiichi Mebara. People who whispered in the shadows that those 2 would be cursed by Ushio-sama as well. Apparently, however, the responsibility didn't fall solely on the 4 trespassers' shoulders. The last year it was locked up tight, but this year it had been changed to a simpler lock. Hadn't that been what allowed thieves to enter so easily? Those were the rumors going around. Have you ever seen Kuma-chan? I remember it well. I'd gone there for something quite a while back.
すみません
I don't really remember. It was locked up so tight it was scary. There were those heavy bars holding it shut. It was sealed up as good as a bank vault. This year it was a very simple and cheap padlock. Lone girl protecting the shrine, Rika Furuda disliked the heavy locks, consulted with the mayor, who had replaced it with a simpler padlock.
だから村長と
Uh-oh.
フルデリカも同
But
罪
then the mayor and Rika Furuda shared a crime.
だとし
So
たら
day after
村
the
長に
mayor
続いて
wouldn't
フルデリカも
Rika
まずいじ
Furuda
ゃな
be
いで
the
すか
next danger next? That's at least a possibility. Kuma-chan, I want you to contact all the cast who have in Himizawa. Tell them to stick near the Furuda shrine. Got it. Uh-oh. Higurashi when they cry. That is not looking good. Alright. Break time. See you in a little bit. Okay, let's go. Okay. After hanging up with Shion, search for Rika-chan's phone number on my school contact list. There it is. My fingers trembled with urgency and I failed multiple times to put in the 5-digit number. Keiichi, are you calling someone this hour? It's late and it's being rude to another person. It doesn't matter right now. I got angry at my mother, listening to the dial tone. Pick up, come on, pick up. Time was 11 p.m. Certainly wasn't that early. It was essentially in the middle of the night. Had Rika-chan already gone to bed? The phone would be ringing constantly though, so she would get back up for me. Rika-chan don't pick up. She didn't pick up. She didn't pick up. Maybe she just happened to miss it. Maybe her bed was just too far away from the phone. The sound of the phone ringing gets clearer and clearer the longer you go on sleeping. Then, the bathroom? Yeah, she must be taking a bath. Case, then if she heard the phone, she wouldn't be able to pick up. It was a little late to be taking a bath, but it was possible she normally took baths right before going to bed. I'll wait 30 minutes, then I'll try calling back again. Even as I was thinking that, I called her house over and over again. Kept calling over and over and over again. I kept on calling her, but didn't pick up even once. I think I kept trying for at least 30 minutes, yet she hadn't picked up. Were my phone calls so persistent that she had gotten scared to pick up the receiver? No, that couldn't possibly be it. There was no point in doing anything anymore. The best thing to do would be to go there in person. Where was Rika-chan's house, though? Shit, I never even asked where she lived. Residence was written in the contact list, but I was an address with mostly numbers, so I couldn't tell where it was just by reading it. Isn't there a map or something in here? Rika Furude. The last name was Furude. It's a bit odd last name, so it might be easy to find. Thinking that, I rummaged through the drawer in the phone book, but couldn't only find things like takeout menus and phone numbers for public establishments. Shit. Tore one thing after another from out of the drawer, but didn't come up with any clues as to where Rika-chan's house was. Count on Keiichi Mibara. You don't know, then just ask. Ask someone who does know. Ah, that's it. Rena's gotta know. About to call Rena at like half midnight. Looked up Rena's phone number and contact list. Rena, you go. There she was. You're only gonna get like her father.
もしもし
Alright, I'm gonna go speed through this. Hello,
竜宮です
this is Ryugu. It was the voice of a grumpy sounding man. It must have been Rena's father. I'm calling in the middle of the night. I need to be polite. I'm sorry for calling so late. This is Mibara. Is there any chance of Rena's around? Rena is talking about, oh, she's done. Rena, this friend of yours on the phone. Alright, Rena Ryuga's her real name, wasn't it? Forgotten to, so used to calling her Rena, and hearing her call her real name caught me off a little off guard. Hello, this is Reina. Ah, it's me, Keiichi. Sorry for calling so late. Keiichi-kun, what do you want at a time like this? Well, actually, I wanted to know where Rika-chan's house is. She seemed a little appalled that I called her for something like that at this hour, or she spoke her next words seriously, as if she caught on how urgent the need was. Okay, sure, you know the assembly hall, the grounds of the Buddha Shrine. That two-story shack used to be storage behind it. That's where she lives. Couldn't immediately visualize the place, but as long as I knew where she lived in the shrine grounds, I just have to take a look around. Got it, thanks. Sorry again for going so late. Apologize for your dad for me too, would you? Okay, but Keiichi-kun, what do you want to know where Rika-chan lives? Rena asked in an unusually sharp way, halting me before I could hang up the phone. I sat for a moment about what to tell her. He was killed because I told him. Keiichi-kun, if you're still listening, could you just answer me? Why are you asking where Rika-chan lives at a time like this? Rena affected her usual tone, but beneath her words there was certain tension, like she intuitively sensed something was going on. What will you do, Keiichi? Keiichi, if it's Rena, can't I tell her? He was killed because someone found out. I revealed everything, so she was killed. Keiichi-kun, Rena is being serious. Please answer me. Rena asked once again in a tone that forcefully couldn't imagine her using it normally. I was just taken aback with her vigor. Rena was Rika-chan's friend too. She had the right to be concerned about Rika-chan's disappearing. I told Rena then, even if only for a moment, I could drive away my horrifying fears. Rena, well, I can't exactly tell you why, but yes. Rena's tone was seriousness itself. Just from the tone, I could feel her saying, no matter what you say, Keiichi-kan, I believe you. That subtle sense of security gave me a courage to read the truth. I have a feeling that Rika-chan is in danger. You mean like a premonition? Or do you have some reason to believe she's in danger? We don't have time to go back and forth with her about this. Still, listening to her calm voice soothed my pointer's impatience. I don't have much reason, but... Yet I hesitated. I told Rika-chan that we had snuck into the ritual storehouse. The mayor to whom Shion had confessed about that had already disappeared, so it was possible that Rika-chan also... I didn't know how to explain it to Rena. I was tongue-tied when I spoke up. Sorry for asking something so weird. I thought about it. It isn't like you to need to be sure. Rena laughed a little, seeming a bit absent-minded. Wasn't exactly in the mood to laugh, so at the time I was dumbfounded. Rena continued cheerful, yet still purposeful voice. You're worried about a friend. You don't think you need a reason to go check them on them. Even if Rika-chan was asleep and you ended up waking her up, if it was why you did it, then none of us would get mad. Rena, thank you. Okay then, Keiichi-kan, just one thing. You called Rika-chan's house, right? You couldn't get through, so that's why you asked me about where her house is, right? Yeah, that's right. I must have called her over 10 times. 10 minutes. She could be just sleeping, but and not have noticed. Rika-chan's house is really small. She would definitely hear the phone ringing even if she was asleep. Sako-chan is there too. There's no way neither of them would notice. Huh? Sadako, you mean she lives with Rika-chan? Yeah. You didn't know? Well, we can talk about that later. Anyway, if you called that much and no one answered, that something definitely is wrong. We understood that the situation wasn't normal far faster than I could have imagined her to. It made her seem dependable. Okay, let's go back to normal speed. I'm like speeding through the scene because I find it awkward, but it's getting less and less awkward. However, the fact that Rena had acknowledged that also meant that the best case scenario of all just being a result of my own needless fears went out of the window. I'll go to Rika-chan's house right now. Will you come with me? I can show you the way. Sounds good. Let's meet up at the same place as usual. I'll be waiting for you. No, wait. I'll come get you at your house. You just wait there. And tell your family you're coming with me to Rika-chan's house, okay? Will that be okay? You might lose time if you come here. Did you call Mi-chan too? She's really dependable at times like these. If you didn't, then I'll give her a call. My thoughts froze for a moment. Shion had just called me to be careful on me on during our phone conversation a little while ago. If the Sonozaki main house was somehow lurking behind the surface of annual freak deaths, then the current heirs to the family, Mion, wouldn't be uninvolved. So wouldn't that mean that she wasn't involved in what was happening this year to Takano-san and Tomitake-san, also the mayor's disappearance? Okay, bye. I'll be right over. Wait for me. That's all Rena said before hurriedly hanging up. Now wasn't the time to be doubting Mion. I need to make sure Rika-chan was safe. I got changed and grabbed the key to my bike. Figured things will go more smoothly if we meet up at the place we usually do before school, where I will need to come all the way to my house. My parents would probably have objected if I told them I was leaving, so I creeped out without a word. The night was unusually warm and disagreeably humid. You said that Rika-chan and Sadako lived together, right? Ah? Then it wasn't only Rika-chan. Sadako wasn't there either. Realizing that them living together really meant caused my thoughts to immediately turn for the worse. It can't be. She's gonna nothing to do with this. Even if there was a reason Rika-chan to disappear, there shouldn't be one for Sadako. Keiichi-kun. Rina was really fast. She approached me on the bike at an amazing speed. Her breath was racked, painting a clear picture of just how hurriedly she'd been going. Hey, Rena, let's get going. Keiichi-kun, I thought I told you to wait at your house. Rena's expression was all business. She mad, came out of the blue, and I felt it for myself. Well, I just figured we'd faster meet up here. Keiichi-kun, don't you get it? Rena shouted, clearly angry. Never seen Rena like this before. Don't I get it? What's the problem? Rena seemed to notice she was scaring me. Took a couple breaths, then continued admonishing me, but expression didn't soften at all. Keiichi-kun, the whole village is in uproar now that the elder disappeared, right? Yeah? Now you've been telling me that Rika-chan and Sadako-chan aren't where they're supposed to be, right?
あ
Yeah?
そ
That's
そうい
about
うこ
sums
と
it
にな
up.
るな
Then you need to be more careful. Do you have any idea how dangerous it is to be standing out here alone in the middle of the night? I can't understand what Rika's anger was coming from. You told your family you'd be going to Rika-chan's house with me, didn't you? So in the worst case scenario, if you and I were to dispute, people will know where and when we did. Rena was perfectly level-headed in the emergency situation. Ever since the night of Watanagashi, every night someone had died or disappeared. The night itself, Takano-san and Tomitaka-san met strange ends. On the next night, the elder vanished. On the next night, after Rika-chan and Sadako-chan are nowhere to be found. I hadn't been thinking of anyone but myself. Wasn't enough to say that Inumizawa was a little weird at the moment. It was, in fact, extremely strange. Nina had anticipated our own disappearances and had told me to tell my family where I was going. I was embarrassed at my own carelessness. The need to be embarrassed made me afraid of the
ごめん
night. Sorry,
まだ言ってな
I
かっ
didn't
た
tell them yet. Okay, then let's go tell them together. Rena beside me, I wheeled back to my house. The moon seemed strangely high in the sky, a sky that was uselessly vast and cold, so that no matter what it would seem to me like a dream that this cruel fact had already confronted me. Honestly, in some aspects, Keiichi is really dumb and stubborn in terms of telling people what he should and shouldn't. With some, he's okay. For example, if I was in this situation and I already left without telling the parents, no, would I go back and tell them? I probably wouldn't tell them in the first place. He was sneaking out here. I think it would probably be fine. I would have told them in the first place, but after not doing so, I would probably be already dug in. On such a crazy night, Rena has unimaginably dependable. Numizawa's metamorphosis, enough to make Rena caution me against carelessness, was to me the most fearsome thing of all. The moon seemed strangely high in the sky. Met up with Mion on the way, and she, of course, was unsure whether to believe me about Rika-chan and Sadako's disappearance. Kei-chan, are you serious? I'm going to get mad if this is a joke. Mion was clearly displeased. If this were a joke, it wasn't very funny. Understood how indiscreet my words were. Ever since the day before yesterday, someone had either died or vanished every night. Rika-chan and Sadako disappearing after all that was something you just couldn't say, even in jest.
みーちゃん
Mi-chan,
本当に
if
冗
it
談
really
だ
is
っ
a
たら
joke, don't get mad,
だって冗談
smile.
なんだ
Be a
から
joke after all.
私たちは
We need to
それが
make
冗
sure
談であること
whether
を
it's a
確か
joke
め
or
なく
not.
ちゃいけない
そうだね
You're
機
right.
嫌の悪そうな
So
こと言って
sorry for getting upset. However indiscreet a joke it may have been, we learned that our friend were safe. It would end up as nothing more than a funny story. Having been warned about this by Rena, Mion gave a dry smile and the tension she felt loosened a bit. I'm sorry, somebody's ringing my doorbell. I swear. How can nobody hear a doorbell? I've been warned about them by Rena. Mion gave a dry smile and tension she felt loosen a bit. She mounted the bicycle as well. Our 3 bicycles' lights flashed down the pitch-black roads. They were some of the only illumination outside.
ケイちゃんはな
Hey
ぜ
Chan,
急に
why do you
こんな
suddenly
時
decide
間に
to
リカちゃん
call
に
and
電
ask
話
about
なんかする
Rika-chan's
気にな
house
っ
at
た
a time
わ
like
け
this? Mion asked me the same thing I had trouble explaining to
星
Rena.
が知らせた
Would be weird to call it a
じゃあ
premonition.
おかしいか
Couldn't quite tell them it was dark. I couldn't quite tell because it was dark, but I thought I could see Mion smiling very ambiguously. Definitely understood that she wasn't convinced, though, despite the darkness. Well, had this bad dream was snoozing and couldn't get it out of my head. So, did Rika-chan get kidnapped in the dream? Well, it was more like a vague feeling sort of thing. Rika-chan had answered the phone. Would have called. If Rika-chan had answered the phone, I would have called you and run after that. Lies smoothly babble out of my mouth, makeshift though they were. I was lying because I thought Telegram was connected to Shion would be like silently admitting we'd stolen into the ritual storehouse together that night. Mion didn't press me any further. I didn't know whether that convinced her, or maybe she figured out making sure Rika and Satoko were safe would be faster than making an issue out of it. I felt relieved, immediately a little guilty. Mion hadn't really acted any different in the last few days, but I'm still trying to distance myself from for some reason. It was only because of what I heard from Shion Oishi-san that she was the successor to some kind of super extravagant gang family. No, was I just trying to force myself to forget? Don't do that, Keiichi Mibara. Wasn't it Mion who was the first to ask them about the night of Watanagashi? In such a harsh tone at that. How I already forgotten the terror I felt. At that time, Mion looked like someone different from the Mion I knew. Okay, I need some water. Oof. When I think about it, Mion and Shion Oishi-san descriptions of Mion made me a little bit more tense. That's it, isn't it? If it wasn't for how she acted that day, I wouldn't be feeling this way towards her. What on earth was going on with her back then? I was conveniently thinking only of everything she had done after that, while disregarding the very first thing that I should have been looking at most, wasn't I? Mion was pedaling her bicycle in front of me, her long hair fluttering in the wind. No matter how long I looked at the back, it never gave me answers to any of the questions. We went all the way to the stone steps leading up to the shrine grounds. Of course, we weren't going to want to haul our bikes up there, so we parked them besides the staircase instead. What about the police that's supposed to be around Furuya Shrine? But this is Furuya Shrine. Everybody comes and goes as they please, as if it were a park. This place is actually a grand estate owned by the Furuya family. So the entire shrine is private property. It really makes you feel the passage of time. 20 years ago would have looked exactly the same. Then wouldn't that mean that Furuya family is really old? Their history going back generations? Yeah, they're gone. That's odd. Rena said something clearly disquieting, so I ran over to her. What's wrong, Rena? Hunga-chan and Satoko-chan always leave their bicycles here. See? They're gone. I took a look around. Indeed, there were no bicycles aside from the ones we'd taken to get here. Couldn't they have parked them somewhere else? Would they have brought them up the stairs? Those girls couldn't do that, Keiichi-kun. Just as I said it, I couldn't imagine Rika-chan and Satoko-chan lugging the bikes all the way up there. We hadn't yet knocked on Rika-chan's door, but reality was already sparking some ideas that weren't what you call good. Maybe they were just parked under some trees and we hadn't noticed them? I used to believe that not being able to find their bikes was proof that they disappeared. Let's go. The only way to be sure is to check the house. We all nodded and dashed up the stone steps. Passed through the red arcs and came out the shrine grounds, which was covered in neat gravel. It was so quiet here, as though the Watanagashi festival has never happened. So, where's the house they lived in? Over here. Come with me. Rena took the lead and sprinted off. We went towards the assembly hall behind the shrine and looped around behind it. In the darkness of the night, we found a small, prefab two-story shack that looked like a warehouse. The lights are off. Are they sleeping? Let's knock. Ren and Mion near the shack, which didn't really look like a place people would live. They had such a beautiful shrine, so I figured they'd live in the equally beautiful house. It was far from what I had expected. Rika-chan! Satoko-chan! Are you there? Rena shouted towards the second floor. Her voice was restrained at first, but steadily grew louder. No answer. In fact, there wasn't any sort of activity in the house at all.
寝てるのかもしれ
They
ない
might be
起こしてみ
sleeping.
よ
Let's wake them up. Neon banged the shutter with both the hands loud, and the loud sounds echoed into the surroundings. They would have to notice that much noise. They would turn on the light in the room, fling open the windows, and yell at what time do you think it is? That, however, wasn't happening. There was absolutely no response. Mion stopped slamming her fist into the shutter, and suddenly silence fell over us. Silence aroused something terrible among us. I feel the blood drain from my face.
鍵かかってる
It's locked up.
どこかから
I
中
wonder
に
if we
入れ
can
ない
go
かな
into somewhere. Rena showed no sign of stopping. Didn't look like she would admit they weren't there until we went inside and saw for herself. That refusal to give in gave me strength.
2階の窓とか
The second story
鍵
window
をかけ忘れて
shouldn't
ない
be
からこれ
locked.
ちょっと試して
I'll
みる
give them a try.
ケイちゃん走ろう
Kei-chan, take a ladder. Mion brought the ladder that was standing against the house. I was just thinking about that. The footing was a little unstable for me to climb it, but Mion held the ladder firmly in place. I climbed too many ladders. My experience with them exposed, I climbed one step at a time and tried to open each window on the second floor.
みーちゃん私
Michan, I'm going to check the main house just to be sure, okay? I'll be right back. Uh-oh, alone with Mion. Rena darted away. What, a main house?
フルデ家の本当の
It's
家
a
だ
Frude family's actual
両親
house.
が亡くなって以来
After her
ず
parents
っと
passed
放置
away,
して
I
ある
think
そうだ
it's
けど
been left like that.
そうか
Ah, right.
リカちゃんのご両親
Hunga-chan's parents, they
亡
passed
くなっ
away,
てるん
huh?
だよな
At that point, I recalled something else. Wasn't Satoko living here
サトコ
too?
も親なしで
That was also an
親代
orphan.
様の
Her
たたり
parents fell from a cliff because of the
お
Urshiyo-sama's
兄さんだった
curse.
サトシ君
Then her older brother
いなくなっ
Satoko-kun,
ちゃ
he
って
disappeared.
サトシって
Satoshi, I've heard of the
前
name
に聞いた
before.
名前だな
I remembered. He was the one who disappeared last year because of the
それ
curse.
以来
Ever since
サト
that,
コはリカ
Satoko
ちゃん
and
と一緒
Rika-chan have
に
been
この
living
小
in
屋
this
で
shack.
互いに身寄りのない
Neither of them
同
have
士
any family, but at least they're
助け合
together.
ってね
They help each other.
本宅って言ったか
Rena said main house, didn't
そっ
she?
ちで暮らした方
Wouldn't
が
be
楽
easier
だ
to
ろう
live
に
there? Curtains were drawn in, so I couldn't get a good look inside to see, but two young girls living together seemed like a pretty tough
初
life.
めはそうしてたみたい
I think she tried that at
で
first.
も
She said it was hard though, because it reminded her of her parents. Ugh. I had no idea. I feel really bad for them. They're normally so cheerful at school that I never even realized an atom of
リカ
this.
ちゃんも
Rika-chan and Sakura-chan, they have it
Dahen
hard, huh?
呪われてるんだよ
She's cursed.
Eh?
Huh? Suddenly, Mion had something, such a low voice that it sounded like she was really cursing someone. I didn't let it slide. Turned around on the ladder to face her and asked again. Mion, what did you just say?
今
呪われてる
I said she's cursed. Mion, still holding onto the ladder, brought her head up and looked at me in the eyes. As soon as our eyes met, an absolute zero jolt of electricity surged through my body. Mion's eyes clouded over, with them boiled and bubbled, a stew of chaos. They whirled around and around like a raging sea. The bubbles floated to the surface. I'd at some point been trapped on this ladder, like being cornered on a dead-end street. Mion, why are you making that face? I tend to follow up on that with going too far with a joke and giving a forced smile. However, such an uneven footing as I was, the only thing that came to my mouth was a hoarse groan as I desperately struggled not to let nausea overwhelm me.
北条
Satoko Hojo.
親代様のたたり
She's been cursed by Ushio-sama.
呪われた子
Mion answered with a response to something I never asked. She's replying to somebody else's
公
question.
園の展望台から転落
The only
した
people
のは
who
両親
fell from the park observation platform were her
あの子を
parents.
みそっかす扱い
Only
してた
her parents, who
連れたい
treated
両
her
親だ
like
けが
dirt,
死んで
died
あの
that
子は
day.
一人だけ助
She
か
was the only one to
一
survive.
人先であの子を
Then
連れ
she
た
was sent to live with her
綿流しの
aunt.
夜に
treated her cruelly, and the aunt was killed on the night of Watanagashi by some deviant who beat her to death so violently her brains were everywhere. Her head was an entirely different shape by the end of it. And then Satoshi-kan, who always protected her, he suddenly disappeared on her birthday. Holy shit! Someone made him disappear even though he wasn't abusing her. No, I'm sorry, but holy shit! Satoko has had it rough. Damn! The police judged him to have run away from home, but Satoshi wasn't the kind of person who would do that. He was always earnest. He would never ask for anyone else's help. He would always drag himself through everything with hard work alone. He worked so hard, he nearly ground his bones into dust, all for his one and only little sister. Yet someone made him disappear. She was the only thing he lived for. Yet someone made him disappear. Poor Satoshi. He was never rewarded that Satoshi-kun. How ungrateful that child is. She is cursed. All who get near her suffer the same fate. The curse kills them, or the curse makes them disappear. She cannot have any relief. She cannot have any relief. It's probably Satoko's fault that Rika-chan disappeared too. Has to be. Mion was mumbling words over and over that were no longer coherent. Okay, what the fuck, Mion? Her shoulders were trembling so hard I could feel it through the ladder. Okay, maybe it's justification. Like, she suspects her family as well. She's like, nope, can't be our family. Nope, I love my family. Nope, can't be. It's the curse. She's cursed. Yep, has to be. It's a case like that. Almost lost my footing, which made me realize just how far away from the ground I really was. Calm down, Mion. I don't know what you're talking about. Wasn't sure if she even heard me. Mion rocked back and forth, and rocking trembled was becoming even more violent. Help me. The ladder is falling. Help me. Help. Rena. Just then I heard the sound of many people running towards us. Oh, hey, over here. Nearly said help me outright. 4 or 5 adults, led by Rena, ran over with flashlights. Keiichi-kun, Mi-chan, sorry I took so long. I borrowed the key. Oh, nice one. Seems like the windows and doors are perfectly sealed. I was getting worried. When I heard Mion talking like nothing had just happened, I again felt a chill run through me. The person currently holding the ladder in place was definitely Mion. It was the real Mion Sonozaki. Then, the person muttering to themselves. Just a few seconds ago. Who was that? Okay, we're going down that route again, huh? The person who was mumbling about the terrible things like curses who was that? I jumped down from the ladder as if running away from Mion turned into that person who wasn't Mion a second time. The adults tried a few different keys on a keyring as they tried to open the big shutter in the first floor. Rika-chan's house used to be a disaster shelter for the town council, so the key to the shutter is still kept by the mayor's house. Rika-chan is Satoko's private residence now, though. Well, this is on Rika-chan's private property anyway. Nobody complains about it. Mion gave me a smile as she said that. I, however, could only return her gaze with an aghast expression. Mion was acting all too normal now, but the only contrast all the more sharper with her earlier un-Mion-like creepiness. Bang, bang, clatter, clatter, bang. The shutter opened for the first time in a very long time. Rena located the light switch and wasted no time going inside. I followed her in. Rika-chan, Satoko-chan, you here, say something. Climb a narrow staircase. And it looked like nothing more than a warehouse. And now that I was inside, I could feel how lived in it was. It was a person's home. I'm not sure why, but I'm getting Doki Doki Literature Club chills right now. Like they're gonna go inside and something terrible is gonna be there. Somehow, the scent of the two of them filled the place. It's definitely where Rika-chan and Satoko lived. The first floor doubled as a assembly warehouse, but the second floor was the space entirely for living. Just like one apartment past the kitchen was living room, taking up about 150 square feet. Desks, cupboards, and the like were packed into the space. In the corner, there was a huge pile of clothes that appeared to have been just taken in from drying outside. The center of the living room was a folded up table, and on it were small containers for things like soy sauce and salad dressing. The sense of frugal lifestyle drifted from all of it. It was strange that they weren't here in the middle of the night like this. The adults climbing the stairs one at a time began to make a fuss and talk among themselves.
どうやっぱりい
So,
ない
not here? Yeah,
いない。
they're not here.
絶対おかしい
It's。definitely weird. The village had just been thrown into chaos yesterday because of the mayor's disappearance. Then today, even Rika and Satako-chan had. Were they out playing somewhere together? That can't be. The bicycles aren't here though. Why would they have gone so late at night? Have they just not come back yet? Where did they go? Thoughts put forth various possibilities. The house immediately devolved into a state of confusion. Eventually, Mion settled them down.
信じたくない
I
け
don't
ど
want to believe it, but the
君
mayor
吉の村長
Kimayoshi
さんが
disappeared
消えたの
yesterday.
も無関係とは言い切れないね
Can't say that this is unrelated. The adult's face paled at Mion's declaration. My and Rena's did as well.
例えば
Let's see.
ご
They
近
could
所
have
で行
gone
って
nearby for some
お茶
tea
で
or
もごちそう
something,
になって
then
眠って
accidentally
起こ
fallen
すに起
asleep.
こせなくなって
Whoever
る
invited
可能
them
性
might
も
just
も
not
ち
be
ろん
able
あ
to
るよね
wake them up at
そ
all.
の可能性をまず潰
Let's
そう
eliminate that possibility
牧野
first.
さんは
Akio-san,
裏手から
please
沢
go
のあた
around
り
the
の家を
houses
回
near
って
the
ください
stream.
慶太郎さんは
Hataro-san,
お
go look near Oyaga
岡
Lake.
村さんは
Komura-san, you... Mion promptly gave directions to all the villagers. The adults followed them without hesitation, despite her
私はこ
age.
こに残って
Who remain here
電
and
話で
call
片っ
up
端から
anyone
心
who
当た
can
りに問い合わせてみま
think
す
of on the
じゃあ
phone.
皆さん
Everyone,
そういうこと
you
で
have your orders. Got it. The adults all rode in reply and poured back down the stairs below.
さすが
Wow,
みーちゃん
Michan.
みーちゃんは学
You're
校
not
だ
only
けじゃなくひな
the
み沢の委員
chairperson
長さん
to
みた
school,
いだよ
but
ね
Hinazawa too.
茶化さない茶
No
化
time
さ
for
ないほら
jokes.
どいて
Hey, step up.
おじさんは電話を
Step
使うん
aside.
だから
This old man is using the phone. Mion grinned proudly, took the receiver and got started. Mina gave Mion a trusting look, considering her dependable for doing all of this. My feelings, though, were a little more complicated, since her leadership seemed to be affirming the Sonozaki family's successor impression that Shion Oishi-san had given me. Stop right there, Keiichi Maebara. None of that matters right now. The most important thing is to make sure Rika-chan and Satoko-chan are safe. Let's see. Couldn't there be a clue hinting at where they might have gone somewhere in this room?
とはいえ
Still though, I
そんな
wouldn't
の
know
わ
where
か
to
るは
look
ずもないよ
anyway.
な
If I tore the whole place apart and figured out what there was different from before, we might be able to speculate, but there was nothing strange about this room, and there was no clues in sight. In the first place, I had never been here before. There was no way for me to know what was different, and I didn't know how the room usually looked. Hey, don't give up, Keiichi Maebara. Stop thinking and start looking for something. In search of something, I tried to pull open the press drawers and open the windows. Didn't uncover anything meaningful though. Rena, also unable to stand around doing nothing, was looking around the room like I
でも
was.
レナ冷
Rena,
蔵庫や流
don't
しの
think
人
you'll
の
find
棚とか
Rika-chan
を
by
開いて
opening
も
the
リカ
refrigerator
ちゃ
and
んは見つ
cabinet
からない
underneath
と
the
思う
sink.
ぞ
隠れ
I
てる
just
かな
thought they
って
might be
思って
hiding. How? As we were searching, it got noisy outside. Villagers were quickly assembling here and heard the commotion. Of course, a lot of them were probably people like Mion had called.
私
I'll go tell
み
everyone
んな
what's
に
going
話
on.
遅かれ警察
The
も来
police
る
will
だ
be
ろ
here
うし
sooner or later
大
too.
石のやつに
We
も
need to
事情を
explain the
説明
situation
し
to
なきゃ
Oishi. Mion began descending the stairs and we followed her out in front of the house. We're already around 10 adults here. All of them looked uneasy. I suddenly noticed that the old people from the shrine were here as well. They were praying for Rika-chan's safety, redoubling their prayer beads. This had gotten bad. This wasn't just a problem between friends anymore. Mion-chan, is it true that Rika-chan and Sadako-chan are anywhere to be found? The villagers also formed a ring around Mion, swarming her. Mion raised her hand as if silently telling them to calm down.
誰かの家にお邪魔し
First,
ていないか
let's check every
町会の
house
回覧区分に
according,
沿って全校をまず調べよう
according to the town council's notification division and see if they're visiting anyone.
本人たちが
After
口を
that,
気も知らず
they
に
could have been fallen
誰か
asleep
の
at
家で
someone's
すや
house
すやとお
and
泊まり
totally
してる可能
unaware
性も
that
あ
we
る
were
わけだ
looking
か
for
らね
them. I would definitely be hard for someone to wake up Rika-chan if she had eaten a good full meal and fallen asleep like a kitten afterwards. Oh, how nice it would be if that were the
こんなこと
case.
は考えたくないけど
I don't want to think about
もちろん
this, but it's also
悪いこ
possible
とも起
something
こった
bad
可能
has
性もある
happened. Nyan's face grew remarkably grim, and a wave of silence washed over the adults.
我々も手
We
分
should
けして
divide up the work
昨
here.
夜の村長探
Let's
しで
go
回ったと
around
ころをも
all
う
the
一度回る
places we went last night while looking for the mayor.
俺たちはダム現
We're
場をよく念
looking
入りに
around the
探
dam
した
construction site as best we
お前さん
can.
たちは
You
学
guys
校
go
のあたりを
search
探
around
し
the
た
school. Right,
したら
let's get a move
行こう
on.
行こ
Come on, let's go.
みんな
All
昨
of
日も
you
村長さん探し
were
で
up
徹夜
last
だ
night
った
looking
か
for
ら
the
寝
mayor.
不足で
I
辛
know
いだ
you're
ろ
all
うけど
low on sleep, but
どうか
please do your
う
best. Got it! With that as a signal, the adults scattered in every direction. I figured I should scatter somewhere as well. So started walking and stepping in a direction no one else had gone in. Getting further and farther from the people. Didn't feel scared or anything though. If someone were made to disappear, Shion and I should be first. It would be perfectly normal for me to be scared in the dark. However, I didn't feel that way. Why was that? It was because tonight, Son had already disappeared. So nobody else would disappear tonight. It would take some time before I, exhausted as I was, feel guilty at the cost of my own selfish sense of relief. Higurashi when they cry. Suddenly my vision cleared and cold wind caressed my body. It's a nice panning shot. This was the hill from which you could see the whole village. Looking down this hill, I could see lights on here and there and knew that the entire village had woken up from its slumber. First Takuma-san and Tomitake-san, then the mayor, now even Rika-chan and Toko-chan had been sacrificed, and the word of it was spreading everywhere. The strength in my knees left me. This could no longer be a joke. We would have found them, Mion would have told me I was a worry what, Rena would just be glad we did. They would have smiled at me. My hopes disappeared as if I was waking up from a dream. That was what the view I could see was telling me. Following my knees, my arms both bent forward into the ground, and I clawed at it with my nails. Couldn't figure out if I was feeling sorrow or frustration. It's my fault. Couldn't endure the burden of my own sin. I had just told Rika-chan about it. It had nothing to do with Rika-chan and even Satoko, but it had been sacrificed. It was the cross that Shion and I would have to bear the weight of until we ourselves were erased. Well, if I'm going that far, then the problem started long before that. My original sin of breaking taboo and entering the ritual storehouse without asking. I knew I shouldn't have gone in there from the start. Yet I lost out to cheap curiosity. I hadn't felt so angry at myself until this very moment. There was a crunching sound. Wasn't even interested in who made the noise, despondent as I was.
ケイチくん
Keiichi-kun?
ケイチくん
Keiichi-kun,
大丈
are you okay? It was Rena. Past my clawing at the ground made it look as though I was having stomach pains. She ran over and rubbed my back to make me feel better. It's all my fault. Because of me. It's my fault.
ケイチくんが
Keiichi-kun's fault? Okay, if you actually believe people you tell to get punished next, you're being really stupid now. If you don't believe that, yeah, actually go ahead, but you know,
何も悪いわ
didn't
け
do
ない
anything
自
wrong.
分をどうか責
Please
め
don't
ない
blame
で
yourself
ね
for this. I could tell Rena was doing her best to choose her right words out of consideration for me. That's why I could sense her intent behind those words. Keiichi-kun, you know why Rika-chan and Satoko-chan disappeared, don't you? Is what she really meant to say. But it's an emergency. Rena had ignored the reason why I wanted to make sure Rika-chan was safe, but now that we don't actually confirm her disappearance, it was only natural Rena would start to wonder about why. However, with the situation having gone this far, I couldn't possibly tell her now. I didn't want to admit to Rika-chan Satoko-chan had disappeared, but I couldn't let Rena disappear either. Keiichi-kun, if you stay out here out in the wind, you'll catch a cold. Rena sat down, bringing her eyes level with mine. He told us that children should go back home to sleep. Rena showed me her watch as she said that. It was long past 1 in the morning. Time was passing too quickly. Had I been crawling around here for that long? If we don't sleep soon, we'll have trouble getting up for school tomorrow. Even the adults are really worn out since they were searching for the mayor last night too. They were saying they'd break up a little earlier tonight. I was a little upset that they weren't allotting as much time to this as they had to searching for the mayor last night, but that was something I, the cause of everything, had no right to criticize them for. It's alright. The police arrived a little while ago. Looks like the police car's coming into the village right now. Hearing the remark, I looked down on the village to see that there were indeed darkness on the other end of the mountain. What? There are more cars. What the fuck did I just say? Indeed, more cars than one would normally expect at this hour coming from the darkness at the other end of the mountain. I skipped the whole sentence. Good job. Whole row. Can you see the Mebara residence from here? Don't think you can. Unless it's like this, which doesn't seem like it. Or maybe it's one of these, but that also doesn't seem like it. Can you see the school? I don't think so. Oh well. Whoops. I'm sorry. Of course, the sirens weren't wailing either. That's right. All the incidents that occurred right after Watanagashi were seen as the product of Oyashiro-sama's curse and would be handled in secrecy. Rika-chan and Satoko-chan too, the disappearance would end up exactly like the other serial incidents in the past. Surreptitious, unresolved, and declared a mystery, and disappeared from memory. Rika-chan's face, a sweet face like Western dolls, would fade away. Satoko-chan's smile, her energetic, fanged smile, would fade away. The more I tried to remember them, the less I would be able to. I deserved to be called an idiot dozens of times, and it wouldn't be enough. I couldn't hold back the tears at my own sheer stupidity. I don't know what you're blaming yourself for, Keiichi-kun, but you should stop. Wasn't about to deny it. I couldn't. Even so, I couldn't affirm it either. I wanted to at least keep Rena out of this. If she found out, she would become involved. Please, Rena, could you just leave me alone? Even if I went home, I wouldn't be able to sleep. If I couldn't get to sleep, then at least I wanted to search for Rika-chan and Satoko-chan until I collapsed. The entire village was looking, and yet they still haven't found her. I don't think I'd be able to find them if I went looking alone at this point. Still, I had to do it. They disappeared because of me. I couldn't possibly go to sleep while others were out there searching. I had said that to myself, in a self-depreciation, but I soon realized that Rena was silently trying to find the meaning in my mumblings. I realized I had misspoken. Keiichi-kun's fault? Why do you think that? Why? That can't be. Keiichi-kun, you're not at fault. I was happy that Rena said those things, but she only did that because she didn't know the truth. If she knew that everything had been caused by the breaking taboo on the night of Watanagashi, then even Rena would curse my existence. Whoops. However, I can't even allow for those curses. That would mean confessing to my own crimes to Rena. And if I spilled even one word of having snuck into the ritual storehouse the night of Watanagashi, then even Rena could disappear tomorrow night. That gentle, spirited, always joking, always howling, but at times like this, the most dependable person in the world, Rena might disappear. I don't want that. Anything but that. This time, I need to bear my own cross, alone.
圭一君が
Keiichi-kun, I
と
know
て
you
も
always
仲
have
間
your
思いだ
friends
っ
in your
て
heart.
自分を傷つ
I
け
can
た
really
くなる気
understand
持ち
feeling
もよ
like
くわ
you
か
want
る
to
よ
kick
だ
yourself.
けど
Rena
レ
knows,
ナは圭一
though,
君のせいじゃ
that
ない
it's
って
not
知ってる
Keiichi-kun's
圭
fault.
一君が悪くないって
Didn't do anything wrong,
知ってる
Keiichi-kun,
か
and I know that.
知ってるって
You know that? Shearing in my veins, rushed up my back, and replaced the sorrow in my heart with fear. I didn't tell her anything, did I? Maybe I accidentally said something that caused Rena to figure it out? That this is bad. Now Rena will disappear. Rena will disappear. Then Rena, the same as always, did grab my head and began to pet it roughly.
圭一君
Keiichi-kun,
ひょっとして
are you thinking
レ
that
ナ
Rena
は
might
消えちゃ
disappear
うか
now
もしれ
too?
ないお社様の
Because
た
of
りで
Yoshima's curse? She puts more force into her hand rubbing my head.
だったら安
Don't
心
need
して
to worry about
レ
that.
ナは消え
Rena
たり
isn't
しな
going
いよ
anywhere.
絶対に
I promise.
どうして
Why?
消えないなんて
How can you say that with such
自
confidence?
信を持って言えるんだ
I
よ
mean, somebody's been sacrificed every night so far. There's no proof that it wouldn't happen again tomorrow night. There's even less proof, after all, that the sacrifice wouldn't be Rena. I don't care who you are. Just please, if you're going to erase someone, erase me first. Please stop cruelly getting rid of people close to. Like the mayor for Shion and Rika Satako for me. Shion's hysterical shouting came back to my mind. They must be planning to kill us last of all. They're not killing the first people who came to mind. They're killing those close to us. And then after that, they've caused us so much pain they'll kill us. That must be what they're doing. Rena, please don't disappear. Please don't, so as long as I'm still here, could no longer conceal the sobs welling up within me.
ほら
Come on,
圭一
Keiichi-kun,
君に
crying
みん
doesn't
なの
suit
と
you.
ころに行こ
Let's
う
go back to
婦
the
人
others.
会の人た
The
ち
housewives
が
are
ね
cooking
お味
some
噌
miso
汁
soup
飲
for
む
us.
と温まって
It'll warm you
落
up
ち着く
and
よ
calm you down. Rena prompted me to stand. I didn't have the energy to oppose her, so I stood as she urged me to. We returned to the shrine grounds to find several gas stoves that were with miso soup in big pots. Many villagers were sipping at the soup they were giving in dead, stony silence. Their expressions were absolutely exhausted. Everyone had just been running around the village until a little while ago. From the dreary looks of their faces, they'd assumed they hadn't come up with anything yet.
ケイちゃん
Kei-chan, where did you go? I was worried you disappeared
す
too.
まん
Sorry. Mion held out miso soup for me, but I refused to offer. I refused to offer. I didn't have much of an appetite.
みーちゃん
Mi-chan,
どう
how is it?
何か手がか
Did
り
you
は
find any clues? Mion took a sip of her soup, her expression frank.
全然ない
Not at all.
学校が終わってから家に
School ended and they went home.
二人で自転車に
Then the two of them
どこかに
went
行った
somewhere
し
on the
しか
bicycles.
も
However,
二人が自
nobody
転車に乗
ever
った
saw
姿
them
は
riding their
全
bikes,
く
so
目撃されていないし
when it gets dark out in Himizawa, people quickly vanish from the stress. Aside from adults hurrying back home from the town in cars or bicycles, it was normal to see absolutely nobody walking around outside. It wasn't all that strange that nobody had seen Rika-chan and Soroka-chan riding their bikes.
昨日の村長
It
の
was
時
the
と同
the
じ
same last night with the
お
mayor.
手上げだよ
There's no hope. Mion's apathetic tone pricked my nerves, but anger quickly subsided. She had been doing all sorts of things to try and find Rika-chan until just a second ago. If I asked her, she'd probably say she was up all night last night too, looking for the mayor, wasn't she? She must have been far more fatigued than I was. Besides, what about me? I'd spent the time hunched over in indecision all alone, and had no right to say anything about Mion.
ケイちゃんも
Kei-chan, I know
辛
it's
いだろう
hard,
けど今夜は
but
これで
let's
休
turn
も
in for the
うさっ
night.
き今夜
Just
は解散
decided
しようってなったところだよ
We should break up the search
こ
for
れを
now.
飲んだらもう
Drink
終わりに
this
し
and
よう
let's call it
終わり
quits. Is
なのか
this the end?
あ
Oh, no, of course not. Once it's bright again, we'll do a thorough search with the police's help. They could have gone to Okonomiya too. People are even saying we should go to all of Shishiba in the city, investigating whether there were any witnesses for both the girls and the mayor. Anyway, what happened, Kei-chan? Where did you go off to? Vanished all of a sudden. I was really worried. Suddenly I was the receiving end, but I didn't have the willpower to respond. Sorry, be more
気
careful.
をつけるよ
Nothing happened? There wasn't anything suspicious spying on you, stalking you, nothing like that? Mion demanded a serious expression. I was being criticized for how inconsiderate I had been, despite being in so much pain. I was frustrated that I was being criticized, but it was my sin. My sin, and I must bear it
何も
alone.
ないよ
Nothing.
でも気をつけ
I'll
る
be careful, Idoi.
すまん
Sorry. Mia, now aware that nothing had happened, heaved a big sigh with her shoulders looking relieved. Uh-oh. Oh my, oh my, oh my. I knew I smelled something good coming from over there. Oishi, please don't shit stir right now. I'd been much obliged if you'd allow me to have some. Heard the repulsive voice of a fat man. It was Oishi-san trailed by a handful of police officers. He was acting energetically in a way that unfitted given the situation. Unfitting. There's not much left, but you can have some if you want. Mion didn't like Oishi-san very much. Cold attitude, though, didn't seem to bother Oishi-san in the slightest. It was like splashing water in the frog's face. Well now, miso soup leftovers were a bit too much salt for my taste. Oh, pardon it, ha ha ha. Would you like, any of you like some? He commended it to his subordinates, but everyone gave dry smiles and refused.
どうですか
So have the police gotten
警
hold
察
of
の
any
方では
clues?
何か手がかりはつかめ
Renna's
ました
smile was
か
warm enough to replace the miso soup. Don't you worry, little missy. Everything's fine. We're searching for them real good. No, foo, foo, foo. He didn't say a word about having found any new clues. In other words, there had been no progress. The true was an annoying way of beating around the bush. In any case, the three has gotten late. All of you youngsters should go home and get some sleep. It'll be bad for you to help otherwise.
そうだよ
Yeah.
ケイちゃんもレナも
Hey-chan, Renat, get some
あと
sleep.
は税金で
These
働いてる
guys
おっ
get
さんたちがやってくれる
our tax money. They'll handle it from here on. We taxpayers too, you know. I feel like a soba noodle chef eating my own soba. Nahahaha. I really wasn't in the mood for laughter. In fact, Oishi-san was the only one laughing like an idiot.
じゃあ
Okay,
本当に
seriously,
よろしく
please
お
do your
願い
best.
よケイチ
Let's
君
go home, Keiichi-kun.
明日が辛くな
It'll
る
be
よ
hard to wake up tomorrow if we don't. Yes, that's right. I can always bring you home if you need. Kuma-chan, why don't you bring the car around?
結
Ah,
構
no
です
thanks.
俺たち
We came with
自
our
転車で来
bicycles,
てるん
so
で
no need to worry. We came in a truck. Just throw the bikes in the back. We may have gotten pretty sleepy, but we just need to ride home at this point. Didn't want to bother with this police that much. Renna, however, nodded.
せっかくだか
Okay,
ら
if you insist, we'd
私
appreciate
た
it.
ちだけで帰る
Probably
よ
safer than if we went
きっ
back
と安
alone.
全だよ
Then I thought about it carefully and realized Renna's idea was extremely rational. Now then, it's decided, let's get a move on, shall we?
じゃあね
Okay,
お
bye.
やすみ
Good
レナも
night.
ケイちゃんも
Renna-chan, Kei-chan.
うん
Yeah,
みーちゃんも早
Mi-chan,
めに
you
休ん
too.
でね
Go to bed soon,
おやす
okay?
み
Good night. I waved my hand as well, saying goodbye. Rika-chan and Satoko-chan still hadn't been found. My unease, however, was steadily being pushed down away by sleepiness. Rena showed the police where our bicycles were, so that Oishi could haul them up to the truck. He prompted us to get into the back seat. Could hear the springs squeaking as I sat down onto the seat that normally hurt my rear end. At this point, it was very soft. It was more than comfortable enough for me to fall asleep on. Ladies first. We'll start with little Mrs. House. Where do you live?
ありがとう
Thank you.
私の家
My
は
house
です
is,
ね
well, uh-oh, he's gonna be left alone with Oishi. Rena's voice slowly grew distant. Felt myself being sucked into the void of sleep.
もしもーし。
Hello.
前原さん。
Mabara-san, are you asleep
完
back
全に
there?
眠っちゃってますか？
Hmm? When I came up, it was quiet. Car was parked. Oishi-san was giving me a light slap on the cheek. It didn't feel good at all, so I woke up immediately. Sorry, I just fell asleep. Something was being held right under my nose. Clump of metal?
すみません。
It was a can of coffee.
ぬるいですが、
Lukewarm by now.
甘いカフェオレなら
But
常温
coffee
で
au
結
lait,
構飲めます
au
よ。
lait is good even at room temperature.
ど
Oh,
うも。
thanks. Mechanically took the can and opened the pull tab. The feeling of warm, sweet liquid going down my throat awakened my sleepy mind. When my drowsiness receded, I started wanting to know why the car was stopped and why I was being offered coffee. Oishi-san, who had been in the driver's seat, at some point moved to the back. Suddenly, I had a very bad feeling about this. It reminded me of the question yesterday at the library. It was already too late by the time I realized I'd made a mistake. The day of all days, it didn't look like I would be getting away. I had a feeling that Oishi-san heard what he wanted to. He wouldn't be letting me go. No, ha ha ha.
そ
Please
ん
don't
な
get
に
all
構えら
formal on
別
me.
に取って食おうって
I'm
わ
not
け
going
じ
to
ゃ
eat
ない
you or
んだ。
anything.
前原さん。
Bara-san, Oishi-san gulped down the last of his coffee and stretched wide, showing me how relaxed he was. That, however, only served to heighten my nervousness. What do you need from me?
よ
Need?
う。いえいえ。
Oh,
別に
nothing really. I'm going to evade the question at this point. What a deeply unreasonable man.
私からは用は
Well,
な
I
い
don't need
です。
anything
前
from
原
you.
さんか
I
ら
just thought
私
that you
に
might
用があ
need
るんじゃ
something
ないか
from
と
me,
思
my
って
brother
別
son.
に
I don't
用なんか
need
あ
anything.
りゃ。
Oh, I see.
本当に
Really?
あるんじゃない
Are you
です
sure there's
か？
nothing?
うん
No, foo, foo, foo. There's only one side door in the back seat of the truck. In other words, my only exit was blocked by Oishi-san. Couldn't get away. I could only limply hang my head and maintain my silence. Oishi-san, despite my reticence, relaxed and began smoking a cigarette. The cries of the insects outside seemed to be growing longer and longer, the amount of time that almost seemed
前原
infinite.
さんから相談し
Here
たい
I
こ
wa-
とがきっ
Here I
とあ
was
っ
sure
た
that
と
you
思っ
had
て
something
た
you
んで
wanted
すけ
to
ど
talk to me
ね。
about. Oishi-san exhaled a puff of smoke. The windows were open, but the tobacco smoke still accumulated inside the vehicle. How much did Oishi-san know? What did he know, and what did he want to hear from me? If finding out the truth made you disappear, then if I told him, would Oishi-san disappear too? I had a feeling that I didn't need to worry about that in
ど
this
う
case.
して
I wonder
こ
how
んなこ
much
と
of
になっ
this
ちゃったん
ended
で
up
しょう
happening.
ね。
Oishi-san addressed me in a low tone as if he was talking to himself. All this ended up happening. How the hell should I know? That was what I wanted to
富
know.
武二郎さ
You
ん
know
と
Jiro
高
Tomitake
野
and
さん
Mio-san,
ご存知ですよね。
Takano-san, right?
お祭りの時、
I know you
園
do,
崎しおんさんを含め
because
て
I
4人で一緒
personally
におられ
witnessed
たのを
you with them during the
私のこの
festival,
目で
along
拝
with
見してま
Shion
すから。
Sonozaki-san.
その富武
Do
さ
you
ん
know
と
how
高野
Tomitake-san
さん、
and Takano-san are doing now?
実は
Actually,
同
well,
じ
passed
気の毒
away,
な死に
met
方
very
でした。
untimely deaths. Oishi-san probably played that card in order to surprise me. Or I already knew and didn't display the extreme reaction that he
いや、
expected.
ひょっと
What's
して
this? Did you
ご
already
存
know?
知でした？
Unfortunately for this question in particular, remaining sound was equivalent to
じ
saying
ゃあ、
yes.
こっ
Oh,
ち
so
も
did you
富
also
武さん
know
と
the
高野
reason
さんが
Tomitake-san and
た
Takano-san
た
were
り
cursed
な
this
ったん
time?
ですね。
People are saying it's
入っちゃ
apparently
い
they
けな
went
い
into some
禁断
forbidden
の建物
building.
に入ったからだって言われてるんです
The
よ。
storehouse for ritual implements. The forbidden shed sealing away Hinamizawa's bloodstained past. Where the mistake that started it all
村
happened.
長さんや古
Did
出
you
里
know
香さ
about the
んも
rumors that say the
そ
mayor
の
of
せいで
Rika
たたりに
Furude,
遭われ
son,
たんだ
were
と
cursed because of
ご
that too?
存知で？
That would mean it was mine and Shion's fault. He was right. As soon as we revealed what we did,
債務殿って言いました
what
っけ？
did they call it? A
あ
ritual
そこの鍵
storehouse.
を簡易
They're
なも
saying
の
it
に
was
付け
bad
替え
luck
た
that
か
the
ら
lock that
どこ
had
に
been
入られ
replaced
たん
as
だ
a
って
simpler
いう
one
ケチが
had
つい
been
てるら
easier
しい
for
んです
thieves to
けど。
get inside. What? That was news to me.
一昨年くらいまで
Until last year, apparently
最後殿
those
にはでっ
had
かい
those
観
big
音と
bars and
でっ
huge
かい
padlocks
錠
on
前な
it.
ところがほら
Means
神
I
主
mean,
夫妻
you
がお
know,
亡くな
ever
りにな
since
ら
the
れて
priest and his wife passed
今
away,
は古
Rika
出里香
Furude
さん
san
が
had been
慰問
managing
さ
the
れてて
place, right?
勘抜きが重く
Apparently,
て
she
大変だか
talked
ら
to the mayor
も
saying
っ
that
と
she
軽い
wanted
簡単な
them
錠
to
前に
replace
付け
with
替
a
えてほしい
lighter,
と
more
村
simple
長
lock
さんに
because
相
the
談した
bars
ら
were
しい
too
です
heavy
よ。
for her. I didn't know anything about those big bars he was talking about. The lock had certainly been a simpler one. It was a pretty cheap one too, and it didn't really fit my impression of what lock for a place you'd store something as important as ritual implements would look like.
リカさんはあの通り
Rika-san is a small girl after all. The bars were heavy with trust, and they must have caused her a ton of trouble. So, the mayor hired a craftsman to replace the lock with a simple padlock, so she could open it with a key. So, how does that mean it was bad luck?
つまりです
That's what I'm saying.
前の厳重な
Thieves
業
couldn't
前
get in with the old lock.
こういう
Whoops.
話らしいんですよ
Thieves couldn't get in with the old tight lock. Mayor and Rika replaced it with a cheap lock on their own, so the thieves broke in. Apparently, that's how it's going down. Explanations a bit.
そういう話が
Letting that slide, certain members of the village delivered punishment upon the thieves who stole into the ritual house, as well as the mayor and Rika who changed the lock. At least that's what the whispers that seem to be going around. Ibara-san, what do you think? What do I think? Don't really know what you mean by certain members of the village. Are you familiar with the three families? Representatives from each of the gave short addresses at the Watanagashi festival opening ceremony. Did you see them? I came partway through the festival, so I don't read.
御三家ってのは南沢の旧家の3つの家のこと
Three families are the three oldest families of
具体
Hinamizawa.
的に言うと
Give you actual names: Kimiyoshi, Sonozaki, Furade.
本当に古い家
They each have quite the lineage, it seems. Long ago, it said that everything in the village was decided by the council of the three families. Kimiyoshi family, Old Kimiyoshi, meaning the mayor's family. Sonozaki family was Mion's. So the Furode family was Rikatan's family. After the war, the Sonozaki family quickly expanded their influence. Practically speaking, after leading the fight against the construction during the dam conflict, jumped to the top of the hierarchy in Hinamizawa. You see, though, in accordance with the old ways, they still decide important village matters only after consulting with the three families. That's why the leaders of the three families each have their own address at the start of Watanagashi. In other words, the mayor and the old lady currently in charge of Sonozaki family, the last remaining members of the Furude family, Rika-san. I heard that the Sonozaki family was pretty high up there. The Rika-chan family was just as old. Well, as you're aware, she has no relatives. In reality, the Furude family holds pretty much no influence. However, it seems that people gravitate towards Rika-san on a personal level. I hear that many of the villagers' elderly have blind faith in her. It's certainly true that Rika-chan had an odd sort of charisma amongst the elderly. So, what are you telling me about all the three families stuff for? Oishi-san paused for emphasis, lighting another cigarette. I explained a lot, but I suppose it's still not enough. I'm asking because I don't understand. Oishi-san gave me a dry, meaningful grin and blew out another big puff of smoke. Members of the three families are disappearing one after another. That's what I'm talking about. I read that based on some kind of old traditions inherited on Hinamizawa, but I don't know much beyond that. I don't know anything about it either. That's what I'm asking. The leaders of Kimiyoshi and Furude family have disappeared. Maybe the leaders of Sonozaki family will disappear next. Well, that's just a random idea bouncing around in the head of a moment. Nahaha. Just kidding, really. The leaders of Sonozaki family, who is it? The current leader is an old lady at the main house, but wouldn't be incorrect to say that practically all rights of leadership have been transferred to her granddaughter Mion-san. The visage of Mion giving prompt directions to the adults while searching for Rika-chan sprang back to my mind. Mion? She's gonna disappear? I hadn't even thought of that possibility. All my hair stood at end. That's insane. Nobody wants that, right? Of course not. We can't even allow for that. Clamp. Oishi-san grabbed my shoulders with both hands. Then help us, Mibara-san. If there's anything you notice about Mion Sonozaki lately, please tell me. Was going along with him? By the time I realized it, it was too late. Oishi-san brought his face closer, almost close enough to ram into me, waiting for my next move. His pressure, and I can't tear my eyes away from it. The moment I heard a beeping sound, it was from the driver's seat. He ignored it at first, but then it started to bother him, He finally let go of me and leaned to the driver's
もし
seat.
もし
Hello.
はいはい感動
Yep, loud and clear. I was saved. Of course, it's not like I could use the opening to
そう
escape.
ですね
I
はい
see.
はい
Yes,
じゃあ
alright.
戻りましょう
Let's head back then.
はいはい
Yes. Okay, okay. Apparently he was being recalled. Now that I knew I'd be free, the tension in my body
はいはいそろそ
dissipated
ろ
at once.
戻らないといけない
Looks like I need to get going.
うーん
We're
これ
just
か
getting
ら
to
が
the
い
good
いところ
part.
だったんですが
That's too
残念
bad.
ですね
Oishi-san flung open the door, exited, and walked around to the front of the driver's seat. He left the door open. That mean I could
前
leave?
原さんは
You really care
友
about your
達
friends,
思いの
Mabara-san.
今時関
An
心のある
admirable
人です
trait for a kid to have on this day of
友人のこ
age.
とを警察
I
に
totally
喋る
understand
と
it feels like you're
なんだか
betraying
裏切
them
っている
if
よ
you
うな
told
気
the
持ちに
police
なるぞ
anything.
前原さん
Mabara-san,
一晩差し上げます
middle of the night, so
ゆっ
get a
くり
good
お休
sleep
みになってよ
at
く
that,
考え
then
て
think
前
about
原
it.
さんのほんの
Just
ち
a
ょっ
little
との
bit of
勇気
courage
が
from you might
結
end up
局
what
大
saves
勢
many
の
of
友
your
人
friends
を
at the
救う
end.
ことにつながるか
You
も
want
し
to
れ
say
ない
that
です
the sacrifice won't stop with Rika-chan and
分
Satoko?
かってると思い
You
ます
know
が
this already, but every night
私
since
とは
Watanagashi, something has
これまで
happened.
は
The
毎
past
年
occurs
一
only
回だっ
occurred
た
once
パタ
per
ーンが
year, but this
今
time
年は
it's
連
been
日
going on for
本
days.
当に景気のいい
What
年です
prosperous years it has
そん
been.
なの
Don't think you
景
can
気が
call
いい
it
なんて
おと
prosperous.
とい
Night before last,
昨日
last night, and now
明日
today.
の晩も
There's no proof that
起
something
こらない
like
なんて
this
ど
won't
うしよ
happen
う
tomorrow night as
それを
well.
未然に防ぐのが
It's
私
our
たちの
job
仕
to
事で
prevent
すが
such things
それに
before
は
they
前原さん
happen.
の協
But
力
for
が不
that,
可
we
欠なん
need
で
your
す
cooperation, Mabara-san. I looked out the open door to see none other than my own house right in front of me. Keep me out how he knew my name and address, but I was too sleepy right now. I was too sleepy right now. I was too sleepy to care.
まあ
Well,
今日は
you're
もう
probably
もう
tired.
3
It's
時になり
already
ます
3 in
か
the
ら
morning.
どうぞ
Please
ごゆっ
get
くり
yourself
お休み
good
はい
rest. Yes,
で
sir.
は
I'll be
失礼
going
し
now.
ます
When I was about to get out of the truck, as I was delivering a parting blow, Oishi-san said in a raised
私
voice, "We're
前
coming by
原さん
every
が話
day
す気に
until
な
you
って
feel
く
like
れる
talking,
ま
alright?
で取り調べ室で自
Don't
白を
believe
寄って
forcing you
の
to
も
confess
う
is
時
an
代じゃ
interrogation
ない
room
と思います
is really in fashion these days." I couldn't say anything in response, but me slamming the door shut probably served the same purpose. After lightly beeping the horn, Oishi-san's truck rolled off. Went to the front door without waving goodbye. Door was locked, but the chain wasn't up. I locked the door and entered. Walked over to the staircase. That was when I lost consciousness. The middle of the staircase? Higurashi when they cry. Did he close the door behind him? Scrapbook note 9, old leader of Sonzaki family. Scrapbook note 10, request denied. Let's save. End of chapter 10. View the tips, and tomorrow should be just two. Last one's probably going to be really long. Second to last one's probably going to be really long, but hopefully we'll make it. Sonozaki family. Want to drastically expand its influence over the war was the Sonozaki family. The leader at the time was Oryu Sonozaki, who still had the seat today. Oryu Sonozaki had grown old, and today you could say you can only catch a glimpse of who she was at the time. From what I've been told, however, she was the leader extolled as the best in history. And become so old, aside from going on a few times a week for lessons, she spends her time at home in solitude and seems to leave most of the ceremonial affairs to the heir Mion. There are some different views on why the successor was not her daughter but her granddaughter Mion, but it's rumored that it has to do with this disavowalment of her daughter and son-in-law. The uninhibited granddaughter Mion Sozaki still shows no signs of the dignity required to be the next leader. However, she does have Sozaki blood in her veins and is permitted the name of Demon. She still doubtlessly requires caution and is probably hiding her fangs and claws, as skillful as the leader of the past did. Interesting scrapbook notes. Higurashi when they cry. Let's go for the elder leader of the Sonzaki family. Yes, the postal worker wasn't seen anything either. Sasaki main house has the ceiling hanging from the mailbox so that anyone can stamp the mail or parcels with it and drop it on. Nahaha, that's rather careless of them. So, when was the last scene? She was last seen in Watanagashi opening ceremony greeting. They plan to return home right after that. She's pretty old from what I heard. She goes out a few times a week to take lessons, right? Have you found anything about that? Every Monday she goes to assembly hall to practice Taishigoto, which didn't go this week. Any calls to say she wasn't going to be there? Has anyone confirmed it? No, nobody. She apparently takes days off once in a while, so nobody thought it was strange. Tomorrow we don't we pretend we're in town hall and call around 10 o'clock? Please figure out whether she's at home. 10 o'clock? Got it. Ever since it started to seem more and more like ancient Hinazawa traditions had something to do with this, been keeping a careful eye on the three families. At this point, the leader of the Kimiyoshi family, the Furude family, had disappeared. There's only one leader left. Oryu Sonozaki, the leader of the Sonozaki family. She was apparently a pretty old woman. Her dignity hasn't waned, and she still only appeared before people rarely, so it was difficult to confirm where she was at any given time. The last leader hadn't been seen since the day of Watanagashi. Was she still alive and well within the Sonozaki main house? Had she, according to Mion Sonozaki, had fallen ill and was sleeping it off? I wonder if she's really sleeping. I'd like to take a look at her face and her pulse. You can say that again. Two of them breathe a big puff of cigarette smoke. Oishi-san, about the search warrants for the Sonozaki main house, for the shrine. You think we'll get them? Oishi-san didn't respond, exhaled on another cloud of tobacco smoke, surrounding now foggy as his mind. Maybe if you only did for the shrine, but with Sonozaki shiners, with the Sonozaki family as well, your intentions are pretty clear. Scrapbook 10. The Hidden Demon. Inhabitants of Hinamizawa believe that the blood of demons flows in their blood. As such, the character of demon is treated as very sacred. For example, usage of character demon in names is apparently a right reserved for only the leaders of Kimiyoshi and Sonozaki families. Case in point, you can see it in the current Sonozaki family's leader, named Oryu, written with the kanji Ba. This and only this is proof that she is a legitimate leader of the Sonozaki family. The same way, Mion Sonozaki, its successor, contains Bla in her name, with Mi written as Bla. It was going for Oryu's daughter and Mion's mother, Akane, who did not succeed her. It's known that before the disowning, Akane's name was written as Bla, though it was changed afterwards to Bla. Still read as Akane. Incidentally, it's thought that the first character in the name Kichiro, its name, presumably meant demon, which would also read as Ki. It should be said that names using the demon character aren't limited only to successor of the Sonozaki family. You can also find it in the last names of the three families. For example, the characters Kimiyoshi, blah blah, are likely as split up versions of Blah, of demon. If you write it in reverse, top to the bottom, as blah blah, clearly resembles that character, demon. The Furude family, can have seen as the Shinto priesthood for generations. The word of fortune teller can be written without interval characters as this. I think that with the addition of demon's horns, the trick to the top of the character like this, the D becomes blah and is used in their name now. Case of Sonozaki family, when it's written, it's this. Can't find in reference to the character demon, perhaps because it's already ingrained into their first names. They were the clan responsible for running the Watanagashi ceremony, so I think they instead included the contents of the ceremony into their last name. The Zaki or Sonozaki is a conjugation of the word slice, and the Sono, written as blah, probably contains the hidden meaning of human body, as it is a complement mess, organs enclosed. I also think the other word Sonozaki comes from those who slice open the gut. Neat! last one. Quest denied, of course.
あ、お疲れ様です。
I'm back.
どうです？
How did it go?
何か
Did you
手
find
が
any
かりはあり
clues?
ました？
Officers shook their heads in disappointment. Exhaustion was plainly showing on everyone's faces. That was only natural. None of them had gotten a wink of sleep since the day of Watanagashi. Chief,
若い子から
let the
高齢
youngest
で
of us
仮
take
に
a
取
nap
らせて
and
あげ
then
てくだ
switch
さい。
them off
ここか
out.
らは長丁
We've got a
場になり
long
ますから
stretch
ね。
ahead of us after
無
all.
理せず。
Let's not push
体を
ourselves
休
too
めなが
hard.
ら
Rest up so we
のんび
can
り
take
行
it
きましょ
easy
う。
as we go.
みんなには
We've
交
been
代
telling
で
them to
休め
sleep in
って言っ
shifts.
てるの
Nobody
だ
actually
ね
seems willing to sleep
お
though.
医師さんからも
Could you tell them yourself, Oishi-san?
ありゃ。
Oh my, you don't need to force yourself.
富山君。
Omiyama-san, please let everyone sleep in shifts, starting with the youngest.
小宮山さん
Omiya-san,
してあげ
please
て
do
くだ
that.
さい
After the chief told him as well, Omiyama-san left his seat.
で課長、
So,
例の
chief,
請求なんですけど。
still not
まだダ
good
メ
on
そう
our
です
request?
村人の噂だけなんで
It's
すよ
just as rumor among the villagers in the first place, you know? It's going to be difficult without more concrete
そ
evidence.
の証拠があの中に詰まってるかもしれないんですよ。
Even when the evidence might be tucked away in there.
その証拠
We need
が
evidence that the
中に
evidence is
詰まっ
tucked
て
away
い
in
ると
there.
いう証拠
課長、謎々やって
Chief,
るんじゃない
don't
んです
start
よ。
speaking riddles
死
to
んだ
me
二
now.
人を含む
But
4人
witnesses
が
that say
渡
four
辺
people,
の
including the
ワニ
two
に
who
サイ
died,
レンと呼ばれる
went into the
禁断の
forbidden
蔵に
ritual
無断で
storehouse
入
without
り、
permission.
ここまでは
It's
信
all
頼できる
reliable
情報。
information.
そうと言ったっ
You
て
might
あ
call
く
it
まで
information,
噂
but
だ
they're really rumors. They're not concrete
そりゃ
evidence.
まあ、4
Well,
人
it's
が
true
放
that
課
we
後に
don't
して
have any
忍び込
particular
む写真はありま
pictures
せ
of
ん
the
がね。
four sneaking in with the clothes tied around their heads.
とにかく、
Anyway,
4人
those
は
four
サイ
saw
レン
something
の
inside
中
the
で何かを
storehouse, something
見たん
important
です。
enough that they'd be
消
erased.
されるくらいの何か
Important enough that they'd be
それは何だい
erased. What would that be exactly? That's what I'm asking for a warrant to look for in the first
その
place.
崎家絡み
I
の
think
暴
pointing
力
out
団
the
関
Sonzaki
係
family
が
connections
有
to
力
violent organization would be a
ああ
major contender.
拳銃の山
Like a
か
piece of Tokarev's
密造
or
工
secret
場
puppy production facility.
その崎家の
The secret
隠し
Sonzaki
資産
family
ってのも
fortune would also be pretty
手が
difficult
たい
to
そう
discard.
さ
Look, Oishi-san, I know how you feel, or that
こ
storehouse
の
is a
最
sacred
古殿
building
とのは
belonging to Furueda
古出
Shrine.
神社にある神
We
聖
need
な
to
建
have a
物
proper
で地
consideration
元
for
の
the
民へ
locals
の
when
相
dealing with
当な
it.
配慮が必
Heard
要な
that there
建物
were
なんだ
an
よ
hour-long call with Congressman Sonozaki to the big man. Chief, he could have nailed you back
と
down.
にかく
Anyway,
相当
as
の
long as we
証拠
don't
が
have
ない
suitable
限り
evidence, we
最古
don't
殿の
get
捜
a
査
search
令状は
warrant for
取
the
れ園
storehouse.
崎本家の
That
令
goes
状
for
も同
Sonozaki
じだ
main house too.
特に園崎
Especially
本家の
considering
捜査
that
は
the justification
文化と
of
研究
both
の
Sector
膨大が
4
絡んで
and the
る
Prefecture Police Crime Prevention
入
Division.
念な
We
事
need
前
careful
調整が
preparations
いるん
first.
だ
調整がいるって
You
んな
say
ら
you need
私に
preparations,
直接
then
乗り
why
込ん
don't you
で
just let me
つけて
walk
きてもいいですよ
with them directly?
四課長
Chike-chan
は
is
シ
head
ゲ
of
さんでしょ
Section 4,
応対
right?
は三階
For
さん
crime prevention, it's
隣の雀荘で話
Saneke-san.
した方が早
They
そう
seem
な
like
感じ
they'd
ですね
be quicker to talk if we set them down on a mahjong table.
課長に
Chief,
お
you
客様
have
です
visitor,
え
yikes.
っと
Pushing the police who guided him in right out the way, an old man who looked like a Yakuza member, given his crested kimono and hakama. Did he not get enough of this over the phone?
わしは議員
I'm
の
Congressman
園崎
Sonozaki. I demand to know who's responsible for this.
はよせい
The sit-stand. Hello, I'm Division Chief
私が
Takusugi.
お前の名刺なぞ
I don't need your name.
お前なんぞ
I could have just demoted. Have you demoted in a whim? You wouldn't even be enough. Bring out the one called Oishi or whatever. He deserved punishment for requesting a search warrant of the sacred Furudia Shrine. Sincerely apologize. Oishi is currently out investigating. It's been difficult to contact. I'll take his place and hear you out. So please have a seat. Chief's eyes were telling me to get out of here. Perhaps I'll be grateful, accept his favor. Maybe I'll go lay down in a nap room.
よいか
Listen here, the Furudia Shrine spent 2,600 years on the imperial calendar and 2,500 more beyond it. It's sacred. Century that must never be defiled. The 800,000 gods, Ushio-sama and the spirits of the ancestors are enshrined there. The holy shrine protects Himizawa from when the sun comes up, when it sets, and from the moon rises when it falls. Who is the idiot who wanted to set foot in there? Besides, the right to religion is the most reserved right of the people of this country. It's in the Constitution. Do you dare to be so bold as to assume that using your own investigation negligence as pretext? I will not allow it. Are you listening to me, lying scum? I'm angry now, so you're not getting off the hook that easily. And I think we're done, but that is a fun dude. I guess. 1.5 hours, damn. Didn't quite make up for missing the last stream on Sunday, but yeah, close enough. Tomorrow, we finish Watanagashi. Hooray! And that's it. So, see you all next time.